Had I ever fallen for her? I-sun stood under the snowy sky, listening on the phone. He answered, I don't think I ever did. Holding the phone to his ear, he went on, from the first time we met until now. There are many kinds of love. It doesn't have to be romantic love. On a street corner, a little cat busily nibbled at its food. Behind the corner wall, a girl sat feeding that cat. She heard I-sun's entire conversation. I'm going to marry her because that's what IU-min wants. She's like a benefactor to my family. If anything troublesome comes up, I'll be the one to handle it. The girl sitting in the corner clenched her hands tighter as she kept listening. If she wants to hear words of love, then I'll say them to her every day. Hearing those words, the girl bowed her head to her knees in pain. I'll spend the rest of my life repaying her kindness. Here is your Christmas drink. A matcha drink decorated like a Christmas tree with a star on top was set down. Inside the cafe, the staff member delivered the drink and cheerfully said, Enjoy and have a Merry Christmas. The customer replied, Yes, thank you. The cafe was crowded with customers happily chatting. One girl held her phone out to her friend. Song Chan is in another scandal with Hong So-jung again. Her friend replied, Again? Isn't this the second time? I-sun and IU-min were sitting at the table by the window, drinking coffee. IU-min looked outside, while I-sun lowered his head, looking at the tablet in his hands. He called her name, Min. The two girls at the next table were still chattering away. I think they're totally dating, like 100%. Probably right? Seeing her reflection in the window, IU-min heard him ask, Have you decided where you want to hold the wedding? She stayed silent and did not answer. She only lowered her head. A trace of discomfort showed on her face as she silently encouraged herself. You can do this. IU-min, don't be nervous anymore. Tightening her grip on the glass in her hand, she reminded herself, don't forget the miserable feelings you felt back then. She raised her head slightly and answered, According to you, the first place we met. If you marry me there, would that be okay? He looked surprised and asked again, What do you mean, would that be okay? Then he added, To me, you are a blessing. She turned to look outside and replied, You really do have a way with words. She remembered the first time they met, when she turned and saw him in that crowd. That was why she had liked him so much, without ever imagining things would turn out like this. Back in the present, he answered, I only say things like that to you, IU-min. He reached out and took the hand she had resting on her coffee cup. Because I love you. Startled, IU-min said nothing. She pulled her hand out of his and drew it back. What am I supposed to do? She forced a smile and told him, I feel so bored when I'm with you. Because everything you say is so affectionate and so cruel. Tilting her head with a faint smile, she added, And I hope you get hurt the same way I did. He blurted out in shock, IU-min. His voice was so loud that everyone in the cafe heard it and turned to look at their table. IU-min clenched her fist. Just pretend we never brought up marriage. She thought there was not much time left now. Everyone had heard their conversation. A worried staff member thought, Please don't do this in our cafe. The customers nearby also started whispering. Did he just get dumped on Christmas Eve? He got dumped. Why am I laughing? The whole cafe grew awkward. Folding his hands on top of his tablet, I-sun asked in confusion, Why are you suddenly acting like this? She brushed back her hair. To be honest, putting on a self-assured expression, she said, I think staying by your side feels like a waste of me. And like I said before, I'm bored now. We shouldn't go against our hearts, right? The two girls at the next table, eavesdropping, were stunned by her words. Whoa, damn. Even the waitress got so distracted by what she heard that she spilled orange juice outside the cup. And the coworker next to her said, Where are you pouring that? IU-min kept talking. We've been together for 6 years, and I always tried my best, didn't I? She suddenly paused for a moment, her expression darkening. Hesitantly, she said so. IU-min lifted her head with a strained smile. Now I want to stop. Do you understand? 3 months later, a couple stood by the street, piecing together a heart shape and chatting happily. Wow, babe, you're so good at making hearts. Hee hee, this is nothing. A strange sound suddenly rang out, startling them so badly they screamed. IU-min dragged her exhausted body along, hair disheveled, hauling a huge bag behind her. The frightened couple hurried away together. Oh, let's go, babe. She turned and looked at the couple talking behind her. Min silently judged them. A lovey-dovey couple, except for talking badly about someone behind her back. The guy said to his girlfriend, "Baby, don't go over there again later, okay?" The girl replied, "I seriously thought she was a ghost." Min remembered the past, when she and Sun had still been happy together. He gently kissed her on the forehead, and she smiled so happily. Min stood there watching that couple walk away. How strange. I'm actually jealous of something like that. Her eyes turned sorrowful. I guess I still haven't gotten over the breakup. Even after all this time, the memory of her long relationship collapsing in a single moment came back to her. The day at the cafe. He'd still been sitting there with his hands clasped and his head lowered, while she had stood up and walked away. At the company, the employees were busy working. As soon as Min opened the door and walked in, she said, "I'm here." Hearing her voice, everyone looked toward the door. Ji-hai stood up worriedly and asked, "Why are you so late?" When they saw her dragging in a large, heavy bag, they were startled. She replied, Sorry. I had to go pick up the samples, so I'm late." Min kept dragging the bag inside. A coworker pointed at the thing spilling out. "Your stuff is all falling out." Ji-hai looked worried about her. "You look terrible. Just leave it there and go lie down for a bit." As she walked, Min replied, Yeah, let me put this away first." She set the bag on her chair and then said to everyone, "I'm going to rest for a bit in the break room." After she went into the break room, her female coworkers quickly picked up the things that had fallen onto the floor. As they chatted, one said, "Yini Min is looking more and more worn out. Do you think she's okay?" Another replied, "She's probably like that because she's working too much. It's been like that since a few months ago, right? Since 3 months ago, I think." Ji-hai looked toward the break room without saying anything. Min lay tiredly on the sofa in the break room, listening to everyone talking outside. Is she pushing herself this hard because the company is struggling? Maybe she's afraid we'll leave for another company. Her mind was a mess. I can hear all of that, you know. She thought to herself, a director who makes her employees worry about her. Outside, the two girls kept talking. "Let's just work harder." Min rubbed her forehead as she thought, "Please get a grip, Min. Being like this because of an ex, even one I once loved, is ridiculous." She thought about her company. "I worked so hard to build this company. I can't let it go bankrupt because of something like this." She closed her eyes, both hands resting loosely on her stomach. "That's right. Forget your ex now." Not long after, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. She sat up angrily. "But seriously, because of that jerk, Just then, a voice came from outside the door. You can't sleep?" Ji-hai stood at the doorway holding 2 cups in both hands. "Are you feeling a little better now?" Min forced a smile and replied, Yeah, I'm feeling better now." Ji-hai held 1 cup out to her. "Do you know how shocked we were when you walked in just now? Drink some hot tea." Ji-hai immediately lectured her. "The weaker your body gets, the more you shouldn't overwork yourself." "Got it." Taking the cup of tea, Min answered, Yes, I'll remember." Leaning against the wall and sipping her own tea, Ji-hai looked at Min and thought, ever since the breakup, all she does is work. Min's mood had improved, and she drank the tea happily. "It's tea I like." Ji-hai was still very worried. "If this keeps up, I'm really going to worry. I have to do something so she stops thinking about her ex." Suddenly, Ji-hai thought of something. "All right, I've got it." Brightening up, she called out Min. Min looked up at her. "If you're feeling better, do you want to go out with me tonight?" Min smiled. "Of course. Where are we going?" "Do you know Sale Young? The one who promoted our handbags for free? She's an influencer." Ji-hai happily explained to Min, "Today's her birthday. Let's go thank her and have some fun. Go home, get changed, and come." Min sat there listening while sipping her tea. After hearing that, she eagerly agreed. "Okay, of course we should go." That night, inside a club, the room was loud with people talking. "What's your Instagram ID? Long time no see. How have you been lately? Wow, there's so many people. I'm your fan. I even subscribed to your YouTube channel." Min and Ji-hai went to meet Sale Young, and the 3 girls greeted each other with cheerful smiles. As the hostess, Sale Young warmly welcomed them. "You two still made it here. Thank you so much." "Kumin." The 2 girls smiled brightly. Min raised a hand in greeting, while Ji-hai handed Sale Young her gift. "Sale Young, happy birthday. This is our gift." The party table was full of delicious food, cakes, and alcohol. "Please eat and drink as much as you want. Everyone here is my friend or acquaintance, so feel free to mingle." "Got it. You're busy, so go ahead." The 2 girls blended into the crowd. Min beamed. "Let's fill our stomachs first and have some drinks too." A trace of discomfort crossed Ji-Hai's face, and she held her stomach as she called out, "You Min, wait. Sorry, but I need to go to the bathroom for a moment. You go eat first. Okay, go ahead. I'll save you a seat." And so the two of them split up and headed in different directions. The party atmosphere was noisy, and the bloggers were all competing to film and take pictures. "Hello, my fans. Guess where I am right now? Haha." Wandering around alone, Ayumin thought, "It's been a long time since I came to a party like this, so I feel a little awkward." As she picked up food, she looked around. There are so many famous people from SNS and YouTube. This really is impressive. She found a table, put down her plate, and sat in a chair. Since it's so noisy here, that's kind of nice. It feels like a release. She sat comfortably in her chair, looking around while eating the cake in her hand. Then she noticed someone beside her. Is that person sitting alone too? Cheerfully, she struck up a conversation. "Hi, are you a friend of CEO Young's?" Hugh and Joe replied coldly. "No." Ayumin felt a little embarrassed. "Ah, I see. So you're not her friend." She thought to herself, is he afraid of strangers or something? After that, the two kept talking. Hugh and Joe explained, "My friend is a friend of the host, so I came here with him." "Ah, I see. Have you tried the food here? It's really good." "Oh no, I haven't eaten yet." Ayumin's expression darkened, and she looked at him in annoyance. "You won't even look at me once. Isn't that a little too rude?" Suddenly, he cut off her thoughts by saying, "Please don't talk to me anymore." Hugh and Joe turned and stared at her with irritation. Ayumin thought, "So now I finally get to see that precious face of his. Fine, I won't talk to you anymore either." He suddenly leaned in close to her face. Startled, Ayumin cried out, "Oh my god, you scared me. What is it? You startle me." Hugh and Joe replied, "Have we met somewhere before?" Ayumin frowned inwardly. "Just a moment ago, he wouldn't even look at me. And now, what's this all of a sudden?" He changes his attitude fast. She answered aloud, "No, this is the first time I've met you. Are you a celebrity? An actress or singer?" Without looking at him, she turned back to her cake and said, "I'm just an ordinary person." He lowered his head and said nothing, only humming once. Ayumin studied him and guessed inwardly, what is with this guy? Is he trying to hit on me? Did he change his mind because he saw my face? Or does he really think I'm someone else? Lost in her thoughts, she wondered if this is flirting, isn't it way too old-fashioned? Do people still flirt like that these days? Or maybe he likes the classic style? She looked at the cold-looking man sitting beside her. Well, even if that is his flirting style, his looks aren't bad. The man paid no attention to her, only sat there with his arms crossed, thinking, "We've never met?" His phone rang, and she reminded him, "Sir, I think someone's calling you." He replied, "Ah." Hugh and Joe turned aside to answer the phone. Ayumin also politely turned the other way and continued thinking, there really are a lot of strange people. But why hasn't Ji-Hai come back yet? The chair beside her suddenly tipped over, and startled by the movement, she turned around. When she turned, she saw the chair lying on the floor. That scared me. Looking up, she saw Hugh and Joe hurrying outside. Why did he suddenly run out like that? Looks like he got an urgent call. Ayumin suddenly noticed a wallet on the table next to her. She quickly got up and ran outside. Inside the wallet was his ID card. His name was Oh Hugh and Joe. She hurried after him to return it. Where did that guy go? Once she was exhausted, she stopped, panting and wiping away sweat. He ran off in such a hurry. Can he really be okay without his wallet? Ugh, I'm so tired. Dragging her limp, exhausted body forward, she thought, maybe I should just give up. I should go back and ask a staff member to return it. Then she heard someone ahead. Are you crazy? How did you even know about this place and come here? Hearing that, she moved closer. That's a man's voice. She pressed herself against the wall and peeked around the corner. That voice sounds kind of familiar. When she saw Hugh and Joe's back, she was surprised. Isn't that the owner of this wallet? It really is the same back she saw running out earlier. Ayumin also saw a figure in a black cap. There seemed to be someone standing in front of him. So Young spoke up. I found it on Taezion's SS. From a distance, Ayumin listened curiously. I can't hear the other person clearly, but I think it's a girl. Leaning against the wall, she listened to their conversation. Hugh and Joe said, how many times do I have to tell you before you understand? Hearing that, she thought to herself, it's obvious. They're a couple fighting. I should just go back. Just as she was about to leave, she heard, I dated you because I felt sorry for you, not because I loved you. Those words stabbed straight into Ayumin's heart. In shock, she leaned her head farther toward them. But now I can't do that anymore. In the alley, Hugh and Joe and So Young stood facing each other, while Ayumin remained behind the wall, continuing to listen. I'm not some charity worker. Hyun-jo pressed a hand to his forehead. Whenever I see you like this, I feel worn out. Stop pretending you don't understand. He turned his face aside. What should I do with you? Let's each go our own way. Stop acting so foolish like this. Behind the wall, Ayumin lowered her head as she listened. She tightened her grip on the wallet in her hand. So-young spoke up. Vunyo, even if you say that, I know you'll stay by my side forever. I know someday you'll tell me you love me again. Hyun-jo gritted his teeth. Keeping himself calm, he answered, if I were the old me, maybe, but now I'm sick and tired of pretending to love you. Those words left So-young stunned. He took a step back. It's been exhausting all this time, acting like I loved you. The expression on his face at that moment was truly hateful. You've been happy all these years because I was by your side. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Then a wallet came flying from behind. Ayumin had hurled it straight at the back of his neck. So-young was shocked by what had just happened before her eyes. To Ayumin, the worst kind of boyfriend was one who lied when he said he loved you, one who deceived his lover. The wallet landed right on Hyun-jo's head. Ayumin was still frozen in the pose from throwing it. Her face looked terrible. She was furious after hearing what he had just said. She stared straight at Hyun-jo, just like that man, just like the ex-boyfriend Ayumin had dated for 6 years. She remembered herself sitting on a street corner, burying her head in her knees in sorrow. So this is what I was hearing? Then he had never once fallen for me. Back then, she had sobbed loudly. So it really wasn't romantic love. Tears streamed all over her face. So he was marrying me just because I was his benefactor? How could that possibly be called repaying kindness? Who asked for that? Ayumin lowered her head angrily as she stood there. She clenched her fist. It was better that I ended things like that. Hyun-jo reached up and took the wallet off his head. He looked furious, grinding his teeth as his face darkened, and he glared back over his shoulder. Ayumin still stood there, staring at her clenched fist and thinking, if that's the case, could I really be this okay now? Ayumin suddenly realized that Hyun-jo's tall figure was walking toward her. Startled and frightened, she thought, wait, what did I just do? He came right up to her, lowered his head, and looked down at her grimly. Ayumin raised her head slightly, too scared to meet his eyes. What the hell did I just do? Ji-hai stood in the middle of the noisy party, while the people around her chatted away. She fumbled around looking for her friend. Where did Ayumin go? When she spotted Ayumin, she saw her sitting and talking with Hyun-jo. Ah, there she is, sitting over there. Ayumin was asking, have you tried the food here yet? Ji-hai grew curious when she saw her looking to the side while speaking. Wait, who is she looking at while saying that? Huh? Then Ji-hai saw the man beside Ayumin say, please don't talk to me anymore. Ji-hai was very surprised to see that. What? What is it? She wasn't alone after all. She looked in that direction and didn't notice that a man had appeared behind her. When she finally realized it, she flinched and turned around. Taejun was startled too and quickly explained, Oh, I'm sorry. I was so busy looking at my friend that I didn't notice the person in front of me. I'm not some weirdo. Ji-hai replied gently, it's okay. It just happened by chance. She walked toward him, thinking to herself he's so cute. Then she said so. Ji-hai covered her mouth and asked Taejun, is that man over there your friend? He replied, ah yes. Ji-hai asked again, is he single? Yes, he is. Hearing that answer, she brightened up. That's great. Luckily, my friend is single too. The atmosphere between the two of them looked good, right? Taejun blushed awkwardly. Sorry, he leaned a little toward her and pointed at himself. Me being single too, would that be good for us? Ji-hai was so surprised she didn't know what to say. Then a thought flashed through her mind. Why is he saying that to me? Wait a second. Don't tell me he's flirting with me. Where did that suddenly come from? But this man looked younger than her. Would that even be okay? Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Everyone turned to look that way. What was that? Oh, that startled me. Ji-hai and Taejun were both startled. He called out, over there. The two looked over, but now only 2 empty chairs were left. The other 2 had suddenly disappeared. At the corner of the street, Hyun-jo stood in front of Ayumin. What are you doing here? Startled, she stepped back, her body tilting away slightly. Frowning angrily, he asked, why are you here? Don't tell me you've been following me. Ayumin lowered her head fearfully, her words coming out in a stammer. I wasn't following you. Actually, I was chasing after you. She was so scared that her face had gone pale and sweat covered her. No matter how much she tried to explain, she looked exactly like a liar making excuses. I shouldn't have panicked. Now I'm in real trouble. He wasn't even talking to me, so why did I? Behind him, So-young pulled down the brim of her hat, to hide her face. He pressed on, "You filmed or recorded something, didn't you?" Ayumin hurriedly explained. "What? No. Why would I do that?" Then So-young turned her head and walked away. Hyun-jo kept asking, "Then why were you hiding after chasing me like a rat?" Eulmin jumped. "What did you say? A rat? A rat." A little irritated, she shot back. Hey, that wasn't entirely my fault. Did you see me steal anything?" Talk about the thief crying thief. Hyun-jo looked somewhat confused. He glanced at the thing he had just taken down from his head, his wallet. Ayumin crossed her arms and challenged him. "I'm honestly shocked. Have you ever seen a rat come and return someone's wallet?" Hyun-jo didn't answer. He tilted his head back and relaxed. He turned his head to glance behind him. So-young was already gone from the narrow alley. She vanished just like that. In times like this, she really knows how to run fast. He looked over at Ayumin. This woman seemed not to realize who was standing in front of her. She had her arms crossed and her face turned to the side, thinking, just let it go. Hyun-jo lowered his head and said, "I misunderstood. I am sorry. Thank you for returning my wallet." Ayumin looked away, avoiding his eyes. "That's enough. Just let it go," she thought. But then he said, "Still, your way of returning a wallet was pretty unique." His words made Ayumin freeze and go pale. Hyun-jo lowered his gaze and slipped the wallet into his pocket. "Do you usually throw things at the back of people's heads when you return their belongings?" Then he suddenly looked straight at her. Ayumin imagined herself pointing at him and saying, "Of course not. It's because you pushed my anger button that I lost my mind." She thought she could confidently blame him, but in reality, she just stood there blankly, unable to say any of it. Deep down, she thought, even though that's what I really want to say, I should still apologize. Covering her mouth shyly, she mumbled, "I just wanted to return your wallet quickly, so." She looked at him with bright, shimmering eyes. "It must have hurt a lot, right? I'm really sorry." But while saying that aloud, she was thinking, he doesn't look hurt at all, not even a little. Ayumin quickly looked for an excuse to leave. Well then, I should get back to the party. Inwardly, she thought, I apologized, so now I should make a run for it. Hyun-jo looked toward the alley across from them. He didn't respond to Ayumin's words. Instead, he started walking away and said, "I'm heading back too." Then, let's go together." She answered politely out loud, but inside she was thinking, what the hell is this? Back at the birthday party, Sale Ayoung stood on stage, thanking everyone and singing a song for them. Ji-hai was standing with Tae-jun. Looking at her phone, she said, "Oh, so the store is here? It's not that far." He looked at Ji-hai and replied, "It's still being renovated right now, so please come visit when it's finished. Of course, there'll be lots of perks for you, Nana." Someone called out from afar. Ji-hai turned and looked outside. "Ji-hai, I'm back." Seeing Ayumin return, she asked, "Hey, where did you go? You didn't even answer your phone. I thought you'd gone home already." Ayumin smiled and replied, "Sorry. Let me quench my thirst first, then I'll tell you everything. I'm so thirsty." Tae-jun noticed Hyun-jo walking behind her and was startled. Hyung." The four of them turned back and forth greeting one another. Tae-jun greeted Ayumin, and she politely greeted him back. Ji-hai looked at Hyun-jo. "Oh my, so he's the friend of the person I came here with." Ji-hai quickly made an excuse. "Let's go get something to drink. We'll be right back." Tae-jun replied as well. "Yes, see you." As Ji-hai pulled Ayumin away, she whispered, "Come here." What is it?" Excited and curious, she asked Ayumin, "What happened with that man?" "Come on, spill it, babe." Ayumin answered flatly, "I know what you're expecting, but really, nothing happened." She recalled what had just happened. "I just found him because he dropped his wallet." Inwardly, she thought, of course, this and that did happen, but still. He isunda disappointa. Oh my god, was that really all? Yeah, so hurry up and go get a drink. Not far away, Hyun-jo and Tae-jun were talking too. Tae-jun bombarded him with questions. Hyung, did you go out with that girl? What happened? What were you two doing outside?" Hyun-jo didn't answer right away. "Hey, did you post online that you were here with me?" The question made Tae-jun freeze. He remembered his post. In the photo, he and Sale Ayoung were in front, and Hyun-jo just happened to be in the background. So he already saw that I uploaded it? He thought. He hates being photographed. Tae-jun quickly explained. "I only realized later that I'd accidentally caught you in the picture." He still wondered to himself. But if he doesn't even have an SNS account, how did he know? Hyun-jo irritably said, "Fine." He threw out another line. "Anyway, I'm leaving now. Taeyun Poodle. If you were going to leave right away, then why did you even come back? Lowering his voice, he pleaded, the shop's closed for a few days for renovations anyway, so let's go have a drink with them. This is our chance. On the other side, the two girls were still choosing drinks. This looks really good. Then let me try a sip. Holding a glass of wine, Ayu Min smiled brightly. Wow, this is totally my taste. Huinu glänzt oaher. He adjusted his clothes without saying anything. Then he turned his head and walked away as if he didn't care. Watching his back, Taejun awkwardly scratched his head. On the road, full of passing cars, the driver asked while driving, "Sung." The manager turned around and asked So-young, who was sitting in the back, "How long are you planning to stay like this?" She lifted her head and replied, "Wow, so I still seem that way? I've thought about it a lot, but I still don't know what to do." She took off her hat and wig and tossed them onto the seat beside her. Pulling out her phone to look at it, she heard the manager say, "It's taking longer than I thought. Did your talk with Hugh and Joe go well?" She gave a small Outside the car was a huge billboard with her face on a high-rise building. She continued, "It seems Hugh and Joe still needs more time." Another poster with her face appeared at a street corner. She turned on her phone's front camera, looked at herself, and said, "He said those hurtful things to me on purpose, didn't he?" The manager turned to look at her and thought, even hearing things like that, she doesn't seem to care much. Then he said aloud, "Hugh and Joe still won't be honest about how he feels?" She replied, "If someone else had said that, I might have believed it, but Hugh and Joe isn't the kind of person who would abandon me over something like that." She pictured his back as he looked at his phone. Maybe he's still waiting for my call. The manager thought helplessly. Her confidence is really shining through. Poor Hugh and Joe. Then he asked, "So what were you thinking about so seriously earlier?" So-young raised her phone to her chin without answering. She remembered the moment Hugh and Joe got hit in the head by the wallet and how she had looked at him in shock. It all happened too fast and too suddenly. What was that thing someone threw? At that moment, all she could think of was the image of anti-fans carrying protest banners against her. Could it have been an anti-fan chasing her to attack her? Her steps slowly moved backward. Whatever it was, I should avoid it first. I'll contact Hugh and Joe later. With that thought, she had pulled down her hat and quietly slipped away. Before leaving, she still managed to see that it was just a girl with a somewhat frightened face. So it was just an ordinary person. Looks like she was following Hugh and Joe, not me. Happily, she opened her phone. It wasn't anything important anyway. Hugh and Joe returned home. Sitting in the living room drinking beer, he had empty cans rolling around on the table, with another can still in his hand. One arm hung limp as he slumped back onto the sofa. His hand trembled as it tightened around the beer can. Hugh and Joe remembered the call he'd received at the party earlier. "I'm nearby, Hugh and Joe. It's so cold outside. I'll wait until you show up." He had immediately run to the alley where So-young was waiting for him, and the moment she saw him, she smiled radiantly. His grip tightened until the beer can crumpled and the beer spilled out. Lowering his head, he covered his face with one hand and blamed himself. Hong So-young called, and I ran off immediately. One idiot. After calming down a little, he let out a long breath and decided to himself, from now on, even if she contacts me, I won't pick up so easily. The phone lying beside the beer cans on the table was soaked because when he clenched his hand earlier, beer had splashed everywhere from the can. He moved closer to the table, holding a box of tissues in one hand while wiping the spilled beer off with the other. Next time, I'm not going running off like I did today. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated and a notification appeared on the screen. A new message. Hearing the sound, Hugh and Joe instantly threw away the tissue box in his hand and grabbed the phone at once. He looked at the screen tensely. It was a message from Taejun. "Hyung, you should come here now. Otherwise, you'll seriously regret it." He glared at the phone angrily. This guy. Another new message came. "This is a picture I just took. Doesn't it look fun?" He got even more annoyed. Why is this punk sending such weird texts right now? Then a photo arrived immediately after that. Taejun was smiling brightly, and Ayu Min and Ji-hai were there too. They were eating together. He raised a hand and zoomed in on Ayu Min's face in the photo. "This is the woman who threw the wallet at the back of my head. She really is timid after all." Sitting on the floor with his back against the sofa, he tilted his head back and thought, was she a customer who came to my store before? I can't remember. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore whether I know her or not, because she's someone I'll never see again. Hugh and Joe's prediction, it seemed, would be completely shattered the following week. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa. This was So-young's home. Countless portrait photos of her hung on the walls, and right now, she was intently scrolling through social media. After fiddling with it for a few minutes, So-young finally succeeded in uploading a brand new post, updating photos of herself from recently with the caption, "On my way home from work." Then she suddenly paused, as if thinking of something. A trace of sadness flickered through So-young's eyes, and she let out a low hum. After thinking for a long time, she pressed the search tab on Instagram. At the very top was her ex-boyfriend's account. So-young tapped it and said, "Let's see how Hyun-jo has been doing lately." The only thing that caught her eye was a single photo of a restaurant he had posted. The rest were just posts his friends had tagged him in. Somewhat disappointed, So-young thought, there really isn't much news about Hyun-jo. Well, I guess as usual, he just works out and goes to the restaurant. If I want to see his face, there's probably only one way. Just then, her manager came into the room with a girl and said, "So-young, didn't I tell you before? Your new stylist is here." But So-young paid no attention to the newcomer and only gave a perfunctory, "Ah, hello." Deep down, all she wanted was to contact her ex-boyfriend. Should I try sending a message? Maybe I'll just get ghosted again. To ease the awkwardness, So-young's manager urged the girl to speak. "Ha-kyung, say hello. You know who this is, right?" Wanting to make a good impression, Ha-kyung bowed at a full 90 degrees and greeted her idol in a loud, clear voice. "Hello." So-young gently praised her. "You have a lovely voice. Nice to meet you. I hope we can work well together." Then her manager announced, "It's time for the schedule, so let's all head downstairs and get going." Meanwhile, behind him, Ha-kyung looked at So-young with eyes full of admiration. She could hardly believe it and thought, is this really happening? I'm the one in charge of Hong So-young. Uni Yumin is going to be so shocked when I tell her. Before getting to work, So-young had already sent Hyun-jo a few messages. "Hyun-jo, you must have been really busy lately. You moved, and you've also been renovating the shop. So when are you going to tell me where you moved to?" On the other side, when Hyun-jo read those messages, he couldn't help blurting out in surprise, "Huh." Since the breakup, he seemed to have been exhausted. The dark circles under his eyes stood out clearly on his face. Feeling utterly baffled, he said, "She's upset that I moved?" At the same time, he typed out a reply. "If you need something, come to the shop. You know where it is." But then he reconsidered and deleted the unsent message. Hyun-jo put his phone down and told himself, it's over. Why keep texting? We already broke up. I've never gone to the shop because I was afraid of being noticed. Should I go now? You only know after going through it yourself how painful it is to wait for someone who never contacts you. Suddenly, something by the roadside caught his attention. It turned out to be two kittens abandoned beside some cardboard boxes. Hyun-jo brightened immediately. Cats? Kittens? They're so cute. As someone who loved animals, he couldn't help opening his camera at once to record the adorable little creatures. Right then, his close friend Kong, Tae-jun, called. The sudden ringtone startled the cats, making them jump. Annoyed, Hyun-jo picked up and asked, "What is it?" "If it's nothing important, hang up. I'm filming a video." Knowing his friend was upset, Tae-jun hurriedly said, Hyung, wait. Let me talk first." Whatever it was he said, the information made Hyun-jo widen his eyes in shock and ask, "What?" Then he shouted angrily into the phone, "Who did you invite over tonight?" At the same time, over at IU Min's place, she bit into a sandwich and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." She and her best friend Ji-hai were having lunch, so she didn't bother minding her image as she talked while eating. "Go hang out. Is this the place where Tae-jun used to work?" Ji-hai replied, "Yeah, we got permission. The shop is reopening in just a few days, and they want to treat us before that." Hearing this, IU Min said, "Aha." She wondered to herself, last time, Tae-jun clearly said that man was the owner. She remembered 3 weeks earlier, when Tae-jun was drinking and talking to the two of them. He's the owner, and I'm the employee. So that's how it is. IU Min felt a little uneasy. It'll probably be hard to run into him again, right? I don't want to see him again either. Ji-hai, however, remained cheerful. "It's not far. Let's go. I heard the food is good too. You love eating at places with good food." Feeling uncomfortable, IU Min politely refused. "I'm not really in the mood. Why don't you just go by yourself?" Ji-hai seemed to sense that something was off with her friend and blurted out, "I knew it. Hey, something happened when you went outside with that guy, didn't it?" She pointed straight at IU Min's face and exposed her directly. "That's why you don't want to go, right?" Even though she had hit the mark, IU Min still denied it. Hey, I told you it's not that. In reality, it was exactly that. Ji-hai kept teasing, "Don't tell me you still can't forget your ex-boyfriend." That line struck Min right in the heart, making her shout in embarrassment, "I told you that's not it." The scene shifted to when Min and Ji-hai arrived at Taejun's shop. Seeing customers come in, Taejun happily welcomed them. "Welcome, you two. You're early." Behind him, however, Hyun-jo didn't look very pleased, while Ji-hai cheerfully returned Taejun's greeting, saying, "Thank you for inviting me here." Min looked as gloomy as a corpse. Her face plainly showed that she had no desire to come, but Ji-hai had dragged her here anyway, even though she'd said she didn't want to. The two of them stepped into the shop together. Ji-hai looked around in admiration and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, the place is so beautiful." Flattered by the praise, Taejun smiled so hard his eyes nearly disappeared and replied, "Right? The renovation turned out great." She handed him the bouquet and said, "I felt awkward coming empty-handed, so I bought this. You didn't have to do that. Still, it's really lovely." The two of them chatted happily, leaving Min and Hyun-jo standing beside each other in uncomfortable silence. Min was so embarrassed she turned pale, thinking, "I never imagined we'd meet again like this." After calming herself down, she handed him a black bag and said, "Congratulations on reopening. It's not much of a gift. It was a bottle of red wine." Hyun-jo accepted it from her and replied in a low voice, "Thank you." "Then please, make yourselves comfortable and choose any seat." "Ah, yes." He coldly barked at Taejun, "Hurry up and clean this up." Taejun obediently answered, "Yes, sir," and quickened his movements at once. Min gazed silently out the window and thought, "This neighborhood isn't that far from my office. It's also the area where he lives. There's no way this moment would just pass by quietly. What exactly am I even hoping for?" A little while later, all the dishes had been served, and every single one looked delicious. Taejun said enthusiastically, "Please enjoy." Ji-hai clicked her tongue in admiration and said, "Wow, this is gorgeous. We'll enjoy it." At that moment, Min brought a piece of beefsteak to her mouth. The unique flavor made her eyes light up, and she blurted out, "This is really delicious." Hearing the praise, Taejun replied happily, "It's good, right? We don't do much promotion, but thanks to word of mouth, we've got a lot of regulars." Ji-hai immediately added, "I'm going to become a regular here too." Min continued, "If the food is this good, word will spread fast." Sitting beside her, Hyun-jo said in a low voice, "Eat a lot." Looking over at him, she thought, he must be the one who made dishes like this. That really is unexpected. Well, I guess there's no rules saying skill and personality have to be proportional. I'm going to keep eating. Before long, the plates that had been piled high with food were completely empty. Taejun snapped a picture of the flowers Ji-hai had given him and asked, "Can I post this gift on my social media? I'll tag you both." The two women answered in unison, "Of course." Then Ji-hai turned to Hyun-jo and asked, "You don't use social media, Hyun-jo?" He replied, "Oh no, it doesn't really suit me." Taejun chimed in, "Since he doesn't use social media, I made an account for the shop instead. It's pretty recent." Hearing that, Ji-hai sighed and said, "Maybe it's better not to use it at all. Lately, I've even been thinking about deleting my account." Taeyun quickly protested, "No, you can't. No. I still haven't seen your photos." Ji-hai answered angrily, "My ex-boyfriend keeps checking up on me through social media. It's so annoying." All he could do was awkwardly advise her, "Just block him completely. That's what I did after I broke up." Ji-hai kept complaining in dissatisfaction. Seriously, why would he act like that? He didn't know how to appreciate me when he had me. Taejun joined in. If someone's still sane after a breakup, that's actually rare. Even after going our separate ways, I still get hung up and emotional when I think about that person. Someone even spread a ridiculous rumor like that, and it drove me crazy. Ji-hai exclaimed as if she couldn't believe it. "Huh? Really?" At that moment, Min finally spoke up. Even if the behavior looks irrational, it could actually reflect that person's mental state. I mean, maybe they're still in love and just can't forget. Some people are too proud to say what they really feel. Her words struck a nerve with Hyun-jo and sent him spiraling into thought. If that's true, then only now do I understand Heng So-young's actions and words. "I still love you, and I'll come back to you." The brazen attitude she shows online is probably just for show. She's someone who couldn't even be honest when she was breaking up with me. So when will she ever be honest with me? Seeing how tense the person beside her had suddenly become, Min got goosebumps too. What is this? Why did he suddenly get so weird? The atmosphere instantly turned dark. Trying to ease the tension, Ayu Min hurriedly asked, Jihai, I'm kind of curious about something. Usually after a breakup, how long does it take for an ex-boyfriend to contact you again? Jihai answered without thinking. Let's see, maybe 3 weeks or 3 months? Hearing that, Ayu Min asked in surprise, 3 months? But Jihai's next sentence felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over her. Though a lot of people never contact you again at all. Ayu Min answered painfully, just as I thought. Then a smile suddenly appeared on Jihai's lips. After thinking for a moment, she said, if you want them to contact you quickly, there's only one way. Just show them how happy you are with someone new. That remark directly affected the thoughts of the two people sitting across from her. The scene shifted to evening. The party was over, and everyone began heading home. Jihai said cheerfully, I ate really well today. Hyun Jo had changed into a different outfit by then. Looking at the two women, he replied, come again next time. Jihai immediately promised, I'll definitely bring my friends. Just then, a taxi appeared nearby, and Taejun called out, Oh, Nuna, your taxi is here. Jihai asked in surprise, Already? Ayu Min still hasn't gotten one. As luck would have it, Jihai and Taejun were heading in the same direction. Ayu Min had to take a separate taxi because she lived elsewhere, while Hyun Jo only needed to walk home. Ayu Min walked her friend to the car and said, Mine should be here soon too, so you two should get going. Talk a lot with Taejun. Jihai had first tried to insist, No, let's just go together. But in the end, she gave in to her friend and said, Then I'm heading off first. Text me later, okay? Hyun Jo, please help Ayu Min out. He nodded and replied, Yeah, go on. The taxi quickly drove away. Hyun Jo turned back to Ayu Min and said, Let's go out to the main road and catch a taxi there. She answered softly, Okay. As they walked, Ayu Min had only one thought. What would he do if he saw me happy with another man? Even after dumping me like that, he never once showed any jealousy. Whether I spent time with another man or not, he never cared. Glancing down at the clock on her phone screen, she thought, it's really late. Suddenly, a familiar voice from the distance caught her attention. How do you feel? Another female voice answered, I'm okay. A few dozen meters away, a man and woman were walking side by side. The woman said, Since it was my first company dinner, I was really nervous. The man comforted her at once. It'll be fine. You don't need to worry so much. Looking rather tense, the woman said, I think after drinking, I apologized to someone. Just moments ago, Ayu Min had been thinking so much about her ex, and now a thought flashed through her mind. That's why I couldn't believe my eyes. Meeting my ex-boyfriend at a time like this? That gentleman was none other than Kim I-sun. 13 years earlier, a gossip-loving schoolgirl said, Hey, can you see his face? What does he look like? Another girl replied, No, not clearly. They urged one another, Let's get closer and look. Ayu Min and Jihai, who were sucking on lollipops, heard them and looked over too. Jihai said curiously, Huh? I think some new transfer student just arrived. Hearing that, Ayu Min said, Who is it? I want to see too. As she walked over, humming to herself, she wondered, who on earth is it that everyone's acting like this? Her eyes widened when she saw the person in front of her. One schoolgirl whispered, I heard he's the son of the Korean language teacher. Another gasped, he's so handsome. This is insane. A female student called out, Over here. Seeing them like that, I-sun burst into laughter. The moment Ayu Min saw him, her mouth fell open in shock, and her lollipop dropped. Back in the present, Ayu Min stared at the man before her and whispered in horror, It really is Kim I-sun. She frantically panicked, What do? I didn't want to see him, but I am not mentally prepared yet. There's nowhere to hide here. Ayu Min glanced at Hyun Jo, who was standing beside her looking at his phone. Then she looked at his chest and screamed inwardly, It's not that there's nowhere. Actually, there is. Hyun Jo's body practically seemed to shine in her eyes. First, I need to hide somewhere right now. Throwing caution to the wind, she ran. She rushed toward Hyun Jo, grabbed his coat, and buried herself against him. Hyun Jo was startled, completely at a loss. On I-sun's side, the woman walking beside him noticed the commotion near Ayu Min. She called out, Wow, assistant, look over there. I-sun turned his head. He saw Ayu Min hiding her face against Hyun Jo. The co-worker beside him remarked, They really do make a great couple, don't they? I-sun agreed. Yeah, they look good together. Then he said, We should hurry past them. The co-worker replied, Yes. Let's go, assistant. On Ayu Min's side, Hyun Jo shouted, Why are you doing this? Hey, back off a little. She muttered, I'm really, really sorry. Just let me do this for exactly 3 minutes, and then I'll let go right away. Irritated, he snapped, "This is way too close." "What do you mean, 3 minutes?" Min whispered. "Please pull the coat over me. I told you there's no time." "I get it. So can you be quiet for a second?" Then she threatened him, making Joe freeze. If you don't, I'm going to throw up." At that moment, she suddenly heard Sun's coworker say, but assistant. She asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Min immediately turned her head to listen. Sun hesitated. "A girlfriend?" Then he continued, "Yeah, I do." His coworker exclaimed, "Wow, just as I expected." Sun asked, "You must be disappointed now, right?" She answered, "Why, yes, but it's okay." Min silently listened to their conversation. Sun reached the corner, and then he was gone. Min slowly released her grip on Joe's coat. He let out a sigh and asked, "Are we done now?" Then he continued, "If it's over, let go." Min cut him off, saying, "We dated for 6 years, and yet." He looked at her in surprise as she bent over, trembling. Joe thought, "I have a bad feeling about this." "Don't tell me." Min started crying. How can someone start dating someone else so easily after only 3 months apart? Joe silently cursed. This is driving me insane." Sometime later, at a convenience store, Min rambled drunkenly over drinks at the table. "Of course, when we broke up, I sounded so determined, didn't I? But there was a reason for that, too." She drunkenly shouted, "No matter what, you can't believe it either, right? Can 6 years really be forgotten that easily?" Joe thought, "I want to go home." He asked Min, "So that's why you did that? Because you ran into your ex-boyfriend when you grabbed me?" She replied, "Yes. I'm sorry. There really wasn't anywhere else to hide." Then Joe asked something that made her go blank. "Why hide? It's not like you committed a crime." Min thought that. "Well, that." Resting her chin on her hand, she wondered, "Why did I hide?" Min recalled how she had once imagined the moment she'd run into Kim Sun. Like an idiot, I kept thinking all kinds of nonsense. The instant Kim Sun appeared, I panicked and hid. She looked up at her own reflection in the mirror. Studying her face closely, she reflected. Min didn't realize it, but subconsciously, her eyes widened. She had simply chosen to hide on instinct. If they met again, she would reveal the feelings she still had for Sun. Min and Joe sat silently side by side, watching the people passing on the street outside. He said, "You should have stepped forward and greeted him instead of hiding." Min blinked in surprise. "What?" He continued, "They were probably shocked to see you with someone new." She imagined Sun catching sight of the two of them and misunderstanding them as being in a new relationship. Min groaned. "That's true. Why didn't I think of that? Why did I forget there was a man standing next to me?" Joe pushed back his chair and stood up. Min kept thinking, will I ever get another chance like that? It's hard enough to run into Kim Sun by accident the way I did today. I'm not even seeing any man right now. Today, there just happened to be a man beside me, but Joe called out, "It's time to go home." Turning around, he started walking and said, "I'm tired, so clean up and go." Min answered, "Yes, okay. I'm really sorry." Holding a glass of alcohol in her hand, she blamed herself. "I drank more than I thought. That was so stupid, so embarrassing." A little later, Min hurried after Joe. Covering part of her mouth with her hand, she wondered, is he kind or just insensitive? She remembered how, back in that alley, he had treated that woman so harshly. And yet today, after all my ridiculous behavior, he was nice to me. Well, he did cooperate a little at least. She looked at Joe's back as he walked ahead and wondered, I don't know what kind of person he really is. The streetlights came on, and Min remembered his words. You should have stepped forward and greeted him instead of hiding. They were probably shocked to see you with someone new. She stopped in place. I just need to create a chance to run into Sun. If only I had a man by my side. She suddenly asked, Hey, are you seeing anyone right now? Hearing that, Joe stopped. Min continued, If not, I'll buy you dinner. So, could we meet once in a while around your neighborhood? She went on, I'm not hitting on you. We just pretend to run into each other. Joe looked at her in silence, slightly surprised. Min added, There isn't even a single guy around me I could flirt with. He turned and began walking again. Of course, even if there were, that would still be a problem, because I have no intention of dating right now. She lifted her head and kept thinking. And if it were that man, he definitely wouldn't like me anyway. Min silently watched Joe walk away. Then suddenly, he heard her groan. Ugh, Min bent over and complained, I'm so dizzy. Hyun Jo turned around and silently looked at her. He said, stand up. Min didn't answer. He added, then stay there until you feel like moving. She still didn't respond, and Hyun Jo quickly walked off. Some time later, just when Min thought Hyun Jo wasn't coming back, he suddenly asked, what do you want me to do? Min slowly raised her head. He continued, and what will you do for me? She stood up and asked, what do you want? Money. Hyun Jo replied, money's fine, but instead, he tilted his head slightly. He had spotted So-young's face on a billboard. Then he continued, I was planning to use you a little too. 5 years earlier, at Hyun Jo's rented home, he was doing laundry and hanging clothes out to dry. His hands skillfully chopped vegetables, and after preparing a full breakfast, he turned and walked away. Hyun Jo went to So-young's room and walked over to her bed. Then he sat down beside it. So-young opened her eyes and said, an unmarried man already acting this clingy first thing in the morning. As she lifted her hand toward Hyun Jo, she said, you're not allowed to do this for anyone else, got it? He took her hand and lightly bit one of her fingers, making her flinch. Oh, Hyun Jo said, I'm starving. I have to eat this first. So-young protested, oh, no. Then she laughed and added, okay, I got it. I'll get up. Hyun Jo looked at her and smiled faintly as she asked, you made black bean noodles, right? It smells so good. Back in the present, at Min's office. Ji-hai looked at her collapsed over her desk and sighed. Min looked drained all over. Miserably, she groaned. Oh, I'm dying. Ji-hai asked, are you okay? Should I go buy you some medicine? You haven't even had lunch. Min replied, I can't handle anything right now. It's okay. I'm fine. She remembered that mixing wine with soju was basically a death sentence. Holding her forehead, she said, I committed a terrible sin by mixing wine and soju. Ji-hai suddenly leaned closer, pointed a pen at her face, and asked, are you confused? The four of us only drank wine last night. Min thought in shock. Oh no, I let it slip. Looking at Ji-hai, she thought, I don't want to lie to Ji-hai, but telling her the truth would be mortifying. She quietly realized that Ji-hai was the type who showed her emotions easily. Min scratched her head. Actually, just then Ji-hai cut her off. You drank after that yesterday? One coworker teased. Aha, so you were drinking with a man, right? Another asked. Did the two of you go on a blind date together? Ji-hai sighed and reminded them. At work, you should call her boss. Or director, right? Min silently cheered. Perfect timing, the two subordinates asked. Then why tell us all these personal details and make us curious? Blushing, Min replied. You brats, even if you hear something, at least pretend you didn't. Just then, her phone got a notification. She picked it up. She saw a message from Hyun Jo. Let's meet briefly when you have time. 30 minutes later, at a cafe. As Min walked, she thought, they say it's better to surrender first. No matter what, I have to settle what happened yesterday. She looked around and wondered. He said he got here first. Min spotted Hyun Jo sitting in the corner of the cafe and wondered to herself, there he is. There's so many empty seats. So why is he sitting all the way over there? Hyun Jo sat tapping his foot impatiently. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. When Min called out to him, he looked up. Oh, Hyun Jo, she asked. You came early. Have you been waiting long? He lowered his gaze and replied, no, not that long. Min sighed in relief. Ah, that's good. Hyun Jo stood up and cut her off. I'll go order drinks and come back, so have a seat. He walked off so quickly that she was left bewildered. Huh? Drinks? Hey, wait. Min wondered, does he even know what I like to drink without asking? I'm not really into coffee because it gives me a stomachache. Hyun Jo handed her a white ceramic cup. Here. Min accepted it and replied, oh, thank you. She happily thought it's warm tea. That's nice. Thank goodness it's not coffee. She smiled and tried to make conversation. Did you get home safely yesterday? You must have been really tired since I was completely wasted then. Hyun Jo stayed silent and simply drank his tea. He recalled what had happened when they were leaving yesterday. Min had refused to get in a taxi and kept shouting, you clearly said you'd do it. Don't you have any goal at all? Annoyed, he had raised his voice. Please just go home, okay? Then Min suddenly asked something that made Hyun Jo freeze. Yesterday, when I was drunk, did I say a bunch of nonsense? She continued, you don't have to take that seriously. Hyun Jo set his cup down on the table. Then he suggested, let's just try it. What we talked about then. You said all I had to do was pretend to see you. Ayumin looked startled. Huh, yes, but are you serious? She thought, this is an unexpected turn of events. Then she said, it seemed like you were just playing along with me because I was drunk yesterday, so I thought we were pretending none of it happened. Hugh and Joe replied, at the very least, we could pretend to run into each other. He went on, I also said I was going to use you for Ayuna. She corrected him. It's Ayumin. Hurinu repeated, for Ayumin. She thought, so what he said yesterday was sincere? This really is unexpected. I didn't think it would actually happen. Ayumin lowered her head and said, since you said you'd do it, I'll explain the plan I had in mind in more detail. She continued, I want him to see me looking happy with another man. Ayumin suggested, the area where he lives is near your shop, so if we just meet there once a week and spend time together, that should be enough. She kept laying it out. There's nothing difficult about it. Eating, going to a cafe, taking a walk. Only be doing things like that. Hugh and Joe replied, I'll contact you in advance about the time and place. She remembered that Ayumin's plan was no different from avoiding reality, unable to admit that she hadn't been loved like a real girlfriend. Ayumin thought, even though she was the one who dumped Ai's son, she's still hoping he regrets it. She looked at the man in front of her and thought, and Hugh and Joe, she studied his somber face. Then he let out a sigh, and Ayumin realized that he had absolutely no interest in her plan or her situation. Hugh and Joe said, then now it's my turn to talk. He explained his own plan. Whenever I meet you, I'll take a photo as proof. She corrected him, it's Ayumin. Right, go on. Hugh and Joe replied, if you don't want to, I won't photograph your face. He continued, and I'll upload those photos to my social media. Ayumin asked, huh? You said you don't use social media. Hugh and Joe answered, I'll make a new account. She asked, oh, that's it? He replied, yeah, that should be enough. Ayumin looked puzzled. Really? You don't need us to go places together like I do. Hugh and Joe agreed. That's fine. He lowered his eyes and thought, I just hope Ayumin's existence will provoke Soyoung. He heard her say, that's simple. He remembered Soyoung's face on the billboard and silently affirmed to himself, that's all I'm hoping for. At that moment, Ayumin wondered, come to think of it, he's starting to use social media even though he never used it before, and he wants to post pictures as if he's showing off a girlfriend? She recalled, it must be to show his ex just like me, right? Could it be that girl he argued with in the alley? But then, Ayumin kept thinking, how did he go from boldly saying they broke up to acting like this now? So there's someone else like me. What exactly happened? Did something change? If I ask, he probably won't answer. Hugh and Joe looked at her suspiciously. He wondered what's with that intense stare. Then he suggested, let's meet on Sunday. That's the day my shop is closed. If we do anything on weekdays, it can only be in the evening. Ayumin nodded and said, got it. I'll make the schedule around that. Hugh and Joe asked again, then how long are we doing this? She looked blank for a moment. The deadline? She thought, actually, I've never thought about when this would end. Then Ayumin asked something that made Hugh and Joe go still, until we get the reaction we want from the other person. Then, a little awkwardly, she added, that was a joke. What if we do it for 2 months? Hugh and Joe replied, sounds good. Then the two of them walked out of the cafe. Ayumin said, then let's start this Sunday. I'll text you the details. Hugh and Joe replied, okay then. He was just about to walk away when Ayumin stopped him. Wait a second. She held out her hand. Ayumin said, I know I didn't make a very good first impression on you. Hugh and Joe. He thought wearily, well, at least she knows. Ayumin cut in. Even so, thank you for accepting my ridiculous proposal. Here's to a pleasant 2 months. Hugh and Joe looked at her and thought to himself, her smile is really beautiful. He smiled faintly. He shook her hand and silently resolved, I need to let Soyoung know about this girl as soon as possible. At a restaurant, Taejun was humming to himself while looking at his phone. He was rereading the messages he had sent Ji-hai yesterday. He sighed inwardly. I shouldn't have sent it like that. It was so childish. Taejun thought, the charm of youth isn't just being childish. First, I should start by speaking in a mature and relaxed way. Just then, Hugh and Joe suddenly appeared behind him, taking off his jacket as he asked, what are you doing? What are you yelling about all by yourself? Startled, Taejun quickly covered his phone and shouted, whoa, you scared me. What did you get here? Hugh and Joe asked, why are you at the shop? Taejun answered, we're reopening in a few days, so I came to clean up. Hearing that, Hugh and Joe said, since you're already here, practice the menu too. Taeyun hesitated. But Hyung, there's something I wanted to ask you for a while. He asked, "You're seeing a girl, right?" Hyun-jo silently ran a hand through his hair without answering. Tae-jun went on excitedly. "I've had my suspicions for a while now. Sometimes you take time off for no reason, and during breaks too. You disappear for a long time without saying anything. And sometimes you go out to answer calls." Hyun-jo only stayed silent and looked at his phone. Tae-jun looked at him and grinned confidently. "I'm pretty sharp, right, Hyung? And now I can even smell women's perfume on you." His phone suddenly vibrated, and he happily looked down. "Huh, is it Ji-hai Nuna?" Then he saw the notification on the screen and looked surprised. "Hyun-jo, are you the one who sent me a follow request?" "Hyun-yo beat lead. Yeah, I thought I'd try using it." Tae-jun grabbed Hyun-jo by the shoulders and bombarded him with questions. "Wow, this is hilarious. When I told you to do that before, you pretended not to hear me, didn't you? You're using social media because of that girl too, right?" "Huh?" Irritated, Hyun-jo said, "Stop nagging and get cooking." Tae-jun continued, "Is she pretty? Do you have a picture? How long have you been dating?" Hyun-jo said, seriously, "Move," at Hyun-jo's house. He opened the door and went inside. Hyun-jo came home feeling as if he had been tortured the whole time he was cooking, thanks to Tae-jun's endless questions. He silently decided that no matter what, he could never tell anyone he had dated Hong So-young, even if he had to endure it for the rest of his life. Without turning on the lights, Hyun-jo sat down on the sofa and sighed. "I'm exhausted." He picked up the TV remote from a couch. As soon as he turned on the TV, So-young appeared in a drama, shouting, "Stop right there! Don't run anymore." Hyun-jo listened to the drama with a tired expression. "Stop chasing me. I won't chase you anymore, so stop." His phone suddenly vibrated. He turned on his phone and saw a message from Min. "Sorry for texting so late. Come to think of it, tomorrow is Sunday. If you're okay with it, Hyun-jo, shall we start tomorrow?" He lifted his phone and thought, there's no reason to delay it anyway. In the drama, So-young was holding onto her co-star's arm and saying, "There's something I want to ask." Hyun-jo typed back, "Okay." So-young called out, "Appa." The question made Hyun-jo jolt. "You love me, don't you?" So-young continued, "You love me and hate me at the same time, don't you?" Hyun-jo stopped typing. So-young in the drama pressed on. "In the end, are actions like this because your heart is conflicted?" Min was also watching the drama. She commented, "Oh, the plot is a little weird, but the acting is really good. If the male lead escaped from prison, they should call the police." Holding her phone, she thought, did he reply yet? No way, he's already asleep, right? Min looked at her phone in surprise. Hyun-jo had texted, Okay then." She wondered, was he typing and accidentally hit send? Min texted back, "Just send me the place and time." She thought, but what should I wear? Since it's not real, I should just pick something moderate. The next day, Sunday, Min stood waiting at the meeting spot. She looked at her watch and wondered, he's still not here? It's almost time. She looked around and decided to herself, I'll wait a little longer and then contact him. Just then, someone approached from behind her. Hyun-jo called out, "Choi Ji-min." Startled, Min screamed, "Oh my gosh. WH what?" Frightened, she asked, Hyun-jo, you scared me. Why did you come from that direction?" "It's not Ji-min, it's Min," he replied. "I was waiting over there." She looked surprised. "Oh, so you came before me?" Hyun-jo asked, "Yeah. So what are we doing now?" Min answered, we could just head to the restaurant now. Shall we take a little walk before going straight there?" She pointed ahead and continued, "If we go a little farther, there's a cafe." Hyun-jo silently looked where she was pointing, his mind filled only with blurry images of the street and the noisy sound around him. The sun was getting stronger, and the streets were filling with more and more people. Hyun-jo recalled So-young shouting, "I said it's fine, so just go away." He pressed a hand to his face, irritated. He stayed silent, looking down at the ground in discomfort. Min was still talking. "Anyway, there's a reason for taking a walk." Then she stopped and looked at Hyun-jo. She wondered, why does he look like that? Is he in a bad mood? Min said, "Let me explain." She rambled on, "In this neighborhood, the route to that cafe is also kind of a date course. If they're dating around here too, there's a good chance we'll run into them. I planned everything." Hyun-jo suddenly asked, "What if they go somewhere else?" Min let out a weary sigh and replied, "Then we won't get anything out of today." Her competitive streak suddenly flared up, and she thought, even so, if we keep doing this, then in 2 months we should run into them at least once. On the street, couples passed by, showering each other with sweet words. Some were in that undefined stage, and some were obviously passionately in love. Min and Hyun-jo walked down the street in a gloomy mood. Min felt irritated listening to the flirtatious words of the people around them. She remembered, it's completely different from when I walked with Kim I-sun. Back then, everything felt fun and exciting. She thought the human heart really is. She suddenly tripped over a stone and lost her balance, nearly falling. Min shouted, "Oh my god!" Hyun-jo looked at her in surprise. By reflex, he reached out. Then with one hand, he grabbed her arm, and with the other, he smacked straight into Min's face, making her cry out, "Ow!" The people around them looked over in surprise. What was that? That sounded loud. Look over there. They murmured, "Whoa." He got her right in the face. Neither of them's moving. Maybe it was enough to stop her fall. One person asked, "Wouldn't it have been better to just let her fall?" Hyun-jo went pale and stayed silent. A little later, Min and Hyun-jo entered a restaurant, and a staff member smiled and said, "Welcome. How many in your party?" The mark of Hyun-jo's large hand was still clearly stamped across Min's face. She held up 2 fingers and said 2. The staff member replied with a smile, "Of course, please choose any seat you like." Min said, "I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Pick a seat first." Hyun-jo replied awkwardly, "I'm really sorry." She said, "I told you, you don't need to apologize anymore." Even though he had already apologized before they came in, he continued, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to grab your face." Min answered, "Well, you were trying to help me." She gave a silly smile and said, "It's really okay. It's fine, so don't worry about it." Min thought, how could he not worry, especially with these marks on my face? At Sun's house, the phone on his table rang. He pressed the button to answer. He asked, "What is it?" The person on the phone asked, "What are you doing?" He answered, "Cleaning the house." She asked, "You're not coming home?" Sun asked back, "Am I allowed to come back now?" The person on the phone said, "No, I was asking because I was worried you might." She continued, "Dad said not to come back until you bring Min Uni with you." Sun calmly replied, "Okay, if I can't go home, I'll just have to sleep somewhere else." Looking at the photograph on the table, he said, "Tell Dad I'll see him later, Hakyung." At the restaurant, Min and Hyun-jo had entered. Hyun-jo was sitting alone at the table in a bad mood. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened, and he turned around. But all he saw were the customers in the restaurant. He slowly turned back and rubbed his face with his hand. Min was currently standing in the restroom. As she dabbed on more powder, she muttered to herself, "He didn't intentionally grab my face, right? He just accidentally ended up catching my face, right?" She blamed herself. "It's my fault for being so lost in thought that I almost fell." Min sighed and murmured, "I can't get mad at someone who was trying to help me. Forget it." Then she suddenly wondered, wait a second. Kim I-sun wasn't somewhere in that crowd, was he? I must have looked awful then. A little later, Min came out of the restroom. She looked toward Hyun-jo's table in surprise. She thought, is this deja vu? For a second, I thought I'd gone back to yesterday. Why does he look so gloomy? She sighed and looked around. Does he like sitting in hidden corners or something? There are empty seats by the window, so why not sit there? Min walked over to the table and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Hyun-jo replied, "It's fine." A staff member came over to the table and asked, "What would you like to order?" Min answered, "First, one of this pasta and I'll have this too." Then the staff member walked away, leaving only Min and Hyun-jo. He asked, "Does it hurt? Is your face okay?" Min smiled, pointed at her face, and replied, "It's fine. It doesn't hurt at all. There's no mark left anymore, right?" "Perfect, right?" he said. "If anything starts hurting later, tell me." Min asked, "Did you make that social media account?" "Hunyo Beatlead." "Yeah." She asked, "What's your ID?" "I'll follow you." She picked up her phone and looked at it. Seeing that his page had absolutely nothing on it, Min said, "Aren't you going to upload a profile picture? Your ex has to know it's Hyun-jo's account." He sighed. "I don't have any pictures. And even without one, she'll figure out somehow." Min cheerfully asked, "Then should I take one for you? I've taken a lot of amazing profile shots for my friends." Hyun-jo covered his face and said, "I don't like being photographed." Min quickly lowered her phone and replied, "Okay, sorry. Then if there's no other way." Hearing that, he stayed silent. A staff member brought out the food and said, "Here are the dishes you ordered. Enjoy your meal." Min replied, "Thank you." Then she asked Hyun-jo, "You need to take a picture of this, right? For proof." He said, "Wait a second." He only photographed the food and part of Min's arm. She said, "It's okay if I'm in the picture. Feel free to take it." He showed her the photo and asked, "I'm going to post it like this. Take a look." Min replied, "As long as my face doesn't show, it should be fine." She looked at the phone and evaluated it. "This looks pretty good. If you upload it like that, it works. Anyone who sees it will think you're on a date." She handed the phone back to him. Hyun-jo gave her a small plate of food, and she said, "Thank you." Then the two of them ate in silence. As he chewed, Hyun-jo lifted his head and looked outside. Min looked in the same direction in confusion. Then she turned and called, "Hyun-jo." She said, "Look at me and say something." He asked what. Min replied, "If anyone looks over right now, our table looks incredibly boring." He glanced around. Min said loudly in embarrassment, "I need to look happy being with another man, right? Otherwise, we just look like two ordinary people having a meal. How do I look right now?" "You look very determined." She kept talking. "So if you say anything at all, Hyun-jo, I'll react like I'm happy all by myself. Like I'm putting on a one-woman show." He nodded. Hyun-jo lowered his eyes and wondered, why is she trying so hard? What's so important about this? He tilted his head and said, "Can I say anything?" He tapped his finger lightly on the table, looking a little thoughtful. "Was it like that yesterday, too?" Seeing him finally start to react, Min rested her chin on her hand and asked cheerfully, "Yesterday? What are you talking about?" He repeated what she had said the day before, that she wanted her ex-boyfriend to see her looking happy with another man. She immediately replied, "All right. Yes, that's right." Smiling, she asked, "I look pretty pathetic, don't I?" Hyun-jo asked, "How do you want your ex-boyfriend to react?" He continued, "Do you want him to leave the new girl he's seeing and come back to you?" Min hesitated. "To be honest, I do hope for that. But if that's not possible, then I at least hope he realizes the regret and remorse in his heart." Hyun-jo thought to himself, "She's honest." He clenched his hand as he remembered, unlike someone else. Then Min suddenly asked, "Doesn't Hyun-jo also have someone you want to see again in your heart?" He stayed silent. As he watched her drink water, he thought, if we're in the same situation, then she already knows, so why ask? Then Hyun-jo suddenly said, "So what if after 2 months, there's still no contact?" She blinked. "What?" He repeated, "What if he sees you with another man and still doesn't contact you?" Min set her cup down on the table and said nothing. Hyun-jo said, "So what I'm trying to say is, don't waste your energy anymore." He continued, "Our effort isn't the important thing in this plan." Afternoon. Min and Hyun-jo were getting ready to leave the restaurant. The staff said goodbye. "Thank you for coming. Please visit again." Once they stepped outside, Min lowered her head and said, "See you next time then." Hyun-jo stood silently waiting for the subway. He got on the train. He recalled that Min hadn't reacted much until they parted. "I wasn't trying to mock her or laugh at her," he thought. "I was just angry for a moment." Hyun-jo stared at the subway window, deep in thought. The sight of her begging over every little possibility looked too much like me. He felt it keenly. It's like hating someone because they resemble yourself. Evening. Hyun-jo was almost home. As he slowly walked toward his neighborhood, he saw someone crouching by the roadside. He looked at the person in surprise, and Sun looked up too. He had been petting a stray cat when he felt someone looking at him. When he raised his head, he saw Hyun-jo. "Oh!" The kitten let out a soft little meow and slowly approached, still somewhat wary of Sun. Soon enough, it turned its back to him to be petted. Then it rubbed itself around Sun, who closed his eyes in satisfaction as he enjoyed the feel of its silky fur. Sun opened his eyes in surprise. Right in front of him was Hyun-jo. "Oh!" Sun stood up and smiled warmly. "Hello, you live on the 5th floor, right?" Hyun-jo became slightly wary of him and thought, "Who is this? It's my first time seeing him." Then he said softly, "That's right. Hello." Hyun-jo said, "It seems like you live nearby, too." The cat at their feet slowly swished its tail and walked away. Sun replied quietly, "Yes, I live here, too." Hyun-jo frowned as he guessed, "The 4th floor? If it's the 4th floor, then that means downstairs." Sun smiled brightly and said eagerly, "I remember seeing you move into the apartment above mine about a month ago." A month earlier, a loud voice had rung out through the building. "Why did you break up?" Ha-kyung walked behind Sun, gritting her teeth as she said irritably, "It's already been 2 months since the breakup. so you can tell me the reason. Ai-sun kept walking without any sign of stopping and said calmly, I have plans now. As he stepped into the elevator, he added pointedly, as if trying to send her away, if you're on your way home, I can give you a ride. Immediately, Ha Kyung raised her voice and demanded, plans? What plans? Who are you going to meet? A woman? Did Min dump you because you got a new girlfriend? Ai-sun looked up at the elevator's ceiling and said quietly, it's just a group of friends. She snapped. So, in the end, you're really not going to tell me why, are you? The elevator display began showing that it was descending to the first floor. The moment they stepped out, Ha Kyung complained, this is so frustrating. Seriously. As she walked away, she reminded someone, be careful with that box. A delivery worker holding a package turned his head slightly and asked Hyun-jo, this is for the 5th floor, right? He quickly answered, yes, apartment 502. A quiet voice remarked, that must be the person who just moved in upstairs. Hyun-jo put his hands on his hips, took a deep breath, and sighed. After recounting everything, Ai-sun quickly continued. Since then, we never had a chance to run into each other again. As soon as he finished, he chuckled and said, so I'm glad I finally got to say hello today. Hyun-jo echoed him. Nice to meet you too. Suddenly, a strange sound drew both of their attention. Ai-sun reassured him, there are some kittens around here. The kittens came out and snuggled up to their mother. Then they scampered off in another direction. Ai-sun explained, the mother cat listens to people well, but the kittens don't. Seeing that Hyun-jo didn't reply, Ai-sun slowly asked, you're not really into cats? Hyun-jo glanced at him and answered softly, no, I like them. The two stood in front of the elevator, waiting. Ai-sun said with delight, that's great. There are a lot of stray cats in this neighborhood. You'll probably get to see them often from now on. Hyun-jo replied quietly, I see. He closed his eyes and recalled those adorable cats, inwardly screaming, I love them so much. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Ai-sun said, then I'll head up first. As soon as he stepped inside the elevator, Ai-sun turned his head slightly and said, it was really nice meeting you today. Let's see each other often from now on. Hyun-jo stood there and waited for him to get in before replying, yes, goodbye. Hyun-jo crossed his arms and thought, I found a cute cat family, and even my neighbor is friendly. For a rushed move, this turned out pretty well. Looking at the post in front of her, she suddenly exclaimed, ugh, this is unbelievable. Min shouted angrily. He said all that to me and still uploaded pictures? He's never even used social media before, and now he looks like such a pro. She immediately took a big gulp of water and thought to herself, why did he tell me not to try so hard? She wiped the water at the corners of her mouth and anxiously asked herself, is it really that hard to move someone's heart through effort? She crushed the can in her hand before setting it on the table. A thought flashed through her mind. Of course I know that. Who wouldn't know that? Min curled up against the sofa. I know very well that people's hearts don't change easily. It's a plan that's bound to fail. But I can still try. Burying her face in her arm, she thought, since I've already started, I have to see how it ends, even if it doesn't work. At the same time, at the park, Tae-jun was sitting on a bench when he suddenly cried out, huh? His eyes widened in shock as he stared at his phone and shouted, what is this guy doing? What is this picture? That sneaky bastard. So he really does have a girlfriend. He quickly hit the like button on the post. I never thought I'd live to see the day Hyun-jo was dating. Just then, she arrived. Min smiled lightly and said, Tae-jun, I'm here. He quickly lowered his phone. You're here, Nuna? Min said gently, sorry, did I keep you waiting long? The restroom was really crowded. Tae-yun tsiokut. No, it's fine. It wasn't long. As the two walked together, Min asked him, by the way, what were you doing? You suddenly shouted. Hesitantly, he replied, that. I was looking at something on social media, and it startled me. It wasn't anything important. His cheeks were a little flushed, and he couldn't hide how amused he was. He thought to himself, I'm dying to ask, but I need to hear this directly from him. The next day, inside the meeting room, the department head said, I understand that the new seasonal products will be launched at the same time, and I think it would be very good to include them in the spring promotion. The department head smiled faintly and said softly, I'll share the rest of the schedule with you as soon as I have it. Min replied quietly, yes. Thank you for your hard work. The department head continued. All right, let's go, director. You're heading back to the company, right? Holding back tears, Min replied. Yes. If possible, I'd actually like to just go home after work. Suddenly, The employees all gathered together and asked in hushed excitement, "It's nearby, right? Let's get off work quickly and go." Another woman replied, "But by then, won't they already be done filming?" Someone else said, "Really? I want to see Song-chan too." The department head walked over, curious. "What you all doing? What's going on?" One of the women answered, "Someone said there's a shoot happening nearby." The department head asked in surprise, "Oh my, really? Who is it?" she asked. The woman quickly answered, "Song-chan and Hong So-young." Ayumin covered her mouth in shock and thought, "Hong So-young? So-young is nearby?" Earlier that morning, a staff member from the filming crew shouted, "Excuse us, we're filming right now, so please keep quiet." Ayumin stood at quite a distance from them, while people around her complained one after another. "Ugh, this is so annoying. Why are they making Hong So-young film a drama? When did those two even start dating? Could all those scandals have just been marketing?" On set, the director praised So-young enthusiastically. "So-young, you're doing very well. Keep it up," she answered shyly. "It's all thanks to your excellent direction, director." Ayumin stared with wide eyes in admiration. Wow, she really is much prettier in person than on screen. Is that a wig? It suits her so well. She thought, "It's a little far, but luckily I can still see her." Ha-kyung suddenly froze in the middle of walking. Then she hurried over. "Ayumin Uni, is that you?" Ayumin was drawn by Ha-kyung's voice and quickly answered, "Oh." Ha-kyung, grabbing Ha-kyung's arm, she asked, "Why are you here? Did you come to watch too?" Ha-kyung replied, "Ah well, if you knew, you'd be really surprised." Taking Ayumin's hand, she added, "I'm actually working right now, so let's walk and talk." Ayumin answered quickly, "Oh, okay, let's go." Ha-kyung held her hand as they walked and said happily, "I'm so glad to see you again." Ayumin replied softly, "I was actually planning to contact you anyway." Meanwhile, So-young looked around. She asked quietly, "Manager, where did Ha-kyung go?" The manager answered, "I forgot something in the car, so I told her to bring it." Slowly, So-young said, "Tell her to come back quickly." She added, "There's something I want to ask Ha-kyung." Walking beside her, Ayumin asked, "Are you Hong So-young's stylist?" Ha-kyung scratched the back of her head and answered shyly, "Yes." "You're surprised, right? I wanted to surprise you, but it's such a coincidence that I ran into you today." Ayumin put an arm around Ha-kyung's shoulders and said slowly, "Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations, Ha-kyung." Smiling brightly, Ha-kyung said, "Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. As for Hong So-young's autograph, give me a little more time. I'm not that close to her yet." Hearing that, Ayumin's eyes sparkled as she confessed, "Oh my gosh, I'm so proud. So proud of my little sister. When did you grow up this much?" Ha-kyung blushed and said, "Are you trying to make it obvious we're like a couple or something? You sound exactly like my brother." Suddenly, she stopped short, tension spreading across her face as she realized she had gone too far. Ha-kyung hurriedly covered her mouth and said softly, "I'm sorry, Uni. I misspoke." Ayumin laughed largely. "Haha, it's okay." She added, "I'm sure I-sun is really happy too, seeing that you got the job." Then she reminded her, "Oh, you said you were on your way to do an errand, right? You should hurry now, or you'll be late." Hearing that, Ha-kyung said softly, "Right, I totally forgot." Then she raised a hand. "Please get home safely too, Uni. I'll contact you later." A moment later, Ha-kyung's figure disappeared into the distance. Ayumin remained standing there alone, suddenly overwhelmed by a cold sense of loneliness. Back on set, it looks like a prop got damaged. I'll shoot some behind-the-scenes footage for a bit. Carrying things in her arms, Ha-kyung hurried back and said, "I'm back. I heard you were looking for me." When So-young saw her return, she said, "You're back. It's nothing special. I just asked because I couldn't see you." Smiling faintly, she added, "The manager said you want to take care of some errands, but you came back pretty fast." So-young continued, "It looked like you ran into someone you knew, so I thought it might take longer." At once, Ha-kyung's face went pale, and she exclaimed in alarm, "Yes, you saw that? I am sorry." Lowering her head, Ha-kyung said, "I was just so happy to run into her by chance that I asked how she'd been for a moment, and then I left right away." Hearing that, So-young said slowly, "I wasn't trying to scold you. It's fine to stop and exchange a few words." Still feeling guilty, Ha-kyung said, "Thank you. I'll be more careful from now on." So-young then asked, "Anyway, it looked like you were both very happy to see each other. Is she someone close to you?" Ha-kyung answered honestly, "Yes. She's an older sister figure I used to spend time with when I was little." Her voice suddenly lowered. "But we've grown a little distant lately, so I was really happy to see her again." Looking toward the manager, So-young said, "I see. Ah, The manager is calling for you, Ha Kyung. You should go check. She quickly answered, yes. If you need anything, please call me. Her voice and retreating figure grew more distant. Manager, did you call me? The manager replied, Ha Kyung, bring that over here. Sitting in her chair, So Young closed her eyes to rest. Her fingers tapped lightly on her phone as she opened Hyun Jo's Instagram account and went to the list of people he followed. The first woman he followed was IU Min. Slowly, she tapped on IU Min's account. On the profile, it showed 602 posts, 5,832 followers, 402 following, and the bio introduced her as a designer. So Young recalled past events and thought, I was wondering why he suddenly made a social media account. So it was to show me this woman. And on top of that, she's close to Ha Kyung too? What a coincidence. That evening, on the familiar street, Hyun Jo pushed his chair in and said quietly, Good work. Let's call it a day. Tae-jun came up from behind him and called out, Hyung. In a softer voice, he asked, Isn't there something you want to tell me? Hyun Jo lifted the bag in his hand and sighed. Tell you what, there's nothing to say. As soon as he said that, he added, there's something. Beside him, Tae-jun urged him eagerly, then say it. Hurry up and tell me. Hyun Jo casually said, You worked hard to get the place open again. Anyway, this shop wouldn't be able to run without you. Hearing that, Tae-jun puffed up proudly and said, Hee, so I'm an indispensable talent, right? Then he quickly raised his voice and protested. That's not what I meant. Don't change the subject. He went straight to the point. I mean, who's the woman in that social media picture? Are you dating her or not? Something like that. Hyun Jo slipped his hands into his pockets and said in a low voice, You already know what it is. As soon as he finished, Tae-jun reminded him, I've known you for 4 years. He continued, I've put up with the fact that you don't like sharing personal things, but can't you at least tell me a little now? Hyun Jo was silent for a moment before saying, Why do I have to talk about my private life with someone else? Grabbing the door handle, he said, I'm leaving first. Lock up before you go. He walked off bluntly without even looking back once. But inside, he was screaming. I could die before saying it out loud. How am I supposed to say I dated a famous girlfriend for 6 years, broke up with her in anger, and now I'm fake dating a girl I don't even know just to make my ex contact me? He let out a quiet sigh. I may have avoided it today, but this is going to be exhausting later. Suddenly, the phone in Hyun Jo's pocket rang. He took it out, and the name Choi IU-min immediately caught his eye. For a moment, he was startled and thought, she has timing like a ghost. Hyun Jo answered in a cold voice, Hello. On the other end, IU-min replied brightly, Hello, it's IU-min. He answered curtly, Yeah, what is it? She said, In 2 days after you finish work at the shop, could you make some time for me? The other day, you said that if I wanted to meet on a weekday, I should wait until after you were done at the shop. Her voice grew quieter. If you can't, then never mind. Tired, he pressed a hand to his forehead without answering right away. Not long after, he said, All right. He thought to himself, I can't exactly say no now. Narrowing her eyes happily, she said, Then I'll send you the address of the bar my ex-boyfriend usually goes to. I'll meet you there in 2 days. 2 days later at the bar, IU-min was already there waiting for Hyun Jo. When he entered, she looked over and waited. Then she raised a hand and waved. Over here, Hyun Jo. Smiling brightly, she said, Come sit down. I already ordered some food and drinks. Hyun Jo felt a little uneasy at how friendly she was being. He wondered why she was greeting him with such forced warmth. Hyun Jo quickly walked over and sat down beside IU-min. He lifted his glass so she could pour him some wine and said softly, You came early. At that, IU-min immediately replied, If you hadn't worked overtime, Hyun Jo would have finished work faster too. The table was already full of food, and he gently said, Try some of the appetizers. The food here is really good. IU-min immediately burst out laughing and said frankly, Of course, it's still not as good as the food Hyun Jo makes. He instantly stiffened at what she had just said, but she continued, Haha, Hyun Jo. Grinding her teeth a little, IU-min slowly added, which softened his expression just a bit. What kind of man looks at his girlfriend like that? The two clinked glasses. Hyun Jo relaxed his face and said, Is your ex-boyfriend here or something? Is that why you're acting like this? She immediately denied it. No, but I always have to be ready. He could show up at any moment. Hyun Jo's brows knit slightly, a trace of displeasure rising in him. She said lightly, Then just do what you did last time, and smiled to herself. He raised his eyes and stared straight at the woman in front of him, coldly declaring, Don't expect anything from me. Looking down at the wine glass in her hand, IU-min slowly said, I changed my mind. I hope Hugh and Joe and I can pretend to be a couple, at least to some extent. His gaze stayed fixed on Hugh and Joe as he asked irritably, "Isn't that different from what you said first? In the beginning, you said you just needed to kill time beside me." Ayumin lifted her glass near her lips and said, "That doesn't mean you should act like a sack of rice." She gently set her glass down on the table and continued, "I thought just spending time with someone I know would be enough." In the middle of the quiet restaurant, her soft voice rose with a suggestion. "Talking to me and reacting with me isn't hard, right?" But the person across from her gave no answer at all. Calmly pouring more wine, Ayumin said, "Like I said last time, if it's just pretending to be happy, I can handle that myself." Hugh and Joe was stirred by her words. He thought to himself that ever since last time, she had kept pretending to be happy. He placed his hand on the table and asked her directly without hesitation, "So how exactly are you planning to pretend to be happy?" His voice was full of sarcasm as he challenged Ayumin. "Can you really make other people look at you and think you're happy? You're not even an actress." She stayed silent for a moment and did not answer. Then her voice dropped lower. "What's so hard about that?" She poured more wine again and asked quietly, "Wouldn't it be enough to show it through proof and gestures?" In a soft voice, she confided, "I'm in love, so I'm very happy right now." Hugh and Joe lowered his gaze, then lifted it again. Holding her glass lightly, Ayumin tapped it against Hugh and Joe's and said, "I'll try it today. Do you want to see?" She glanced sideways at him, the corners of her lips lifting faintly as if rebutting what he had just said. "Even if I'm not an actress." Ayumin slowly drank the wine in her hand, then set the glass down hard on the table. Her hand tightened around the glass and trembled for a moment. She pressed her lips together and thought, "Crazy, I'm going crazy. What did I just say?" Outwardly, she calmly took a napkin and wiped her mouth, but inside she was screaming, "Do you want to see? See what exactly? You should have just ignored this, Ayumin." For a moment, she felt uneasy and annoyed, thinking, "He provoked me out of nowhere." She closed her eyes tightly, steadied her breathing, and thought, "There's no other choice. Since it's come to this." A thought suddenly flashed through Ayumin's mind. "I have to show him my acting." Her emotions really did change quickly. She looked at Hugh and Joe as he leisurely sipped his drink, while inwardly praising him. "No matter what he thinks, I have to make him see that I'm truly serious about this plan." Ayumin told herself, "All right, from now on I'll." The man in front of her was still sipping his wine as she finished the thought in her head. Love that person. There was a live band in the restaurant for the guests. He glanced toward that scene and thought, "That's right. A couple in love in front of him made him think that if someone had fallen into love, they should naturally look happy." Hugh and Joe watched intently and murmured to himself, "I've never heard anyone say that just looking at me made them feel happy. Not even once." Turning his face back toward their table, he thought, "At first, I hid the fact that I was dating from everyone, except one person." The moment he turned, Hugh and Joe found Ayumin leaning in close, loudly questioning him. "What are you thinking about? Why do you look so serious?" He regained his composure and answered coldly, "It's nothing. You don't need to perform for me." Ayumin blinked and asked, "HM? Perform what?" Tilting her head, she listened as he said, "I'm telling you that you don't need to pretend you're happy like someone in love." In a small voice, she murmured, Then she suddenly laughed and said, "Hugh and Joe, what are you talking about? That sounds so weird." Hugh and Joe frowned, a little tense at her words. Why was she pretending not to know what he meant? But somehow, this woman was talking more comfortably now. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and he blurted out in alarm, "Don't tell me. Are you acting already?" Before he could finish, she had already turned to the other side and pointed. Hugh and Joe, look over there." He tried to speak just to draw her attention back. "No, listen to me first." But Ayumin paid him no mind and cut him off again. "The break's over. The singer's about to start." The woman on stage was wearing an elegant black dress, looking incredibly confident as she prepared to sing when the music began. Hugh and Joe could only sigh helplessly. He thought, "I only provoked her a little, and she's already like this." He picked up his phone and snapped a photo of the meal, not forgetting to think, was my prediction about her reaction a bit too extreme? Hugh and Joe looked at the article displayed on his phone and was startled. The article reported that Song Chan and Hong So-young, the two leads of the scandal, had greeted the audience with radiant smiles at the presentation for the film Rhapsody. Watching So-young through his phone screen, he analyzed the situation. "She probably knows I made an SNS account. With her personality, I don't think I'd be able to see her reaction right away. Suddenly, Ayumin leaned over to peek at his phone, and he casually said, "Yeah, it's Hong Soyoung." Ayumin innocently had no idea that this very action made Hyun-jo jump and toss his phone upward. Smiling faintly, she asked, "Hyun-jo, do you like Hong So-young too?" His face turned pale, and in a panic he hurriedly shook his head and denied it loudly. "No, I absolutely do not like her. Absolutely not." Seeing his reaction, she changed the subject and asked, "Oh, really? Then do you hate her that much?" Narrowing her eyes with a smile, Ayumin bluntly asked, "So she's not pretty in your eyes, Hyun-jo? Then who do you think is pretty?" Hyun-jo was left staring at her in confusion, slightly tense. What?" With total confidence, she said. "Me?" Well, he gave no response. She placed a hand on his shoulder and added, "I'm kidding, just kidding." Hyun-jo glanced at the spot where she had touched him. He quickly brushed it off and said through clenched teeth, "Miss Jean." He bluntly demanded, "I've seen enough of your acting, so you can stop now." His words made her freeze, not knowing what to say. Her voice sank as she murmured, "There's something I think I know now. I think I know why Hyun-jo always says my name wrong." Hyun-jo looked puzzled by Ayumin's words and thought, "It's just that I'm bad at remembering names." She snapped her fingers and continued, "That's it." Changing her expression, she said, "If you call me by my real name directly, you'll feel embarrassed, right?" As soon as she finished, he shouted, "What?" She smiled lightly and explained, "If that's not it, then say my name properly. Misi Umin. Iumin. Like this." Hyun-jo quickly replied, "Misi Umin." No matter how friendly she acted on the outside, who would want someone to call their name that bluntly? Iumin fumed inwardly. "So he can say my name properly. This man, seriously." Hyun-jo bent forward and said, "Satisfied now? Then stop that over-the-top acting." Ayumin paid him no mind, smiling faintly before letting the smile fade. She slowly said, "So, did my happy act look convincing? Since you already agreed to help me, cooperate with me a little. I'm even providing things for you to take pictures of." Hyun-jo rested his chin on his hand and listened closely. Ayumin's obsession with this plan went far beyond what he had expected. After she finished speaking, the air grew silent again. There was an aching sense of sympathy and a little curiosity, too. Hyun-jo picked up the soju bottle in his hand. That was why Hyun-jo's mood wavered. Neither of them spoke. The only sound was the liquor being poured. He finally said in an even tone, almost as if they were close, "So as long as it looks like a happy reaction, that's enough, right?" Her eyes flickered slightly. "That's right. I'm not expecting anything more." Then she added, and one more thing. If you keep saying nasty things to me, I won't let it slide." A memory from that day surfaced again. Hyun-jo casually asked, "Or else what?" Ayumin raised a hand to cover her mouth and confessed softly, "Then I'll flirt with you." Hyun-jo's eyes widened in shock at her words. She continued, "Every day, I'll text you, call you, and come to your store." Looking a little tense, Hyun-jo bluntly said, "Isn't that stalking?" Without any hesitation, she quietly replied, "And I'll flirt with you, Hyun-jo, like I did earlier." Hyun-jo was genuinely frightened by what kind of person she was. That was terrifying. Ayumin laughed out loud in amusement. "Anyway, what I mean is, I'll become even more troublesome than I am now." "Hyun-jo, you don't like being threatened like this either, right?" Her teasing voice turned firm. "So if you're curious, just do as I say." Hyun-jo let out a small laugh at her words. Seeing that, she quickly tested the waters. "You'll cooperate with me, right?" The two clinked their glasses. Hyun-jo said, in a tone that was almost a promise, "I'll try." Late that night, she let out a long sigh as they walked along the road. In the end, her ex-boyfriend hadn't shown up today. She said softly, "You worked hard too, Hyun-jo." He replied, Yes. I already called a taxi to take you home." Ayumin blinked and asked, "What about you, Hyun-jo?" He answered calmly, "I can just walk home from here." He paused for a moment. Looking at his ear, Ayumin asked lightly, "Oh, Hyun-jo, do you have a mole on your ear too?" Then she laughed and said, "I'm jealous of the mole near your eye too. You've got two really attractive moles." Just then, the taxi arrived, and she let out a small cry. In a gentle voice, she said, "The taxi's here. Then I'll head home first. See you later." The taxi quickly drove off, leaving Hyun-jo alone on the empty street. He raised a hand and lightly touched his wrist, his gaze growing thoughtful. "Attractive moles. What nonsense." The city welcomed a bright new morning. Hyun-jo stood in the bathroom, washing up. He looked at himself in the mirror, his attention drawn to the marked piercing spot on his body. In his mind, Hyun-jo remembered So-young smiling at him 4 years ago, just like when she had marked the spot before piercing his ear. She had gently asked his opinion. "Should I pierce your ear for you? It would really suit you." Looking at her, Hyun-jo agreed without hesitation. "You want to do it? Then go ahead." So-young pointed with her finger at his upper eyelid area. "Then let's put one here too." He still did not refuse. "If you're the one doing it, that's fine." In the quiet room, So-young's hesitant voice rang out. "What if I say I want to do all of them? It'll hurt a lot, so I'm not joking." Hyun-jo answered firmly, "I'm not joking either." She gently ran a hand over his head. "Your hair has gotten long." He answered softly, "Yeah, I should cut it." Hearing that, she seemed a little unhappy. So-young then suggested, "Or instead of cutting it, just leave it long like this." He looked puzzled. "Why? Long hair is inconvenient." Her hand lightly touched his forehead. "Hyun-jo, your eyes look really fierce, so it's better if they're covered." Hyun-jo fell silent at that and looked at her. So-young lightly touched his face. "I don't like seeing people be afraid of you." She wrapped her arms around his neck and gently rested her head against his. "If you can hide it, then hide as much of it as possible." Meanwhile, a group of friends was walking towards the store. "Is it here?" "Yeah, we're here." Ji entered first and greeted brightly. "Hello, we came to support you." Tae-jun looked delighted, almost like a puppy, as he welcomed everyone inside. Min lifted her face and smiled at him. "Long time no see, Tae-jun." He gave a thumbs up and praised her. "That hat looks great on you." "It's been a while, Min. Have you been well?" The two of them looked toward Hyun-jo, and Tae-jun said, "He's cooking right now, so just wait a sec. Hey, look over here." Seeing that, she quickly stopped him. "If he's busy, it's fine to say hello later." Hyun-jo suddenly turned his head and looked back, making Min flustered. Hello." Min's group of friends sat down at a table. Ji continued chatting with Tae-jun. "This place isn't far from our company." Hearing that, he eagerly agreed. "See? So you should come here for lunch often." Tae-jun covered his mouth with one hand and winked mysteriously. "Other people come here often too. I'll give discounts to acquaintances." The other two friends got excited at once. "Wow, that's great." Min continued watching Tae-jun and Ji talk. "What do you want to eat?" "Let's see. Everything looks delicious, so I don't know what to choose." The atmosphere between the two of them looked very romantic. Tae-jun kept speaking to her attentively. "Then shall I order for you?" Ji started teasing back. "Will it be good?" "Ha!" Watching them, Min thought to herself, "Those two are closer than I thought." So, things really are progressing well. After finishing the conversation, Tae-jun said goodbye to everyone. "Then you all keep chatting. I'll bring out some really good dishes." They replied enthusiastically, "Okay." As soon as he left, the other two women turned to Ji and started teasing her. See? He was only looking at Ji, did you notice? So romantic, so romantic. It was like the two of them had their own little world. He's younger, so he really goes on the offensive. Ji lifted her water glass, looking embarrassed. "I only brought you here because you two were curious. Now that you've seen enough, be quiet and eat, okay?" The other two kept smiling and teasing. "Haha, we're just jealous." Then they suddenly shifted their attention. "So what about yours, Min? Is it that guy cooking in the kitchen?" Hearing herself get mentioned, she jumped. She hurriedly waved her hands and explained, "Mine? What are you talking about? There's nothing going on between us." Ji still wouldn't let it go and added, "Don't you keep in touch with Hyun-jo?" The more she was asked, the more flustered Min became. "Oh, of course not. Why would I contact him? There's nothing for us to talk about." She told herself inwardly, "I can't tell them we're pretending to date. I'll keep it hidden as long as I can. Even if it gets found out, I can just say we're in that vague stage." She turned her eyes toward Hyun-jo in the kitchen. "He's not the kind of person to gossip either, so I feel safe." Then Ji suddenly spoke in a regretful tone. "What a shame. I think you two suit each other really well." Min was startled. "HM? In what way?" She tried to argue. "His looks and personality are completely different from my type." But her friend immediately challenged that. "Does only your ideal type count as someone who suits you?" Min could only fall silent. Ji looked toward Hyun-jo and added, "I don't know why, but Hugh and Joe and you give me the same kind of feeling. Meanwhile, standing in the kitchen with a frown, he thought, where did that kid Taejun go? Hearing that, IU Min recalled the time she made that proposal to him. The only similarity between us is that we both still have lingering feelings for our exes. If a third person looked at us, would they really think we seemed alike? IU Min glanced at her friend and inwardly admired her. Song Ji-hee really is perceptive. I need to brush this off somehow. Clearing her throat, she tapped her head and said, ahem, if he flirts with me first, then I'll think about it. Inwardly, she thought, I don't even want to say that. IU Min felt reassured inside. Of course, Hugh and Joe would never do something like that. A plate of food was brought over. Here's your food. By force of habit, IU Min turned around cheerfully and said, wow, thanks, Taejun. Hugh and Joe, having heard that, shot her a brief glance. IU Min froze the moment their eyes met. Where's Taejun? Why did they send this guy out here instead? Taejun had suddenly needed to deal with something in the restroom. Ji-hee spoke up and introduced the other two women to him. Hello, Hyunyo. These are employees from our company. The other two greeted him brightly as well. Hello. He replied, yes, long time no see. IU Min's face turned bright red. She said to herself, oh no, what do I do? This is so embarrassing. He must have heard everything I just said. He glanced at her and said coldly, I'll bring out the rest of the dishes. She gestured wildly, desperately hoping he could somehow understand what she was saying in her heart. Hugh and Joe, you know I didn't mean it, right? Don't misunderstand. I was only joking. You know that, right? He curled his lips slightly and smiled to himself. She's trying. Outwardly, he remained completely calm. Enjoy your meal. Seeing his smile, she felt very annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. What was that? Didn't he notice her signal? It even looked like he smiled a little. After he went inside, the two female co-workers immediately began whispering among themselves. Is that the owner here? He's so tall. He's totally my type, right? And he's an amazing cook too. Even after going into the kitchen, he could still clearly hear the conversation outside. Is this restaurant on social media? I know the account. I'll send it to you. IU Min kept trying to read his expression. He didn't seem upset. Thank goodness. Did I act too casually? A little while later, everyone was still eating and chatting happily, while Hugh and Joe remained busy in the kitchen. But her earlier words still echoed in his head. If you flirt with me first, then I'll think about it again. Remembering that, he let out a sigh. She was just showing off in front of her friends, and even if it was only an act, she was still the one who flirted first. Hugh and Joe found himself recalling what she had been like in the past. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated. As he took it out, Hugh and Joe glanced outside. A message? Could it be? He saw IU Min holding her phone while talking to her friend. Why aren't you eating? What are you doing? Is something urgent? Just wait a second. Go ahead and eat first. Seeing that, Hugh and Joe kept guessing to himself. Did IU Min send me a message? Because of what she said earlier? Well, I know she was joking anyway. His eyes shifted and he tapped the message icon. The message made him freeze in shock. There were two texts from a woman. I feel awful, Hugh and Joe. I fainted and need to go to the hospital. Can you come to my place? As voices rang out over the table full of food, someone announced, all the dishes are out now. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Taejun had come back, now looking every bit like a professional waiter. If you need anything, just call me. Everyone responded, thank you. We'll enjoy the food. He even carefully turned to Ji-hee. Please enjoy your meal, Nana. She answered brightly, thanks. I will. Everyone started chatting animatedly again. Taejun is so friendly, right? He's really nice. But at that moment, IU Min's attention was fixed on the phone vibrating on the table. She looked at the incoming message in confusion. What's going on with Ha-kyung? Is this because of I-sun? Seeing her expression, Ji-hee asked, why aren't you eating? What are you doing? Is it an urgent call? IU Min only gave a vague reply. Just wait a second. Go ahead and eat first. Anxiously, IU Min looked down at her phone. Ha-kyung had sent her two messages. Uni, it's such a shame we only got to meet for a little while last time. To celebrate me finding a new job, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's meet when you have time. At the end were several cute little heart emojis. Reading the messages, she quickly began calculating in her head. Perfect timing. This was a chance to meet her and find out what had been going on recently with I-sun. And while I'm at it, maybe I can casually let slip that I've been dating someone lately. IU Min looked up and was startled. Hugh and Joe was hurrying outside. I'm stepping out for a bit. Lock up the shop yourself. Seeing him like that, Taejun looked completely flustered. What? Hyung, where are you going? Hugh and Joe didn't answer, only saying, Take care, the customer's still here. The door slammed shut. The customers present immediately started murmuring. What was that? Where did he go? Did something happen? No idea. The owner suddenly ran out. Are we supposed to leave too? Taejun could only tearfully explain to the customers, I'm sorry for the commotion, everyone. The shop won't close before business hours are over, so please take your time eating. Ayumin was still bewildered by everything that had just happened. Her face changed slightly. This reminds me of that time. She remembered how someone had once run off in front of her, just like that. Watching Hyun-jo's back as he hurried away, she thought uneasily, could he be going to his ex-girlfriend? Outside a large apartment building, Hyun-jo had just gotten out of a taxi when a loud voice suddenly called from behind him, Hyun-jo, over here. He turned and greeted the man in front of him. Long time no see, manager. The man pulled down his mask as he replied, Is that why? Your hair was covering your face. Right. Have you been well? Hyun-jo looked deeply worried. How is she? Is she okay? Why did she faint? What did the hospital say? Bombarded by questions, the other man hesitated. Well, about that. Inwardly, he complained. At this rate, my ears are going to bleed. The manager spoke to him calmly. I stopped the reporters from finding out, but just in case, let's talk while we walk. Follow me. It's nothing serious, so don't worry too much. Only then did Hyun-jo relax a little. Okay, the two of them went inside. Hyun-jo looked around. A room card was inserted into the electronic lock, and the manager began entering the password. Watching that, Hyun-jo thought to himself, security here is really tight. That's a relief. The manager's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lately, So-young's been overworking herself. He remembered the moment she collapsed. After constantly taking on one project after another, she had finally pushed herself too far. Her arms and legs had been too weak for her to even stand. Hyun-jo listened in silence. After a moment, he asked, What is So-young doing right now? As he opened the door, the manager replied, She's probably asleep. The two entered, and the manager pointed to a nearby room. She's not injured anywhere, but the hospital said she needs rest. Her room is over there. Hyun-jo turned his gaze toward it. He cracked the door open and saw So-young fast asleep in bed. Hyun-jo stepped into the room. He sat down beside her bed. He was about to pull the blanket up over her, when she suddenly murmured softly, Hyun-jo. Hearing that, he answered quietly, Yeah, I'm here. So-young slowly turned over and smiled. I told you I was hurting, and you really came. He immediately asked with concern, How are you feeling? Do you have a fever? Your face is all red. So-young lifted a hand and rubbed her eyes. I feel a little better after sleeping. This is the first time we've met again since our fight. Her eyes glistened. Did you miss me? Hearing that, Hyun-jo stayed silent. Then he asked her in return, What about you? So-young began to confide in him. I was a little sad, but I waited obediently for you, because I knew you'd come back to me. He stood up from her bed. You must be tired, so go back to sleep. So-young reached out. Hyun-jo. She asked him, You're not leaving, right? When I wake up, I'll show you around the house. It's your first time here. He cut her off. Go to sleep. We'll talk later. Hyun-jo left the room and walked over to the manager. Manager, may I use the kitchen? Hearing that, the other man quickly nodded. Of course. But what do you need the kitchen for? Still speaking calmly, he replied, I'm going to make some food before I leave. When she wakes up, have her eat with you. After hearing that, the man asked, You're leaving right after you cook? The manager tried to persuade him. Stay a little longer. If So-young wakes up, spend some time with her. Inside, he lamented, Otherwise, she's going to fire a missile at me. Hyun-jo turned back and answered firmly, We broke up. Why would I stay? Seeing him busy at the refrigerator, the manager could only think to himself, if they've already broken up, why come all the way here just to cook for her? No matter what he says, his actions say everything. The manager shifted his gaze toward So-young's room and thought, Are they alike because they loved each other for so long? Or were they together so long because they're alike? Inside the room, So-young slept soundly, while the manager continued, grumbling inwardly. They're exactly the same, saying one thing and doing another. A few hours later, the sky began to turn towards sunset. So-young came out of the room. Hyun-jo. She still looked dazed. The manager, sitting in a chair, watched her yawn. You're awake? Feeling better now? She answered, Yes, I'm fine. But what about Hyun-jo? As soon as she mentioned him, the manager replied, He just left. He even prepared food for you to eat when you woke up. So-young sat down with a sigh. I trusted him, so I went to sleep. What would have been so wrong with leaving the store like that? I worked so hard just to get him to come here. The two of them started talking about little things. Let's eat together later. You already broke up, so what more do you want? Then if he was going to leave, why bother cooking? Hyun-jo, you idiot. That's what I'm saying. The manager offered another theory. Or maybe he feels sorry for an ex who can't accept the breakup. So-young objected. This is what you call a Cold War. The manager became serious. Lately, haven't you been neglecting your health because of Hyun-jo? Whether you get back together or break up for real, you need to settle it properly. Hearing that, So-young only smiled in silence. After a while, she spoke again. Hey, then can you take me to Hyun-jo right now? Outside another building, empty liquor bottles lay scattered across a table. But I don't know Hyun-jo's home address since he moved. Ayumin's hat had been tossed onto the floor. Then let's go to Hyun-jo's shop first. A hand was covering Ayumin's eyes. When something's bothering him, Hyun-jo sometimes stays at the shop and drinks alone. Hyun-jo, with his eyes covered, leaned close to Ayumin. If I'm not mistaken, he'll probably be there drinking tonight. As evening slowly deepened into sunset, work finally came to an end. Good work today, everyone. Go home safely. Yes, you too, Uni. See you tomorrow. Bye. Ayumin said goodbye to her co-workers, and the three of them parted ways. Seo Young turned to Ji-hee and asked, Ji-hee, did you ask Tae-jun yet? What happened earlier? I did, but seems Tae-jun doesn't know either. Oh, now I'm really curious. Standing by the roadside, Ayumin lifted her phone and called someone, but the person on the other end didn't answer. There was only the ringing tone and the operator's message that the call was unanswered. Ayumin lowered her gaze to the phone screen. She called, Oh, Hyun-jo. He's not answering. I was worried for nothing, but she still began to feel tense and uneasy, afraid something might have happened to Hyun-jo. Ayumin recalled overhearing his conversation with his ex that day. Back then, he had run out just like this too, and then ended up fighting with her. Of course he denied it, but still. Ayumin remembered Hyun-jo's slightly sharp tone. What does she have to do with this? He had even said it through clenched teeth. She turned as if to leave and head straight home, forgetting all about Hyun-jo. Honestly, if he wants to swear, then let him swear. Maybe I'll just stop by the shop on my way home and then leave. But as she was walking back, she suddenly halted. She looked inside the shop and saw that the lights were still on. The lights are on in there? Are they still open? Curious, she stepped closer and peered inside. That's strange. Tae-jun said he'd close once all the customers left. The moment she looked inside, her face went pale with shock. Did he faint? Ayumin saw Hyun-jo slumped over the table. Panicked and worried, she rushed over to him, calling his name as she ran. Oh, Hyun-jo. Hey, are you okay? She quickly reached out and touched him. Only after realizing he was still breathing did she feel some relief. Thank goodness he was just asleep. Ayumin let out a sigh. Did he really fall asleep like this? I called him so many times. Why won't he wake up? She looked at the table beside where Hyun-jo was lying and saw nothing but empty bottles. So that's it. He drank way too much. 3 whole bottles. Still, what a relief. My legs actually went weak. I only worried for a moment and already exhausted. She sank down onto the floor and let her body relax. The sight of him brought back her own past. Dad. Ayumin anxiously wiped the sweat from her face. Calm down. Nothing happened. I need to deal with this person first. Ayumin looked at Hyun-jo, fast asleep on the table. She pulled out her phone, about to call Tae-jun. I can't just leave him like this. I'll call Tae-jun and have him come pick him up. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. When he looked to the side, he saw Ayumin sitting there tapping on her phone. But she didn't seem to notice he was awake and remained focused on the screen. Do I even have his number saved? She sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a hand pulled her hat upward. Startled, Ayumin looked up. Before she could make sense of it, a hand appeared in front of her eyes. Ayumin was baffled. What is it? Hyun-jo covered her eyes with his hand and tilted her face up toward him. Ayumin shouted angrily. What on earth are you doing, Hyun-jo? Her hat was thrown to the floor by him. In a soft voice, his face still not fully sober, Hyun-jo asked, Your fever's gone now? She angrily slapped his hand away and turned back at him. What was that? You scared me. Are you still drunk? If you're awake, then at least say something. Hyun-jo stared at her blankly, his expression still hazy. Ayumin planted a hand on the table and stood up in irritation. I really brought this on myself. Seriously, why did I even come here? He glanced down at the hand she had placed on the table. Slowly, Hyun-jo reached out and took her hand. I missed you so much. Shocked, Ayumin looked at what he was doing, then down at the hand he was holding. What is this? Why are you suddenly holding my hand? Wait, what did you just say? You missed me? Me? What? Her head filled with question marks as she stared at him. So you don't want to see me anymore? Ayumin froze, finally realizing what was going on. I missed you so much, so you don't want to see me anymore? I kept wondering what on earth he was talking about, but now I get it. His face had fallen, and a trace of sorrow lingered over his handsome features. He wasn't saying it to me. He was talking to his ex. He's so drunk, he doesn't even realize it. Did he go there? Something unpleasant happened, and that's why he ended up like this? Anyone looking at him would think he was the one who got dumped, just like me, even though he was clearly the one who ended things first. She remembered again what he had said in that alley before. Thanks to you, I was happy too all these years. So why can't you say thank you? If that was the case, then those words he spoke in the alley probably weren't sincere at all. Was he just trying to hurt the other person? That must have been it. That's why he's doing something this foolish now. After thinking for a while, she finally spoke. Looking him straight in the face, Ayumin said, Hyun-jo, don't say anything else to me unless you want to kick your blanket in your sleep tonight. Why? You don't want to hear me talk? Yes. Listening to drunk you is way too much pressure. He obediently apologized. Man, sorry. Ayumin blinked in surprise at his words. He's so obedient. Is this what he's like when he's drunk? Let go of my hand. I'm not your ex-girlfriend. Hyun-jo. She looked down at the hand he was holding tightly. He shook his head in refusal. Don't want. Her voice became sharper. Let go now. But he kept the exact same attitude. Don't want to. I take back what I said about him being obedient. Awkwardly, she gave a strained smile and pointed to herself. Hyun-jo, you're holding Choi Ayumin's hand right now. How drunk are you? His lips moved in a faint murmur. Choi Ayumin. Is that right? Has he realized it now? That weird person. She turned to stone when she heard him describe her like that. Ayumin forced a smile. So that's what you normally think of me, throwing a wallet at the back of my head, then begging me to date you? She was speechless at Hyun-jo's words. When did I ever beg? I merely suggested it. Okay, I just suggested that you think it over. And as for throwing the wallet, she tried to steady herself, and her face softened. I was careless when I did that. I'm really sorry. He softly spoke. Throw it. She stared at him in shock. What? Hyun-jo smiled to her. Thank you for throwing it at me. Hyun-jo fell silent for a moment, his thoughtful eyes drifting into the distance. The space around them seemed to slow, with only the faint sound of wind slipping through the leaves. Finally, he said again, throw it. His words made Ayumin stop short. She stared at him blankly, her eyes clouded with confusion, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. What? He only smiled. A faint smile, but something deep and unreadable lingered in his eyes. Thank you for throwing it at me. Sunset spread over the two of them in a warm, orange glow. The evening breeze brushed past softly, carrying a trace of chill. In that hesitant moment, Ayumin slowly reached out and gently held Hyun-jo's hand. Why are you thanking me? There was nothing good about that. He lowered his eyes and clearly saw the awkwardness in her movements. But Hyun-jo said nothing. He didn't pull his hand away either. He simply left it there, quietly feeling the warmth of the person before him. There were words he kept silent about, but inside, everything churned. Sometimes words are spoken only to serve a certain purpose. Old memories suddenly rushed back. Bitter things said in the past echoed through his mind. Back then, Hyun-jo had focused only on hurting her. Everything had been said for that single purpose and had meant nothing else. The result was simply the most effective way to wound someone, and that someone was none other than. Hyun-jo sat there, lost in thought in the middle of sunset, letting himself be swept away by the tide of memory. That person was Hyun-jo himself, but then a cold breeze brushed past and pulled him back to reality. He suddenly came to his senses, his eyes widening as though waking from a long dream. Those pains had been destined to belong to Hyun-jo alone. The image So-young had in mind from back then was a face drenched in tears, so when Ayumin appeared, he remembered that moment. Someone had come running over, breathing hard. She stopped in front of them, her eyes sweeping over each person one by one before settling on Hyun-jo. Of course, that was only natural. The street lights had come on, casting a yellow glow over the faint figures along the road. The city at night was quiet, though the distant sound of traffic still echoed here and there. He looked down at the ground, a thoughtful glint crossing his eyes, then suddenly spoke in a cold voice, giving her unexpected praise. "You throw really well." Ayumin froze, her eyes widening. She had never expected to receive praise from someone like Hyun-jo. "Yeah," he went on, "you should be playing baseball." But before she could react, Hyun-jo suddenly slumped forward onto the table, the abrupt movement startling her. "Huh, are you falling asleep?" he mumbled under his breath. If she played baseball, she'd definitely become the ace. After saying that, Hyun-jo closed his eyes, his breathing turning even. He had truly fallen asleep. Looking at his sleeping face, Ayumin let out a small sigh of relief. Seeing Hyun-jo sleeping so soundly, she murmured softly, "Thank goodness you at least thanked me. Still, I should apologize for acting like that." But right after that, Ayumin raised her hand and gave Hyun-jo a light knock on the head. "By the way, you can't sleep here. Seriously, even if you died, you still wouldn't let go." Then she took out her phone and called Tae-jun. "I'll call Tae-jun to come take you home, okay?" He remained slumped over the table, his hand unconsciously holding onto Ayumin's. His fingers tightened slightly, refusing to let go. Holding Hyun-jo's hand with one hand, she spoke into the phone with the other. "Hello, Tae-jun. Sorry for calling so late. We're at the shop, and Hyun-jo's really drunk." The area around them was quiet, with only Ayumin's low, warm voice carrying through the night. Okay. Thanks for coming to pick him up." "All right then, be careful on your way." The call ended. She turned to him and told him Tae-jun would be coming to get them. But Hyun-jo remained silent, his lashes trembling faintly as if he were sunk in a deep sleep. "Tae-jun's coming to pick you up." Looking at him like this, Ayumin smiled without meaning to and said gently, her voice as soft as the wind, "I'll stay by your side until he gets here." Hyun-jo continued to hold her hand tightly, unaware of anything. "You took care of me before when I got drunk, so now I should return the favor." Outside the glass window, a black car sat quietly in the night. Two people were inside. The person in the passenger seat stared intently into the shop, her gaze accidentally landing on Ayumin's familiar figure. So-young looked mildly surprised and thought to herself, "It's that woman again." She looked at the person beside her and said with a smile, "I guess we can't go in after all. Let's go." The manager merely gestured once, then answered, She put on a cheerful expression, but inwardly thought, "The most pitiful one here is." The black car quietly drove off, blending into the silent night. It was already late, and she still hadn't gotten off work like me. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window into the quiet room. Glossy black hair reflected in the sunlight, each strand moving faintly with the rhythm of steady breathing. Hyun-jo sat on the bed, his bare upper body revealing firm muscles. His eyes still held a sleepy haze as he stared out the window, not yet fully awake. Only after a while did he quietly get out of bed. How did I even get home? Memories of last night suddenly flashed through his mind. The smell of alcohol, a warm hand, words drifting through his blurred consciousness. Hyun-jo thought, I was definitely drinking at the shop. He quietly put on his shirt, sunlight slipping through the folds of the fabric and wrapping around his toned body. After that, I don't remember anything at all. What happened to the shop? He sighed, dark circles under his eyes. Did I lock up properly? Don't tell me I caused a scene. Hyun-jo bent down to grab his phone, checking yesterday's date and time. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he started playing back the video from the night before. The screen lit up, each scene replaying clearly. I remember this part. The image of Ayumin running into the shop, the image of her rushing over to him. Choi Yumin. Hyun-jo stared at the screen as every detail filled his eyes. Why was she at the shop? Beside him, water from the purifier streamed into a cup, drop by drop. At first, only a few quiet drops fell. But then the flow grew stronger, the water overflowing the rim of the cup and spilling onto the table. Hyun-jo opened his eyes wide in shock. His face turned pale, cold sweat forming at his temple, his throat stiff as he failed to speak. Outside, the sky was clear blue, white clouds drifting lazily across it. In a small cafe, Ha-kyung walked in with a smile on her face. From a distance, she spotted Ayumin sitting at a table near the window. Ha-kyung called out, "Uni." The sound made her turn around. Smiling, Ayumin said, "Ha-kyung, you're here." She ran over, looking a little guilty. "Sorry, Uni. Did I make us meet too early?" I suddenly got scheduled for this afternoon. Ayumin laughed, as if reassuring her. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Then she started asking how Ha Kyung had been. You look a little thinner. Are you not eating much while you're working? She also shared a few things about herself with ease, and the atmosphere between them was light and pleasant. Actually, I'm the one who's been eating late-night meals and gaining weight, Ayumin replied cheerfully. You gained weight? I couldn't even tell. Ha Kyung looked at her fondly and then asked in return, How have you been lately? Ha Kyung thought to herself, it's really hard to ask things like this. Ayumin did not hesitate to share. I've just been continuing with my handbag work, seasonal releases, online storefronts, things like that. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, where a familiar number appeared. Sensing the hesitation in Ayumin's eyes, Ha Kyung spoke up. You got a call? Go ahead and answer it. Smiling, Ayumin shook her head. It's okay. I can call back later. But after a moment's thought, she finally picked up her phone, a certain calculation in her mind. No, if I answer it now, maybe I can indirectly let her know too. Seeing that, Ha Kyung merely smiled and said, Then go ahead and take it for a bit, Uni. Okay, Ha Kyung replied. Ayumin answered the call in her usual casual tone. Yes, hello. The conversation between her and the person on the other end sounded rather cheerful. Ha Kyung laughed once or twice at the easy intimacy in her voice. Haha, but getting straight to the point. Sitting quietly without interrupting, she only caught snippets of Ayumin saying, Do you remember what happened yesterday? But Ha Kyung's expression slowly changed from cheerful to worried, her eyes dimming. Lowering her head, she suddenly found herself thinking, does she have a boyfriend? 8 years earlier, at the hospital, a voice rang out, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Appa, Isun was standing there, unable to hide his concern as he looked at Ha Kyung, who was breathing hard. Ha Kyung, are you okay? I told you could take your time coming. Her hair was damp with sweat, but Ha Kyung heard none of it. Trembling, she only kept asking about her father's condition, her voice tight with fear. Dad, how is Dad? The two spoke back and forth. He's in surgery right now, he said. She immediately asked again, is it serious? What do we do? Isun answered, they found him right after he collapsed, so he'll be okay. He patiently reassured her, gently pulling Ha Kyung into his arms and patting her back as if to soothe her. The surgery will go well, so don't worry. Hearing those words, she calmed down a little. Thank goodness. Behind them, Ayumin stood silently watching. Her eyes were calm and expressionless, yet they held something deeply difficult to describe. Ha Kyung gradually stopped crying, took a deep breath, and turned away. Her gaze unconsciously landed on the woman. But Appa, who is she? Isun followed her gaze, then gently introduced them. Ha Kyung, say hello. This is Choi Ayumin. She stood stunned for a moment. He continued, she was one of Dad's students at my junior back in college. Looking more closely, Ha Kyung finally noticed the faint swelling around Ayumin's eyes. It looked like she had been crying too. The two looked at each other in silence. Then Isun revealed, and she's the person who saved Dad's life today. At the shop at the intersection, the clatter of cups and dishes rang out. Tae-jun, wiping down a table, answered in an easy tone. You mean the person who took you home? But his smile and the look in his eyes were far from serious. Of course it was me. Tae-jun turned around and flashed a teasing grin. Kyung, I think I'm incredibly handsome, you know? Even if you call me in the middle of the night, I'll come running without complaining. And on top of that, I got great stamina too, which is why I could help you. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Hyun-jo stood off to one side, only frowning, clearly irritated by the non-stop chatter in his ear. Yeah, thanks. He tied on his apron, but kept pressing him. But how did you know to come? Tae-jun laughed and replied, Ayumin called me. You really don't remember? He went on to recount what had happened that night. When he arrived, Hyun-jo had already been asleep. Once Tae-jun arrived, Ayumin felt reassured and went home. She left you with me, he said, and then I carried you home. Hyun-jo closed his eyes, sighed, and rubbed his forehead. Everyone must have had a hard time because of me. Seeing that, Tae-jun cut in, but it was kind of weird. He blinked and tilted his head slightly. What do you mean? Tae-jun continued slowly, that Ayumin was there. He repeated what she had said yesterday. She said she happened to see you when she was passing by after work. Then he voiced his doubt. But her house isn't even in this direction, is it? Having said that, Tae-jun shrugged and only added, maybe I'm mistaken. Hyun-jo stood there, lost in thought, absently rubbing the back of his neck. If she wasn't just passing by, then what was it? While working, he leaned against the wall, phone in hand, indecision clear in his eyes. He hesitated for a long time. Then, finally gathering his courage, he made the call. As soon as the line connected, Hyun-jo hurriedly spoke. I'm sorry about yesterday. I absolutely did not mean to act like that. If it made you uncomfortable, then I'm truly sorry. On the other end, Ayumin's voice came through without the slightest sign of discomfort. Huh, I'm getting straight to the point. Then she asked, do you remember what happened yesterday? After that, Ayumin told him about the night before. She said, you didn't recognize me. Hyun-jo admitted, I don't remember. I only found out what happened yesterday, after checking the CCTV. He gripped his phone tightly. Ayumin remained calm and reassured him. People do things like that when they're drunk. I've had my own embarrassing moments too, so it's fine. I understand that better than anyone. Hyun-jo stared at the screen, feeling that something was off. Why does this suddenly feel so strange? After a little while, the two quickly ended the call. But I'm outside right now, so I can't talk long, Ayumin said. He immediately understood. Then I'll contact you later. She replied, okay, let's talk later. Hyun-jo slipped his phone into his pocket, deep in thought. I can't ask why she was there. His gaze turned heavy. I can't even thank her properly. The sky was bright and blue, sunlight pouring through the cafe windows and onto every corner inside. Sitting at the table, Ha-kyung quietly ate breakfast, but there was a trace of sadness in her heart. She sighed and looked up at Ayumin. Did you drink yesterday? You mentioned it on the phone just now. Hearing that, Ayumin paused for a moment as if weighing her answer. That, Ayumin thought. Should I hint a little about Hyun-jo now? Then she raised a hand and lightly bit her lower lip, her eyes thoughtful as she recalled what had happened the night before. Not me. A friend of mine drank alone yesterday and got really wasted, so he called to apologize for being drunk. Ha-kyung kept probing. It sounded like a man. Was he very drunk? Ayumin replied, yes, it was a man, but when people are drunk, they're just like us. But as the memories came back more clearly, her face gradually turned pale. It wasn't that bad, so it's okay. Both of them had their own thoughts. Ha-kyung thought, what if that really is the man she's dating? And Ayumin thought, come to think of it, he's even worse drunk than I am. The moment Ha-kyung thought of her own wish involving Ayumin, she inwardly wilted. This is bad. It's all ruined because of my brother. My dream was to become family with Uni, Ayumin. Even so, Ha-kyung thought that if they still were not dating, there was still hope. But if she was seeing someone, her thoughts became tangled. I want to ask what kind of relationship they have, but I have to hold back. Ha-kyung asked no more and only fell silent, though she felt sad inside. Ayumin was no better. Her mind was full of thoughts, and Ha-kyung's expression clearly wasn't bright. She suddenly realized she had made Ha-kyung sad and blamed herself. I shouldn't have done that. I was so short-sighted. Looking back at the dishes laid out on the table, Ayumin thought, even while having to worry about both my feelings and Isun's, she still wanted to treat me to a meal. Her eyes grew sorrowful as she reproached herself. So I really am this awful kind of person. When the two stepped out of the cafe, Ayumin spoke first. Thank you, Ha-kyung. I really enjoyed the meal. Hearing that made Ha-kyung indescribably happy. So proud. Uni, from now on I'll treat you all the time. Ayumin smiled and praised her. So proud? Ha ha ha, you're so cute. Adorable. Then Ayumin offered to spend more time with her. Where are you headed? I can wait with you. Remembering everything only made Ha-kyung's heart ache more. I have to wait. My manager said he's coming to pick me up. Ayumin blinked, then immediately got an idea. Then when your manager gets here, let's say hello. You said you wanted to introduce me. Ayumin looked momentarily flustered, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. I'd like that, but would it be okay? Let's see how things look later and decide. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet. Her voice dropped, far more serious than before. Ah-kyung, surprised. Ha-kyung answered, yes. Ayumin looked at her, then said softly, I'm sorry. Her eyes grew moist. Maybe the fact that your brother and I broke up has made things tense for you. It must be hard for you, having to be careful around both me and your brother. People passed by on the street, cars speeding along, but none of it seemed able to touch the world the two of them occupied at that moment. What I want to say is, I hope you can feel comfortable around both me and I-san. Everything you do is already good enough, so you don't need to worry about anything. Ha-kyung looked at her and gave her a gentle smile. Uni, thank you for saying that. Though there was some bitterness in her heart, Ha-kyung still clenched her hand and said in an emotional voice, I just hope everything can become good again. Just then, a familiar black car pulled up. Ha Kyung paled and blurted out, "Oh no, why is my manager here already?" Then Ayu Min recognized it. "Ah, so it's this car." Hearing that, she urged Ha Kyung to get in. "They must be waiting. Hurry and get in, Ha Kyung." But Ha Kyung hesitated. "I wanted to introduce you to my manager." The car door opened, but the two were still talking. Ayu Min said, "It's okay. There'll be another chance later." In the end, Ha Kyung listened. "I understand. Then I'll go first." Inside, So-young caught sight of her once again. So-young greeted her cheerfully in an easygoing tone. "I happen to get in first. Ha Kyung, hurry and get in too." But unlike Ha Kyung, Ayu Min froze in place. So-young asked, "But is the person beside you a friend?" Ayu Min stiffened, unable to speak, while Ha Kyung quickly introduced her. "Igriegajis. This person is a fan of yours, So-young." Surprised, she said, "Wow, really?" As soon as she heard that, So-young got out of the car and said with a smile, "Then I should get out and greet her properly." But Ayu Min could only cover her mouth, her cheeks flushing pink, unable to say anything. Ayu Min looked at So-young with a red face, her eyes wide and unblinking. "Wow, I can't believe this." So-young kept her gentle smile, her gaze warm but not distant. Ayu Min thought, Han So-young is looking at me and smiling. She was so nervous that her mouth fumbled over her words, and all she could manage were a few awkward sentences. "I've watched everything you've acted in." So-young smiled again and replied softly, "Wow, really?" Ayu Min seemed to burst with excitement at the chance to talk about So-young's work. From the drama she had debuted in 5 years ago, Goodbye, In-Laws, to Prison Break Lover, which had ended not too long ago. Her eyes sparkled, her voice gradually filling with excitement. And also the movie Soda Flavor that just came out recently. So-young listened, nodding from time to time. "Oh my." Inwardly, she thought, "I didn't expect her to be my fan." "You really can't predict these things," So-young said. "Thank you so much." Inside the car, the manager quietly watched from a distance while she and Ayu Min chatted happily. "A lot of people don't know about my first work because it only ran for a short time." Ayu Min replied, "Really? How could that be?" Suddenly, Ayu Min got a little too passionate. So-young is a scene stealer. What is wrong with everyone's eyes? Ha Kyung anxiously said, Uni, please calm down." So-young tilted her head slightly, still smiling, but inwardly a little surprised. "This person is more interesting than I thought." After a while, So-young took the initiative to end the conversation. "It's too bad apart from one of my fans already. By the way, where are you headed?" Ayu Min answered, "I'm on my way to work now." So-young gestured ahead and offered, "I'm heading this way, so if it's on your route, you can hitch a ride." Ha Kyung didn't think that was necessary and was about to refuse, but before she could finish saying, "But Uni, you said you came by car." Ayu Min agreed, immediately without a second thought. "Sure." Standing beside her, Ha Kyung looked at Ayu Min and reminded her carefully, "Huh? Uni, then what about your car?" But she didn't seem to care at all, as if she were immersed in her own little world. It was such an honor to be walking with her. The joy of meeting her idol made Ayu Min forget everything else. That happiness was so overwhelming it almost felt like a glow spreading to her too, and even Ha Kyung couldn't bring herself to pull Ayu Min back to reality. I was wrong. Her eyes already don't look normal. A few days later, under a clear blue sky, the bookstore was much busier than usual on the weekend. She stood in the middle of the store with her arms folded, thinking to herself, I'm starting to get the hang of it now. Every time we meet, I have to go looking for Oh Hyun-jo like this." Ayu Min's steps immediately quickened, her heels clicking against the floor. "He's probably somewhere without too many people." She gripped the edge of a bookshelf and leaned over to peek where no one would notice. "He's definitely here." "You came early today, too," Ayu Min said. Just as expected, Hyun-jo was standing there, calmly flipping through a book as usual. In his usual cool tone, he said, "Oh, hello." Delighted, Ayu Min ran over and cheerfully asked, "Did you get home safely that day?" "Yes," he replied. "Thanks to you." "Thank you very much." Then Hyun-jo suddenly got straight to the point. "By the way, Miss Ayu Min," she looked surprised. "Huh," he continued. "Anyway, because of that incident, there's something I want to ask of you." They talked for a moment, and then unexpectedly, he asked Ayu Min for a favor. "A favor? What is it?" Hyun-jo said, "If I ever drink again, then." For some reason, he said it so loudly that even the group nearby could hear. "Please slap me in the face. I'm begging you." The people around them turned to look, their eyes full of curiosity. Ayu Min's mouth fell open, and she quickly said, "No, I'm really fine." "Why are you being so extreme?" Hyun-jo answered, "I can't accept it. Actually, compared to my cheek." He continued in a very serious tone, and his next words made the whole bookstore go quiet. It would be better if you hit a more vital spot. Startled, she asked, "What?" Hyun-jo continued with an utterly serious expression. "That way, I'll sober up faster." She replied, "Okay, I understand, but that sounds a little weird. Let's go over there and talk first." Flustered, Ayumin hurried after him, then suddenly spoke up. "Vernyo." She let out a relieved sigh, but then opened her mouth again. "That day, you only acted like that because you were confused. I knew that, so I let it go." Hyun-jo fell silent, his gaze dimming slightly. He said, "Whether I was confused or not, just hit me from now on." Ayumin clutched her head and groaned. "This is driving me crazy, seriously. Why do you keep telling me to hit you?" She fell silent for a few seconds and looked at him. Ayumin thought to herself, was mistaking someone else for his ex-girlfriend really that big of a shock for him? She mulled it over innocently. "Well, if it were me, I'd probably be shocked too. Besides, he's not asking me to hit him right now." Then Ayumin spoke, making him turn to her. Fine," in a serious voice, she declared, "I'll hit you as hard as you want, okay?" He immediately replied, "Thank you." The moment she said it, Ayumin felt awkward. "Don't tell me I'll really have to do it later." She suddenly froze for a few seconds. In front of them were the three women who had been reading books nearby earlier. When their eyes met Ayumin's, the three looked a little embarrassed, then pretended nothing had happened and went back to reading. In their minds, they were thinking, so they finally decided on hitting. So that's their thing. What a fiery couple. Ayumin thought, "I know exactly what you three are thinking." Hyun-jo said nothing and only watched quietly. Ayumin thought to herself, "Why do I keep getting dragged into weird situations like this whenever I'm with this guy?" The two of them kept talking. He asked, "He's not here, right? Your ex-boyfriend?" She answered, "No, he isn't. Let's check over there." They stood next to each other in silence. After a while, Hyun-jo lowered his head and asked, "What does your ex-boyfriend look like?" She flinched, suddenly remembering something important she had forgotten to tell him. Hyun-jo said, "I need to know so that if I find him, I can tell you." Ayumin replied, "Oh, I still haven't told you." Her eyes suddenly grew melancholy. "Well, he's handsome." Ayumin described what she thought of Ai-san. "And he's smart, kind, affectionate. He's tall too, and his build is really perfect." Hyun-jo's gaze gradually fell, and his voice grew quieter. "Is that even a real person?" She turned to him and said, "You might not believe me, but I'm only telling the truth." He said, "Tell me the objective physical features." Ayumin hid her face behind a book and thought, "It's all true, though." She took a breath, then slowly described her ex-boyfriend. "He's about your height, or maybe a little taller than you." Hyun-jo, still hiding behind the book, Ayumin continued, a faint smile on her face. "He dresses neatly and well in everyday life. His skin tone is a little darker than mine, but lighter than yours, Hyun-jo." Suddenly, Hyun-jo's eyes widened. When he didn't say anything, she asked, "Well, do you see anyone like that?" Before Ayumin could react, a hand lightly touched the book she was holding. She stiffened. Standing close beside her, he lowered his voice and said, "Over there, in front." Startled, Ayumin still did as he said and slowly glanced forward. A familiar back appeared beyond the bookshelf. He asked, "Is that him?" Following the direction Hyun-jo pointed, Kim Ai-sun immediately came in mind. Her face turned pale. "I hope it's not." She looked at the man standing near the shelf. "What am I thinking? It should be Kim Ai-sun. That's what I wanted, isn't it?" The man slowly lifted his gaze toward the shelf. He turned toward the two of them, but he wasn't looking at them. He was looking at the person next to him. The moment they saw his face, both of them froze. "Hey, why are you only here now? Sorry, did I keep you waiting long?" "Because of you, I'm reading this book again for the first time in 3 years." Hyun-jo turned and asked her, "Is it your ex-boyfriend?" "No, it just looked like him from the back. His face is completely different." She turned away and walked off. "I don't think he's in here. Let's go outside." He watched her back. "It's not exactly like searching for a needle in a haystack, either." He sighed helplessly. After leaving the bookstore, the two strolled down the street. She turned to look back inside the store. The street was crowded with people now. After walking for a while, evening gradually fell. Later that night, at a restaurant, she gently lifted her foot to check it. Because they had walked so long, Ayumin's feet were red by now. "It hurts so much. I think I walked too long." The two were sitting at a barbecue table. "We should eat quickly and head home." He spoke up and asked, "There's something I'm curious about." Ayumin looked up, listening to the sizzling meat. The pained look on her face seemed to have vanished. "Yes, go ahead. I am starving. It looks so good." That night, Why did you come to the shop? Were you really just on your way home and happened to pass by? How could that be? Your house is in the opposite direction. As he spoke, he cut the meat. When you suddenly ran out, Hugh and Joe, I got really worried, so I stopped by. I was really worried, she answered while eating. Why would you care and worry about me? Ayumin looked up at Hugh and Joe. We're not in that kind of relationship. She stared at him, a little taken aback. You don't need to be in that kind of relationship to worry about someone, do you? She softened as she replied. At Se-young's birthday party, you went outside like that too, and you argued with your ex-girlfriend. When Hugh and Joe heard her say that, his brows furrowed as he looked at her. Seeing that Hugh and Joe looked a little irritated, Ayumin grew a bit nervous too. It's probably better not to keep talking about this. Anyway, I don't know the full situation, but it seems like you're not that different from me. Suddenly, she crossed the chopsticks in her hand and held them up in front of her. In an assertive tone, she declared, I hope you don't misunderstand. I'd already felt before that you're a generous person. Since I've already said this much, can I ask one more thing? He flatly refused. No. Ignoring his objection, she asked directly anyway. That day, you argued with your ex-girlfriend again, didn't you? He seemed displeased by the question. Hugh and Joe's face tightened slightly. It would have been better if we had argued. Even though we already broke up. Why would she text me that she was sick? In the end, did she want to see me come running back to her again? If she really wanted that, then I wish she'd just be honest and say she truly wanted to see me. Couldn't she let go of her pride, just this once? It was obvious. Ayumin picked up a burned piece of meat. When it comes to meeting your ex again, you're the only one getting hurt. Hugh and Joe, like this blackened, burnt piece of meat. If you know that, then don't ask. He bluntly took the burnt meat from her chopsticks. Don't eat burnt food. Give it to me. I didn't even think you'd. She looked a little upset as she scolded him. Then from now on, even if your ex calls, don't go. Don't let it show that you're the one who still has regrets. Hugh and Joe. She shouted fiercely at him. If you're saying things like that, is that really convincing coming from you? Up until now, haven't you also failed to act like you have no regrets about your ex-boyfriend? Since you said he never contacted you, I assumed you never got the chance to show it. Hearing that, she felt a sharp pang over her ex. When did I ever say there was no contact? How would Hugh and Joe know that? Don't you remember when I came by before the shop opened? He recalled her conversation with her friend. Usually, how long after a breakup does an ex-boyfriend contact you again? Let's see, maybe 3 weeks or 3 months. Though some people never contact you at all. So you asked that because he never contacted you, right? He asked seriously, while deftly turning the meat. That's right. I heard other people's exes still get in touch. He placed some meat in her bowl. In a dejected voice, Ayumin said, Actually, back at the bookstore earlier, I was afraid that person really was my ex-boyfriend. He looked at her, a little surprised. What? Like you said, Hugh and Joe, it's as if he has no lingering feelings at all. I wondered what it would be like if he sincerely congratulated me on getting a new boyfriend. He silently looked at her. I'm such an idiot. How old am I now? And I'm still going through something like this. It's like I'm trapped by my own feelings, scared and hurting. The more she spoke, the more pained her face became. Hugh and Joe stiffened slightly at her words. Now he understood why Ayumin, who had been on her way home from work, had been drawn by her heart to his shop. Only now did Hugh and Joe understand his companion's feelings. Even though he wanted to ignore the woman who always said things that irritated people, he couldn't leave her alone, despite the heaviness and discomfort in his own heart. His face darkened, as if he understood exactly how she felt, because perhaps she and he were the same. Does anyone else know this side of you, Ayumin? No one. Not my friends or my family. I never thought I'd be this hung up on someone. She answered lifelessly, perhaps because he was the first person to see this side of her. Then I'm the only one who knows? Yeah, that's right. Then you're the only one who knows about me, too. Ayumin, don't think too much about it. We've both already started doing stupid things anyway. As long as we don't let it show, then even if we do stupid things or anything else, no one will know. Hearing Hugh and Joe say that, she immediately brightened and smiled brightly at him. From the outside, looking in, the two of them looked genuinely happy at that moment. But among the passers-by, the figure of a man could be seen. He was staring into the restaurant where Hugh and Joe and Ayumin were laughing and talking together. It was Kim I-sun. He froze the moment he saw her. Is that Ayumin? Just as they were chatting happily inside the restaurant, outside in the crowded street, I-sun happened to catch sight of her figure. Back to their conversation, Hugh and Joe said, So, since we're always doing stupid things, try not to overthink it from now on. As long as we don't go spreading rumors ourselves, no matter how stupid the things we do are, no one will know. After listening seriously the whole time, Ayumin's face suddenly lit up when he finished speaking. Her eyes widened and sparkled as if she had realized something. Then she gave a small smile and answered, "That's right. Only we know about the stupid things we do." However, after smiling for barely 5 seconds, Ayumin suddenly froze and said, "But wait, then why did you say that earlier? We're not in that kind of relationship." That made her firmly correct him. "We're close enough to be the kind of people who can worry about each other." "Yes, but even if you're handsome, that doesn't mean you get to be picky." Hyun-jo, seeing this, didn't hesitate at all and flatly rejected her. "Well, for me, it's different." That made IU Min's eyes go wide as she cried out, "Wow, you're so cold. How can someone be this cold? From now on, I'm never worrying about you again." Meanwhile, Hyun-jo was staring at something under the table. But it seemed her words had affected him after all, because he raised a hand to cover his mouth. To quickly hide that awkwardness, Hyun-jo hurriedly lifted the glass of water from the table and turned his face away. Ayumin judged him inwardly. He's really hard to get close to. At that moment, with her chopsticks still between her lips, she kept staring at the confusing man. Sometimes he said things that hurt people, and then other times he comforted them, making her unable to figure him out at all. And then what was bound to happen finally happened. Ayumin's eyes suddenly widened, because this time she saw the faint figure of her ex-boyfriend behind the crowd. Kim I-sun was looking straight at her. Still, she wasn't completely sure, and Ayumin kept asking herself, "Is that really Kim I-sun? I'm not sure. If not, then it was probably just someone who looked like him, right?" And within seconds, that familiar figure was gone. He disappeared. So in the end, she told herself it probably wasn't him. It was the same at the bookstore earlier. Hyun-jo, meanwhile, was thoroughly confused by the strange behavior of the woman across from him. Once Ayumin sat back down, he finally asked, "What's wrong with you?" and immediately got the reply, "It's nothing." Inside, things seemed settled, while outside, I-sun walked through the crowd carrying a plastic bag. He kept his head down, looking dejected. I guess so. Today ended up being another wasted effort. By the time he got back to the apartment complex, the sky was completely dark, with only streetlights shining down. As soon as the door opened and her older brother stepped inside, Ha-kyung turned and asked, "You're back? Why are you home so late today?" Hearing that, I-sun quickly replied, "Sorry. Let's eat." Unexpectedly, the plastic bag was full of sushi, and there was kimchi soup too. Ha-kyung must have been quite hungry, because the moment she opened it, she grabbed her chopsticks and started eating right away. Even so, she noticed that her brother hadn't touched a single bite. Then she let out a little laugh and asked, "Is there anyone at your company or around you who's ever pursued you like crazy?" I-sun answered, "Yes." Quite startled, Ha-kyung couldn't hide her shock. Her mouth dropped open as she blurted, "There is? Then have you ever dated any of them?" Fortunately, I-sun calmly picked up a piece of food and replied, "No, I have no intention of dating." That made his younger sister let out a relieved breath. But she didn't stop there. Even though she was sure of the answer, Ha-kyung still curiously asked, "Why not? Is there some other reason?" It didn't seem like anything too serious. I-sun firmly said, "It's just that. I don't think dating is really necessary." Right then, she voiced her own guess. I thought maybe you just hadn't gotten over Ayumin Uni. It seems like she's seeing someone now." At that exact moment, Ha-kyung realized the subject might be a little sensitive and froze, worrying to herself, how is he going to react? But without the slightest sign of being shaken, I-sun coldly said, "I saw her today." And just like that, the shock was even greater than before. Ha-kyung suddenly broke into a sweat and cried out, "What? You saw Ayumin Uni?" After hearing her brother say that, Ha-kyung reacted even more strongly. She leaned all the way over the table and rapid-fired her questions. She was with another man? Did you say hello to her? What did the man look like? Without hiding anything, I-sun told her everything. "I only saw them eating at a restaurant. She was with another man." Since they were over, I-sun said indifferently, "I shouldn't go over and say hello." Hearing that, she immediately lost all enthusiasm, pouting with a sulky face. "Why not? You could at least say hi." But feeling awkward, I-sun only gave a strained smile and answered, "Normally, shouldn't you not do that?" Because he didn't want to do something Ayumin wouldn't like. And an old memory rose up in his mind, his eyes lowering as he thought about it. All he could see was how, back then, Her hands had clenched tightly in frustration. Understanding the issue, Ha Kyung reminded herself, I know this is just my own selfish wish, but I want him to do that at least once. How do you know she wouldn't like it? But Isun looked so dejected that he couldn't bring himself to eat. Looking at the photo on the table, Ha Kyung still believed, if you don't try, how will you know? So it seemed Isun had listened and taken it in. He closed his eyes and let out a soft, is that so? At the same time, the scene shifted to the outside of another high-rise apartment building. Inside was So-young's home. Sitting on the floor, opening the gift Pan had given her, she commented, it's prettier than I expected. The design is simple, and the quality is good too. Then she lifted the bag up high, without saying another word. Suddenly, in a move no one would have expected, So-young coldly flung the bag away. It flew forward, knocking over a stack of phone boxes before crashing hard onto the floor. At that moment, her face crumpled as if she were about to cry. To understand why, we have to go back a few days earlier, when she was holding May's business card in her hand. Looking at the woman in front of her, So-young praised her, saying, "Your name is really pretty, Ms. Iu Min." Hearing that, the young woman blushed shyly and replied to the actress with a bright smile, "Haha, thank you." While they were sitting in the car, So-young asked, "By the way, where's your store? I really like handbags too." But the answer was a bit unexpected. Iu Min hesitated slightly and said, we don't have an offline store yet." Even so, she didn't forget to promote her business. She quickly added, "If you're curious, I can send you the website link." Hearing that, So-young went, "Really? Then send it to me so I can take a look," which made Iu Min excitedly say, "Yes, of course." At first, she had been nervously afraid a war might break out, but it didn't. Sitting in the back and watching, Ha Kyung thought to herself in satisfaction, everything's going so smoothly. Meanwhile, Iu Min was also rather delighted, typing away while secretly thinking, So-young's phone color is so pretty. After a long silence, the actress suddenly leaned closer and said, "Ms. Iu Min." Came the response. Still not understanding what was going on, she then warmly suggested, "If it's okay, could you give me your number too?" She even took her hand, making Iu Min freeze for a moment, unsure how to react as she stammered, "My number? Mine? Is that okay?" Without any hesitation, So-young emphasized, "Yes. I want us to become close," with a confident smile. As they continued talking, the black van suddenly came to a stop. So-young's manager, holding the steering wheel, said, "We're here." Nothing could have been better for Iu Min at that moment. Her eyes lit up. Looking around, she said, "Thank you. Then I'll be going now." "Thank you too, Ha Kyung." But before she could leave, actress So-young called out to her once more. Ms. Iu Min, could I ask you a favor?" With no reason to refuse, she replied, "Yes, what is it?" Only then did So-young say, "Please keep this a secret from the others. There will be a lot of people who get jealous over this." It didn't sound too difficult, so Iu Min agreed at once. I understand." As she leaned halfway out the door, she reassured her, "Don't worry, I absolutely won't tell anyone." Back in the present, So-young picked up the bag she had just thrown away. Standing in front of the mirror, she kept thinking to herself, "I'm being so childish. Because of Hugh and Joe, I'm doing things I've never done before. I've been so bothered by it all. I have to show my reaction somehow." And with that, she stood in front of the mirror and took a few pictures. As she uploaded the post to Instagram, So-young felt guilty and told herself, "This can count as compensation for Ms. Iu Min since she got caught in the middle between us." Early the next morning, the very moment the sun began to rise, two figures were already crouching together on the ground by the road. One of them, dressed in a suit, held out his business card along with a brief introduction. "This is my number." Hearing that, Hugh and Joe stared in surprise, blinking blankly. The man in the suit was Ai-san. At that moment, he said, "Please contact me when you get back. I'll take responsibility for the hospital bill." Morning had broken, and as dawn spread, the whole city lit up. Hugh and Joe was out exercising. Wearing sneakers, he ran along the bridge. The morning sunlight fell over him, full of life. Watching the scenery pass by, Hugh and Joe could hear the steady rhythm of his breathing. Looking toward the dawn, he thought regretfully, the sun's already up. At times like this, time really flies. By the time Hugh and Joe returned, the sun had fully risen, and the sky was much clearer. He relaxed his pace, walking while staring at his phone. Suddenly, he looked up ahead. A man in a suit was squatting on the ground, a briefcase placed beside some cardboard boxes. Hugh and Joe recognized him and wondered, isn't that the guy from downstairs? What's he doing here? Then he spoke up. Is something wrong? Ai-sun turned around and answered tensely. Ah, the man from upstairs. Hello. He was cradling a tiny bundle in his arms. Seeing the curiosity on the other man's face, he explained, this kitten looked a little strange, so I stopped to check on it. Hearing that, Hugh and Joe quickly asked, what? Is it hurt somewhere? Is it serious? Calmly, Ai-sun replied, I don't think it's injured. It's probably sick with something, so I think it should be taken to the hospital first. Shielding the kitten, Ai-sun softly said, I think it must be sick. Hugh and Joe frowned, his face full of worry. Ai-sun continued, I may have to take a half day off to bring it to the hospital. The kitten tried to lift its head. Its eyes were crusted over, and its nose was runny. Hugh and Joe immediately spoke up. I'll do it. He lifted the kitten into his arms, his voice firm. I'll take it to the hospital. But Ai-sun hurriedly stopped him. No, you can't. I can't trouble you like that. Hugh and Joe replied at once. I could be a little late for work, so it's fine. Sensing that someone wanted to help, the kitten waved its little paw pads against Hugh and Joe's face and meowed. Seeing it respond positively, he let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness, it still has some strength left. Watching the man and the kitten grow close so quickly, and seeing how genuinely Hugh and Joe cared, Ai-sun felt much more reassured. He opened his wallet, pulled out a small business card, and said to Hugh and Joe, then thank you so much. Ah, wait, there's something I want to give you. Handing over the card, Ai-sun said softly, this is my contact number. Hugh and Joe looked at him in surprise. Ai-sun seriously added, please make sure to contact me after you come back. I'll pay the hospital bill. Though surprised, Hugh and Joe still accepted the card and politely refused. Since I'm helping because I want to, you don't need to pay the hospital bill. I'll contact you to let you know about its condition. Ai-sun didn't insist any further and said, then, even if I'm being a bother, please help me with this. Then he suddenly realized that while they could be considered neighbors, they still didn't know each other's names. So he asked, come to think of it, I still haven't asked your name. My name is Kim Ai-sun. Holding the kitten, Hugh and Joe was slightly taken aback when a man in front of him introduced himself, repeating inwardly, Ai-sun, Kim Ai-sun. But he still responded with proper courtesy, and my name is Oh Hugh and Joe. After exchanging names, the two of them stood up at the same time. Ai-sun spoke first. I'll definitely repay you for what you did today. Hugh and Joe refused. There's no need to do that. Besides, I'm sure you're already late for work now. Hearing that, Ai-sun smiled and said goodbye. All right, then I'll be off first. Please be sure to contact me later. After he left, Hugh and Joe lifted the kitten and set it on top of his head, and the little cat let out a cheerful meow. Online, fans are going crazy over the photo their idol had just posted, all of them clamoring to know what brand she was using. One comment asking about the bag was answered. It was from the brand MIOB. Thanks to that comment, the bag became a market sensation. Employees at IU company had to keep answering customer calls nonstop. Yes, at the moment, that product is sold out, so it's very difficult to purchase. I can't say exactly when it will be restocked. I checked the website traffic from earlier, and we didn't run separate ads for this product. Yes, about that. I could discuss it with our representative and then get back to you. Staring at her computer screen, IU Min was stunned, hardly able to believe it. Looking over the product list, she suddenly felt emotional, her eyes shining with joy. Every single bag had sold out. The website was on the verge of crashing. Watching item after item disappear, she thought, just because Hong So-young posted one bag, it's gotten this crazy. So this is why companies pay huge stars to advertise for them. Thinking that, she suddenly felt awkward and rested her chin on her hand. But I never paid Hong So-young, did I? Suspicion started to creep in. IU Min's office was always neat, with sample bags displayed on the shelves. At that moment, she found herself wondering, I don't think she'd post those pictures just because of someone she met only a few days ago. Could it be that she really liked my company's bag? Closing her eyes and leaning back in her chair, she tried to reassure herself. That must be it. I mean, that's the only explanation, right? But why do I still feel uneasy? Just then, the phone on her desk began to vibrate. IU Min picked up. Hello. A sweet female voice came through. Is this Ms. IU Min? She replied in confusion. Yes, this is Choi IU Min speaking. Who is this? The person on the other end cheerfully answered, Ms. Ayu Min, it's me, Hong Soyoung. Hearing that, her eyes widened and she rushed out of the room, not forgetting to say to Ji, wait a second, I'm stepping out to take a work call. Ji nodded and replied, okay. Once outside the office, Ayu Min spoke in an extremely formal tone. Yes, Ms. So Young, thank you for contacting me. The person on the other end sounded to be in a very good mood and politely asked, have you been well? Ayu Min answered right away, of course. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you too. So Young seemed to know in advance what she wanted to talk about and said first, is it about the handbag photo I posted? Carefully, Ayu Min asked, yes. I was wondering if you did that because of me. But So Young cut her off. I just liked it so much that I took pictures with it. I often post products I buy myself on social media, so you don't need to worry. Hearing that, Ayu Min dropped into a chair and let out a deep sigh of relief. Phew, she felt much better. Cheerfully, she replied, so that's what it was. Thank you so much, Ms. So Young. Thanks to you, I got to experience having my product sell out for the first time. So Young was just as generous in return. How can I not take pictures with it? That bag is seriously so pretty, you know? Hearing that, Ayu Min was deeply moved to the point of choking up. Is she an angel? So Young suddenly suggested, next time, let's meet up and have dinner together, just the two of us. We could talk about handbags and get closer. Naturally, she didn't refuse and answered excitedly, then I'll treat you that time. Let's pick something really delicious. I'll buy you anything you want to eat. Of course, So Young had no objections and quickly said goodbye to Ayu Min. Great then. I have to go film now, so I'm hanging up. Ayu Min wanted to offer words of encouragement, but she only got halfway through before So Young hurriedly ended the call. Yes, then good luck with filming. Although slightly disappointed, Ayu Min didn't dwell on it. She hurriedly wanted to tell her mother the good news instead. She must be really busy. I have to brag to Mom. Mom? It's me. My company is doing so well right now. That evening, Hugh and Joe was at the veterinary clinic. The kitten had taken its medicine and was wearing a recovery collar. It was now resting quietly inside the cage. Looking at it, Hugh and Joe lowered his eyes and thought, it's so tiny. The door suddenly opened, and I-Sun came in, greeting him. Hugh and Joe, you're back? He replied, yes, I just got off work. Hearing that, I-Sun smiled and continued, same here. He walked over to look at the kitten for a moment, then turned and asked, how is it? Is it better? Hugh and Joe answered without hesitation, a little better, but the doctor said it needs to be monitored until tomorrow. I-Sun let out a breath and said in relief, that's lucky. It seems to be getting better. On the other hand, Hugh and Joe still looked worried, his brows knit tightly together. But we still can't relax yet. I heard kittens are very weak, so the risk of sudden death is pretty high. I-Sun was surprised by this side of him, and, for a moment, didn't know how to answer. After checking on the kitten, the two of them walked out of the clinic together. I-Sun tried to start a conversation. I heard it before, but it really seems like you like cats a lot, doesn't it? Hugh and Joe answered honestly, yes. You do too, don't you, I-Sun? You came running over right after getting off work. I-Sun's gaze drifted vaguely down toward the floor as he replied in a calm voice. Well, let's see. I neither like cats nor dislike them. Then he looked at Hugh and Joe, his words carrying a hidden meaning. But if I discover it's sick, then I have to take responsibility. That's different from your sincere concern for it. Hugh and Joe. Glancing at him, Hugh and Joe replied softly, what does it matter if it's different? As long as we both have the heart to take responsibility, that's enough. Hearing that, I-Sun laughed. Is that so? Thank you for saying that. You really are a very friendly person. Hugh and Joe said indifferently, I'm just telling the truth. Anyway, it's a lot better than being irresponsible. Suddenly, a call came in, and he picked up his phone to check it. Then he turned to I-Sun and said, I'm going to step outside to take this call, then I'll come back. The other man nodded. Yes, then I'll sit here and wait. Only after walking over near the window did Hugh and Joe answer in a low voice. Hello. On the other end, Ayu Min asked excitedly, Hugh and Joe, can you talk right now? Calmly, he replied, yes, go ahead. She reminded him, we were supposed to decide tomorrow after work whether to go look for my ex-boyfriend at the bar near my place, but I think we'll have to postpone that. He nodded as if he understood. I got it. Thinking she would hang up, he instead heard her smiling as she said, aren't you going to ask why I'm postponing it? He replied, puzzled, I'm not curious. Why would I ask? She immediately cried out excitedly, I hit the jackpot. That instantly caught Hugh and Joe's attention. He was the kind of person who couldn't resist hearing about hitting the jackpot, so his cold expression suddenly turned to shock. The jackpot? What prize rank? Imagining his face from the sound of his voice, Ayu Min burst out laughing. You said you weren't curious, so why are you asking that? Embarrassed at being called out, Hyun-jo replied sulkily, if you just want to joke around, I'm hanging up. But Min was still far too excited to care and cheerfully said, I'm not joking, it was just a metaphor. Orders for our handbags suddenly skyrocketed, so I have to work overtime. That only annoyed him more. So, in the end you just called to show off? I'm hanging up. Min hurriedly stopped him. It's because Ms. So-young posted one of my company's bags on social media. At that name, he froze for a beat. Hyun-jo's face suddenly turned grim. Forcing his voice under control, he pressed, So-young? You mean the celebrity Hong So-young? Sensing the change in his tone, she answered awkwardly, yes. It seems she happened to buy one of our bags. Hyun-jo asked again, have you ever met Hong So-young privately? Min sat bolt upright and quickly denied it. No, of course not. Then she silently scolded herself for almost giving away the secret. So-young had told her not to tell anyone. Hyun-jo stayed silent for a long moment, his face returning to its usual unreadable expression as he thought, if they didn't meet privately, then she probably found Choi Min's social media account, even ordered the bag and posted it so I would see it. I can't tell if it's a warning or smugness, or maybe both. No matter how sour his mood was, Hyun-jo still didn't forget to congratulate Min. Well, either way, it's a good thing. At least for you, Ms. Min. By sheer coincidence, those words happened to reach I-sun, who was sitting and waiting not far away. I-sun turned to look at him, full of suspicion. That name sounded so familiar that it really surprised me. Still, Min is a pretty common name, after all. Over on his side, Hyun-jo was saying goodbye to her. All right then, I'll contact you later. After finishing the phone call, he returned to where he had been. Sorry about that. Let's go now. I-sun replied, sure. If you're heading home too, then let's just share a taxi back. The two walked out to the main road to catch a cab more easily. Then Hyun-jo spoke up. I also want to talk about what we should do once that kitten is discharged. That's good. I-sun continued. It looks like its mother abandoned it, so we'll probably have to find someone to adopt it, right? He nodded in agreement. Yes. For now, we need to find a temporary guardian first. A few days later, at night, rain poured down in sheets, and the streets were all lit up. Sung-gu sent a photo of his daughter with the kitten along with a message. The cat's doing fine. It's even become friends with my daughter. Hyun-jo stared at the picture for a long time. Looking at how adorable both the child and the kitten were, he exclaimed inwardly, they're both so cute, small, and harmless. Right now, he was sitting in a restaurant waiting for Min to arrive, so he casually replied to the message. The little one has grown a lot, hasn't it? Thanks. Please keep taking care of it until someone adopts it. Sung-gu immediately replied, okay, don't worry about the kitten anymore. How have you been lately? Are you still having trouble sleeping? Hyun-jo fell silent for a few seconds, hesitating over whether he should tell the truth. In the end, he sent back a message. I'm doing fine, so don't worry. I'll contact you again later. Suddenly, the woman at the next table stood up and shouted so loudly that he flinched. I'm sick of this. Let's break up. Her boyfriend also stood up and asked awkwardly, why are you suddenly talking about breaking up? Are you mad just because I said I didn't want fried rice? The woman loudly snapped back. You always only order what you like. It's always like that. She stormed off, her voice full of frustration. If you're going to be this selfish, how am I supposed to keep liking you? I'm leaving, so don't try to stop me. The man shouted after her. He still seemed not to understand what was going on. What? You making this big a scene over fried rice? Huh. Just then, Min arrived outside the restaurant. The front door flew open, and the woman bumped into her. Min politely apologized at once. I'm sorry. But before she could even recover, the man rushed out after the woman and slammed in her too, shouting, wait, stop. Let's talk first. Min let out a groan of pain. Ow. She quickly went over to Hyun-jo. Sorry I'm late. Work's been really hectic lately. Then she turned and complained about the man. He bumped into us and didn't even apologize. He stared at her shoulder and asked with concern, is your shoulder okay? Min immediately replied, of course it's fine. She looked around for a seat, then said curiously, but did you really pick this spot? Kuinyo answered casually. No, I just sat wherever there was an empty table. Hearing that, Min suddenly suggested, we haven't ordered yet, so can we move somewhere else? Smiling, she pointed to a table in the corner and said calmly, let's move to the table by the window. If my ex-boyfriend shows up, I'll notice right away, and it's more romantic too. Hyun-jo had no choice but to agree. All right. As they sat waiting for their food, looking out the window, people still bustled by despite the rain. Ayumin suddenly asked, curious, but what was up with those two who just went out? Were they fighting? He shrugged indifferently. Just a couple breaking up over fried rice. She found a little amusing and pressed further. What? What kind of thing makes people break up over fried rice? Hyun-jo shook his head slightly. Well, I don't know either. Ayumin pouted in disappointment. I should have come earlier. You're the only one who got to see something interesting, Hyun-jo. He rubbed the back of his neck and said, eyes wide, it wasn't that interesting. I've seen something like that before. The moment the words slipped out, he regretted them, and his eyes widened. Hyun-jo carefully studied her expression. Ayumin didn't seem to notice the shift in his mood and just kept talking. Oh, you've seen something like that before? Tilting her head with a smile, like friends chatting, she asked softly, when was that? Can you tell me? Hyun-jo suddenly recalled 3 months earlier, on Christmas Eve, when he had been reading an article about dating rumors between Song-chan and So-young. He had been sitting alone in a cafe, gloomily staring at his phone, thinking, dating rumors again? Is this why I couldn't reach her today? I can't believe this. Hyun-jo scrolled down. The article even included paparazzi shots, along with a caption. GX member Song-chan and actress Hong So-young are once again caught up in dating rumors. Last night, after drinking with friends, the two went together to another venue in a warm, intimate atmosphere. He stared expressionlessly at the photo on his phone as all kinds of thoughts and doubts ran through his head. Someone usually this careful went to meet alone with a person she'd already had dating rumors with? That's strange. She's not the type to do something that would damage herself. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. I'm sick of being with you now. Hyun-jo quickly turned his head. It was a couple. The girl who had just said those hurtful words was smiling calmly at the man across from her. He thought, she can smile while saying something like that? That woman was Ayumin. Tucking her hair back, she spoke matter-of-factly. I mean it. She continued, when I'm with you, I feel like I'm wasting myself a little. Those words struck Hyun-jo and made him think of So-young. Now that she's become a famous actress, am I still good enough for her? He lowered his head in silence. He couldn't even argue against his own thoughts. Back in the present, Hyun-jo's brows were tightly furrowed, his face stiff. Ayumin called out, Hyun-jo. Afraid she had upset him, she said awkwardly, if you don't remember, you don't have to tell me. I'm not that curious anyway. He cut her off. I remember now. The question is whether I should tell you. At that, Ayumin brightened. Of course you should. Hurry and tell me. Hyun-jo said coolly, Choi Ayumin. Facing her startled expression, he continued, you broke up with your boyfriend on Christmas Eve last year, didn't you? But her reaction wasn't that dramatic. Instead, Ayumin only asked, puzzled, huh? How do you know that? Did Ji-hee tell you? Or did Tae-jun overhear and tell you? Resting his chin on his hand, Hyun-jo answered, I was at that cafe that day too. I only just remembered. He said it bluntly, without hesitation. You were smiling while saying you were sick of him too. At that, Ayumin frowned uncomfortably. Before she could answer, he continued, at the time, I wondered how you could say something like that and still smile. Exactly 3 months later, I ended up acting the same way you did. So now I understand. Ayumin lowered her eyes, her cheeks turning red as she answered shyly, what a surprise. It's kind of embarrassing hearing that you were there that day too. Hyun-jo was intensely curious about that reaction and quietly watched every expression that crossed her face. At last, he asked calmly, then why did you break up with him? The sudden question caught Ayumin off guard. Hesitating, she said, I didn't expect you to ask first, Hyun-jo. I don't really want to say this while I'm sober. Then she raised her hand and called out loudly, excuse me, 3 bottles of soju for our table first. Hyun-jo stared at her in surprise, wondering, 3 bottles? Sometime later, relying on the liquor, Ayumin was now collapsed over the table, quietly crying. Holding her head, tears and snot all over her face, she spoke between sobs. It's not like I want to break up. I was planning to marry him and live together until we were 100. Hyun-jo took a sip of his drink, still calm. Was he cheating? Or did he have a criminal record? Tugging at her hair in despair, she answered miserably, if he'd done something trashy like that, I wouldn't be regretting it this much. Suddenly, he noticed that the end of her hair had fallen right into a plate of food, sauce clinging to it. He quickly lifted a hand and quietly warned her, "Wait a second. Min, your hair fell into the food. That's disgusting." But she was too drunk to notice. Mumbling, she said, "That doesn't matter right now. Joe, you have to listen to me." But he cut her off in a hurry. "Do something about your hair first." Ignoring him, Min went on and on about her tragic love life. "I dated him for 6 years, you know." Joe was inwardly surprised. That's a long time. Drunk, she was flooded by memories of all the happy days she'd spent with him, and said painfully, "But the ridiculous part is, he said he'd never once been attracted to me. Not at first, not even until now. How can you date someone and never be attracted to them?" Joe stared at her with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Min whispered to him, almost as if asking herself, does that even make sense?" Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed, her brows knitted together. Every word she said was filled with grievance and stubborn hurt. That kind of love is for family or friends. If there's nothing different from that, then how are you supposed to call someone your lover? Unable to think of anything comforting to say, he could only hand her some tissues. "Here, tissues." But Min cried even harder, flipping up the dirty end of her hair as she choked out. "Then what were my 6 years? Was I all that time? I even saved up money for a wedding. When people asked me why we broke up, I was too ashamed to answer." Honyo saw it. Instead of just offering her tissues, he decided to get up and go over to her himself. Min was still hunched over, crying. He sat beside her, unsure how to start speaking. Then he held up 2 napkins and said softly, "Look." The moment Min lifted her head, Joe stuck the 2 napkins over her eyes. Her tears immediately soaked through them, and she just stared blankly. With a serious expression, Joe asked, "Did he say that to your face?" Min shook her head. "No, I overheard him on the phone." He gently lifted the dirty end of her hair and said reproachfully, "What an idiot. How could he say something like that?" Joe patiently wiped her hair clean with a napkin. Min had stopped crying and said sadly, "Don't scold me. I said things like that too." Still focused on cleaning her hair, he comforted her in a low voice. Those are the kinds of words you can only say after you've been married and happy together for 100 years, or in front of Choi Min's grave. One of the napkins over Min's eyes fell away. She stared at him blankly, unable to speak for a moment. Then she asked, "Why are you suddenly being so nice?" Joe let out a weary sigh and answered quietly, "When you see someone crying with their hair dipped in a plate of food, anyone would turn nice." Hearing that, she nodded blankly. I get it." The other napkin over her, I fell too. Min looked at him and, frowning, warned him, "Anyway, you can't tell anyone about this. It'll hurt my pride, so make sure you keep it a secret." After finishing cleaning her hair, Joe exhaled. "It's clean now." Then he closed his eyes and answered evenly, "I won't say anything, so don't worry." But Min still looked doubtful. She stared at him and said seriously, "How can I trust that?" Joe, you should tell me too." He asked, puzzled, "Tell you what?" She reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Min's face was full of determination as she said firmly, "Tell me about your breakup. If you're going to ask about my circumstances, you should be prepared to talk about yourself too." Joe's face darkened and he rolled his eyes, lamenting inwardly, "Why did I even ask? I had no idea it would turn into this." Joe from 6 years ago was a 25-year-old man. Unlike the gloomy person he was now, he wore his hair short, and though his face was cold, he carried himself with spirit. As he walked down the street, he heard someone calling out to him from an alley, "Hey, you." He saw a beautiful young woman with large, captivating eyes. It was So Young, 22 years old. She had a cigarette between her fingers and asked casually, "Do you have a lighter?" As she said it, she lifted her chin and looked at him with a faint smile. Joe silently observed the person in front of him for a long moment. After thinking for a bit, he decided to turn around and leave. Joe went to a nearby convenience store to buy something. The clerk cheerfully rang him up. When he left the store, the young man politely said, "Thank you, come again." Joe returned to the alley and held the lighter out in front of So Young. She looked at the lighter in surprise, not expecting him to actually buy a brand new one for her. Then So Young held out the cigarette and asked softly, "Could you teach me how to smoke? I'm about to go to an audition, and if I've never smoked before, I won't be able to portray a smoker well." Joe didn't answer. He just coldly took the cigarette from her. before So Young's astonished gaze. He lit it, brought it to his lips, took a drag, and blew out the smoke. The whole series of actions was smooth and effortless. Hyun-jo lowered his eyes. There was a small mole on his eyelid, and his purple-tinged pupils looked straight at So Young as he said coolly, like that. As soon as he finished, he turned and crushed the cigarette against the wall to put it out, about to leave. She hurriedly grabbed his shoulder and said urgently, "Wait." He looked at her in surprise, and So Young continued, "You can't learn just by watching once. I think I need to see it more often to really understand." Hyun-jo glared at her without replying. Then he froze, staring at the crushed cigarette in his hand. At that moment, Hyun-jo suddenly remembered that he was in the middle of quitting smoking. At the same time, seeing So Young's bright smile after asking him for help, Hyun-jo found himself thinking that even if years of effort went down the drain, he wouldn't regret it all. Sometime later, while at work, he suddenly asked his older cousin for permission. "Sung-gu Hyung, I'll be leaving early today." His cousin immediately asked, "Is it because of that girl? The one who dreams of becoming an actress?" Hyun-jo scratched the back of his neck and answered sheepishly, "I'll work even harder from now on." "Sorry." Sung-gu folded his arms, looking displeased. "TSK, I don't get how a girl you've only known for a few weeks can throw you off this much." Just then, his phone buzzed, and Hyun-jo used the chance to slip away. As for Sung-gu, who had just been scolding his cousin for chasing after a girl, a second later, he was speaking to his wife in a syrupy voice. "Oh, honey, what's wrong? Did you call because you missed me? I miss you all the time, too. I'll come pick you up in a little while, okay?" Hyun-jo had a reason for leaving work early. He wanted to show So Young an apartment. The real estate agent enthusiastically introduced it to them. "This is a very popular unit. You two came at just the right time. Will you be living here together? Newlyweds or a dating couple?" "But ma'am, do you have a summer cold?" Faced with the agent's endless questions, he said coolly, "No, I'll be living alone. I'll take a look around." He led So Young out to the balcony. Only then did she take off her mask. Looking around at the view, she exclaimed excitedly, "It's so beautiful. It even has a rooftop. I really like this place." Hearing that, Hyun-jo said, "Really? Then let's choose this one." She felt a little guilty and said anxiously, "But doesn't it seem expensive? What should we do?" He took her hand and reassured her softly, "Don't worry about the rent. That's my job." Hyun-jo smiled at her, his cheeks a little red, his face glowing with happiness. He said softly, "You just live here and go to your auditions without worrying." So Young lowered her head and looked at their intertwined hands. In a troubled voice, she suggested, "Then why don't we live together? I don't want you carrying everything by yourself while I live here alone." But Hyun-jo gave her a perfectly reasonable explanation to put her at ease. "You're studying acting, right? So maybe we shouldn't live together. It could cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, I'll come by often anyway, okay?" So Young happily threw herself into his arms and said cheerfully, "Thank you so much." He wrapped his arms around her too, smiling. From his point of view, love was something new, like a stream of pure, cool water. Throughout their first year together, Hyun-jo felt incredibly happy. Even though they didn't get to meet often, whenever they did, he would cook for her and So Young would smile and praise his food. Sharing everyday life with the person he loved was something he was experiencing for the first time. Or when the weather turned chilly, Hyun-jo would take off his jacket and drape it over her, and the two of them would quietly watch the maple leaves fall. At times like that, he felt that having a heart willing to give everything without regret was what made their relationship special. However, when he saw an interview online in which So Young said that nothing in the world stirred her ambition more than acting, he was forced to realize, painfully, that everything had changed after So Young debuted. Even so, Hyun-jo still trusted the feelings they had for each other, just as most people would believe their relationship would remain strong. In the second year of their relationship, the two of them went to a cafe. So Young had her face covered with a mask and hat, and pointed somewhere as she said softly, "Let's sit over in that corner." The place she was pointing to was a hidden corner out on the terrace. Hyun-jo asked, puzzled why, "Isn't this spot better than sitting by the window?" She answered awkwardly, "That spot is still a little visible, so we need to be careful." So Young glanced around and then blurted out unconsciously, "When I'm with you, I feel like people look at me more. Is it because you're tall and stand out?" Then she added, "Anyway, it seems like you attract attention in a not-so-good way." Every word she said hurt Hyun-jo, and he stood there stunned. In the end, he still went along with what she wanted. "All right, then let's sit over in that corner." So Young returned to her seat, while he quietly lowered his head and followed behind her, trying to draw less attention. But even so, her anxiety about being photographed in secret didn't lessen. It only kept getting worse. For example, one day when they went to a stationery store to shop, So-young suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and darted her eyes around. Then she said to him in a low voice, "Did you hear a camera shutter just now? Did they take pictures of me?" Hyun-jo didn't think so. He answered gently, "I don't think so. I think they were just taking pictures of each other." She frowned and insisted, "How do you know that? Someone took pictures of me last time too." In truth, those two really were just taking pictures of each other. The guy happily showed off and said, "This photo makes you look just like Harry from Harry Potter." The girl lightly punched her boyfriend on the shoulder and protested in mock anger. "Ah, do you want to die?" "Not Harry." Looking at the couple in front of him, Hyun-jo said seriously, "If you're feeling uneasy, I'll go check." Perhaps feeling that he thought she was being difficult, So-young lost her appetite for staying and turned away, saying coldly, "No need. Let's go home. I am tired." She walked off without waiting for Hyun-jo, leaving him standing there in a daze, watching her back grow farther away. Another time, when summer came, he and So-young were walking through a crowded street. In the end, because So-young seemed exhausted, the two of them had to step into a small alley. Unscrewing a bottle of water, Hyun-jo asked worriedly, "So-young, look at me. Can you still walk?" She answered few, "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired." He quietly suggested, "Should we go to the hospital and get in for?" But she quickly refused, her eyes still fixed outside. "No, it's not bad enough for that." So-young always felt as if countless strangers were staring at her, secretly watching and judging her. The anxiety made her ears ring. She couldn't properly hear what he was saying. "You don't look well right now. If we take a taxi, we can get to the hospital right away." "So-young, are you very tired?" Hyun-jo's voice couldn't reach her. At that moment, her attention was fixed only on the outside, her vision darkening as she murmured, "Stay back." Noticing that something seemed wrong with her, he reached out, his voice full of worry. "So-young, are you okay?" The hand holding her water bottle swung up, and Hong shoved his hand away. So-young shouted, "I said I'm fine. I told you to stay away from me." The bottle slipped from her hand and rolled across the ground. That sudden outburst stunned them both. After rolling a few times, the bottle came to a stop, water spilling out. Realizing she had lost her composure in front of him, So-young pulled her mask back up and pretended to calm down. "When we're outside, don't touch me." She tried to find an excuse for her outburst. "I'm still a rookie actress, but my boyfriend is an ordinary person, so I don't like people staring." Hearing that, Hyun-jo lowered his eyes and said gently, "I'm sorry." His mood sank, but instinctively he still worried about her. "It was my fault for being careless. Are you hurt anywhere?" Faced with his endless patience, Seung shut her eyes tight and thought to herself, "It's not an apology I need. He should be angry instead. He keeps talking to me like this, and that's why I've become like this." At last, she forced out the words, "Vunyo, from now on, it's better if we don't go on dates outside anymore." After that day, the number of times they met dropped sharply. The more Hyun-jo tried to understand So-young, the more he realized the days they didn't see each other kept increasing. Even without him, she carried on with her acting as usual. If anything, she seemed in even better shape. The TV was replaying a scene from one of her dramas. On screen, she said shyly, "Wow, is this a rose?" The male actor replied, "So-young, if you take it, that means you're accepting my heart." The screen kept echoing with the voices of So-young and the actor. "That's against the rules. You have to do this if you want me to accept your heart." But Hyun-jo stood there blankly, making a phone call, not paying any attention to what was playing on TV. On the screen, So-young had short hair, and her beautiful face was lit with a radiant smile. She reached out and accepted the rose, her voice sweet. "If you've gone that far, then I have to take it." In contrast, what Hyun-jo heard was only the cold voice of the automated service. "Your call cannot be connected. Please leave a message after the tone. Charges will apply after the beep." In the third year of their relationship, Hyun-jo was out looking at a property, planning to open a new store. The director introduced the place generously. "This location is very valuable. I heard your previous shop was doing well. So are you moving to a bigger place now?" Wearing a black suit, he leaned on the table and answered, "That's right." His phone suddenly vibrated. He spoke politely. "Director, please excuse me for a moment. It's an urgent call, so I need to take it." The director naturally had no objection and only smiled. "Seeing a young man like you reminds me of myself when I was younger. Go ahead, go ahead. A businessman ought to be busy." Hyun Jo answered the call, and his voice unconsciously softened. Yeah, what is it? Aren't you in the middle of filming? On the other end, So-young replied, no. I'm going to look at a house now. He asked in surprise, a house? Are you moving? Again, she casually came up with a reason that sounded convincing. Yeah, I need to move somewhere bigger and with better security. You should move too, Hyun Jo. Because she had moved so often, he felt uneasy and asked, what? Why me? Hyun Jo hurriedly explained, my lease isn't even over yet, but So-young cut him off. You know my manager, right? She said the place next door is empty. In fact, her assistant had cheerfully told her that just the other day. At the time, So-young had replied, really? No one's moved in yet. And then, without caring in the slightest how he felt, she made the decision on her own. I'll take care of everything, so you just move in there. Hyun Jo spoke quietly, trying to hold on to at least something. I like the place I'm living in now. But So-young neither cared nor wanted to know what he wanted or liked, so she brushed it aside with another excuse. But that place would be perfect for us to meet. We wouldn't have to worry about people watching. No matter what she said, after so many moves, he no longer believed her. So he cut her off coldly. You're planning not to let me come to your new place at all, aren't you? As if she was used to dealing with situations like this. She hurriedly made a sweet promise. No, it's not that I don't want you to come. I'll definitely invite you later, Hyun Jo. In the 4th year of their relationship, that summer, Hyun Jo once again saw news online about his girlfriend being involved in cheating rumors. The headline explicitly read, Song Chan and Hong So-young, suspicious signs discovered, possible romantic involvement, along with a photo of the two of them chatting happily. The news hit Hyun Jo like a bolt from the blue. He stared at the picture, unable to say a word. When he finally calmed down, he pieced everything together. The first man she had been rumored to be dating had also been Song Chan, a top actor and former idol. But when he asked about it, she had quickly reassured him. So-young explained that she had only met that actor for the first time on the day of the photo shoot. She said it was just a misunderstanding caused by reporters. Hyun Jo chose to believe her, and he did not doubt her words. But his body began showing more and more strange signs. A vague sense of anxiety often kept him from sleeping. After everything passed, she remained calm and unshaken. Her beauty and fame kept drawing people to her. After the scandal, So-young only became busier. For some reason, more and more places started looking for her. In the 4th year of their relationship, in winter, on that Christmas night, Hyun Jo's fears became reality when a second dating rumor broke out. The door opened, and So-young stepped inside. As she changed her shoes, she said, Hyun Jo, I'm here. The house was dark. The living room lights were off, but she knew Hyun Jo was there, so she kept talking. Something suddenly came up, so I couldn't contact you. Have you been waiting long? He sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, not even lifting his head to look at her. By then, his hair had grown out. His eyes clearly showed exhaustion, with dark circles deeply etched beneath them. Hyun Jo sat there, facing So-young's expressionless face. He questioned her in a low voice. This dating rumor, did you do it on purpose? So-young took off her hat, avoiding his gaze, her voice strangely calm. So you saw that article. We were hanging out with friends and got photographed. Hyun Jo immediately cut her off. You would never do anything that could ruin your career. He stepped in front of So-young, his cold violet eyes fixed on her. And I know that if our relationship came out, it would attract media attention again. So-young was surprised by this detached side of him. She reached out and gently touched Hyun Jo's cheek, speaking softly. Are you saying I deliberately created a dating rumor? Hyun Jo, if there's a dating rumor, I'm the one who loses out. He brushed her hand off his face, clearly not believing her lies. You're not losing anything at all. Nothing in her expression stirred him anymore. Hyun Jo said coldly, after that scandal, you're going to become an ambassador for a luxury brand, and your career will do even better. So-young still had not realized how much he had changed. She still thought sweet words would be enough to easily soothe him, so she immediately threw her arms around him and pretended to pout like always. It's all just work anyway. That's how the entertainment industry is. They use each other. But all Hyun Jo felt now was emptiness and disgust. His voice became emotionless. In the end, it was exactly what I thought. So-young lightly rubbed her face against his chest and said apologetically, I know this must have been a shock, but could you just understand me this once? She looked up at him, her beautiful, delicate face blooming into a smile, her sweet voice almost hypnotic. Hyun Jo, you love me, don't you? His face showed no emotion at all, or rather, he had learned to become numb to all of So-young's actions. All Hyun-jo wanted were simple, sincere words. He ran a hand through his hair and turned his head away. Sometimes he wished So-young would do something different instead of repeating the same stale trick over and over. I'm sorry for surprising you, but I only love you. Something that simple and honest would have been enough. That fake display of love made disgust and revulsion surge through him. Hyun-jo did not believe So-young was incapable of such a simple thing, even knowing that he no longer had any desire to soothe her worries. In the end, he chose silence, because he felt any words he spoke would be pointless. Hyun-jo simply let the discomfort spread through his whole body. He removed So-young's arms from around him and thought, this is truly strange. He wanted to end this exhausting, joyless relationship and set them both free. So Hyun-jo finally spoke, his voice light. Let's break up. So-young was stunned, even shocked, by his proposal to break up, as if she had never once imagined that one day those words would come from his mouth. But after everything, only one thought remained in Hyun-jo's heart. How strange. Even when you love someone, you can feel unbearably weary. So-young stood frozen, watching him leave. After saying those words, Hyun-jo never returned to So-young's house again. Back in the present, the rain was still pouring. Holding the umbrella over Min, he wondered how to talk about it without mentioning Hong So-young now. After a long moment of silence, he decided to say, I can't go into detail, but I was very anxious when we were dating. Those memories were like thorns lodged painfully in his heart, but he still tried to appear calm. I thought things couldn't go on like that anymore, so I decided to end it. Min lowered her head, seeming to understand his feelings a little, and comforted him softly. I see. It sounds like you went through a very hard time. The cold wind sobered her up a little. Seeing how composed Hyun-jo looked, Min reproached herself for being childish. If only I could speak that honestly too. Crying endlessly like that was so immature of me. She stole a glance at him and thought, but he still told me. I thought I wouldn't get to hear anything. It feels like he left out a lot, though. The two of them kept walking, and neither said anything more. Min told herself that everyone had their own circumstances. As they neared her home, she exclaimed, if you keep going down this road, you'll get to my house. By the way, how are you planning to get home? Earlier, she had tried to catch a taxi and failed, so in the end, Hyun-jo had to walk her home. Worried, Min said, you can't get a cab either. The buses have stopped running, and you can't catch a taxi. He kept carefully holding the umbrella over her, though one side of his shoulder was already soaked through. She shivered lightly from the cold and said uneasily, if you walk, it'll take a really long time. And it's cold too. It's fine. He continued, think of it as exercise. But before he could even finish speaking, as if cursed by bad luck, a passing car splashed rainwater all over him. As if things weren't bad enough already, Hyun-jo's mood plummeted. Min cursed at the driver while anxiously checking on him. Hyun-jo, are you okay? How could someone drive like that? Why are there so many inconsiderate people these days? Oh no, what do we do? You're soaked. Hyun-jo was drenched from head to toe. He wiped the water from his face and asked with concern, did any of it splash on you? Min immediately answered, yes. No, I'm fine. Luckily, thanks to you, Hyun-jo. He did not seem to care much. Ignoring her worried expression, he said casually, that's a relief. Then let's keep going. She looked at him apologetically and asked hesitantly, would you like to stop by my place for a bit and dry off? After walking just a little farther, they reached Min's house. She politely invited him in. My place is a little messy, but just come in. The moment they entered, she hurriedly found a towel and handed it to him. Here's a towel. Hyun-jo said at once, thank you. Min asked with concern, are you very cold? Should I get you a cup of warm water? But Hyun-jo refused. No need. I'm fine. The biggest reason he did not dare stay long was the pile of clutter in her place. Hyun-jo said awkwardly, I'll just dry off quickly and leave. Min paid no attention to that. She still went into the kitchen and brought him a cup of warm water, saying kindly, you need to warm up before you go back out. Here, warm water. Unable to reject her kindness, he could only answer, thank you. It felt a little unnatural for him to be in Min's house at a time like this. You say it inwardly. I really must have lost my mind. Normally, I never would have followed her here. Suddenly, she smiled and asked casually, Could you take those clothes off? Hugh and Joe immediately choked on his water. His face showed pure shock as he stammered. What did you just say? You want me to take my clothes off? Realizing he had misunderstood her good intentions, Ayumin shrugged and calmly explained, Don't get the wrong idea. Those clothes probably won't dry anytime soon. Luckily, I have a new set of men's clothes at home, so you can wear those. Only then did Hugh and Joe realize he had been overthinking. He wiped his face with the towel, using it to hide his embarrassment, and told himself, of course that's not what she meant. There's no way she'd think that. Meanwhile, Ayumin briskly went to get clothes for him to change into. Wait a second. I'll go find something for you. Hugh and Joe let out a breath and calmly set the glass on the table, telling himself he had simply thought too much. While Ayumin was away, he took the chance to look around the kitchen. The refrigerator was covered with her photos, and there were also design sketches with the brand name Myop written on them. He stepped closer to get a better look. Most of the pictures were of cats. A few others were photos of her with friends from high school. Hugh and Joe wondered, does she like cats? This must be the friend who came to the store with her. What was the name again? I heard they'd been friends since school. This must be from back then. There were also several photos of her as a little kid, wearing all kinds of unusual hairstyles. He almost laughed when he saw them. Are these from when she was little? Every hairstyle looks ridiculous. It was the first time he had seen such a lively, vibrant side of Ayumin. For a moment, Hugh and Joe's gaze softened considerably. She looks like a mischievous child. Suddenly, Ayumin appeared right behind him and startled him badly. She said, the hairstyles look cool, right? Hugh and Joe took the clothes from her hands and replied evenly, that's right. Whoever did those hairstyles must have had some serious skills. As she explained, Ayumin said proudly, this is an XL, so it should fit you. My mother is a hairdresser. She still runs a salon near our house. The house really did feel much warmer now. Cheerfully, she added, if you ever need a haircut later, just tell me. My mom's actually really good. Hungyo nodded. All right, of course. Ayumin pointed ahead and told him, the bathroom is over there. If it doesn't fit, just let me know. Thinking of her offer about a haircut, he wondered, come to think of it, when did my hair get this long? After changing, Hugh and Joe stood at the entrance holding his damp shirt, preparing to leave. Ayumin saw him out and carefully said, you can keep the clothes you're wearing. It's not like I can wear them anyway, so I just have to throw them out. Avoiding her eyes, he said indifferently, got it. But inwardly, he thought, looks like she bought them for her ex-boyfriend. Kind-hearted as ever, Ayumin handed him her own jacket, speaking with concern. And just with a jacket too. This one's mine, so you have to return it to me, okay? Hugh and Joe intended to refuse. I don't need to wear a jacket. It actually feels kind of warm. She looked at him seriously, her voice firm. Even so, it might get cold outside. If you catch a cold, you're the only one who'll suffer, Hugh and Joe. In the end, he could not refuse and went home wearing her jacket too. After walking for a while, he started to sweat. He sighed. See, it's already hot. A faint scent caught his attention. He could not tell whether it was detergent or Ayumin's perfume. Hugh and Joe thought to himself, it smells nice. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look back toward her house. The room lights were still on. The place was messy, but warm, just like the sense of peace she gave him. An unnameable feeling rose in his chest. When he got home, he immediately hung up the shirt so it would not stay damp for too long. Hugh and Joe did not take off the jacket until he reached home. The umbrella, soaked through with rain, he left by the door. That day, perhaps because he had told someone about So-young, Hugh and Joe fell asleep on his familiar bed and enjoyed an unusually peaceful sleep. Later, when he thought back on it, he wondered, was it because I walked for so long that I felt warm? It was the first time he had slept soundly without waking in the middle of the night since breaking up with So-young. A few days later, Hugh and Joe returned to work as usual, and his restaurant was bustling with customers like always. Taejun had just brought food out to a group of customers. Panting, he leaned against the kitchen counter and chatted with Hugh and Joe. Man, customers have been pouring in non-stop today, haven't they? Is the food almost ready, Hyung? Hugh and Joe answered, almost. Just wait a second. Lately, his complexion had visibly improved. The dark circles under his eyes had nearly disappeared. Taejun asked in surprise, but have you been doing something to your face lately? You look way brighter. Even the dark circles under your eyes are fading. Hugh and Joe glanced at him and frowned in warning. I haven't done anything. Hurry up and get back to serving. Taeyun Poodle. You really do look a lot less tired. He did not forget to look out for him either. All the dishes are out now, so you should take a break too. Once Taejun left, Hugh and Joe immediately took out his phone to check it, as if he were waiting for a message from someone. That day, after she got home, Min texted him goodnight, but the two of them still hadn't exchanged any messages again in the past few days. He thought to himself that she must be very busy. Ever since that day, she still hadn't contacted him again, and he still had to return her jacket and umbrella. Not being able to see her left him feeling a little disappointed, and Hyun-jo himself didn't even know why he felt that way. He wondered whether Min still wanted to continue this fake dating relationship, or if she had given up because she hadn't been able to meet her ex-boyfriend all this time. That disappointment suddenly turned into resentment. He stiffened and thought, no, what is this? She was so eager when she needed my help. So why is she giving up on her own now? Just then, his phone vibrated, and Hyun-jo nearly dropped it in surprise. As he opened the message, he muttered, "Speak of the devil, huh?" But unfortunately, the sender was I-san. He said, "Hello, I was wondering if you're free after work today. You helped me save that kitten, so I'd like to buy you a drink." That evening after work, Hyun-jo changed clothes and went to meet I-san. When he arrived at the meeting place, he couldn't help thinking in surprise, "I thought we'd just eat grilled pork belly and drink soju." But it turned out the meeting place was a bar. Hyun-jo thought to himself, "This is a little awkward. Wait, isn't this the place I came to with Choi Min before?" Hyun-jo looked around. The place wasn't much different from the last time he'd been there. How could that kind of coincidence happen? Is this place really that famous? He wondered, could it be that today, Choi Min brought her ex-boyfriend here? Thinking of her ex, he tried to picture what he looked like again. How had she described him back then? He couldn't quite remember. It was hard to put into words. Fairer skin than his, dressed neatly, and about the same height. Hyun-jo gave up and silently made up his mind. Next time, he would have to ask her to show him a picture so he could recognize the man's face. After thinking that, he suddenly realized he had unconsciously been concerning himself with her business. No, wait, why should I care about her business? Besides, she isn't even here right now. Just then, I-san also arrived. Smiling, he greeted him. "Hello, have you been waiting long?" Hyun-jo turned and replied, "Oh, I just got here." Then he said, "Mr. I-san," seeing that his name had been said wrong. I-san hurriedly corrected him. "It's I-san Hyun-jo. I just got here too." Mixing up someone else's name made Hyun-jo feel embarrassed, and he awkwardly said, "Sorry, I'm not very good at remembering names." I-san didn't mind such a small thing and casually replied, "I think we should meet more often then." Was this place hard to find? Hyun-jo shook his head. "No, I've been here once before." The two of them ordered a few beers and clinked glasses while talking about the kitten. It was a relief to hear the kitten was still healthy. Taking a sip, I-san calmly said, "Now all that's left is to find a good home to adopt it." Hyun-jo added, "I guess the family that's fostering it can't keep it long term. Even just taking care of the kitten temporarily is already something to be grateful for." At that, a trace of worry crossed I-san's face. He said, "But I didn't expect there to be so few inquiries about adoption. I posted about it quite a while ago. People around me also said it's really hard to find someone to adopt." Hearing that, a thought surfaced in Hyun-jo's mind. People around him? That day, he had seen a lot of pictures of Min with cats, and he thought to himself, she has that many cat photos, so she must really like cats. He took out his phone and used the opportunity to send Min a message. At the same time, he told I-san, "I'll ask around too. I happen to know someone who really likes cats." Suddenly, two women approached their table. The blonde one smiled shyly and said, Hey, we're really doing this, okay?" The other woman encouraged her, "It's definitely 100%. Just try." The blonde woman then bravely stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, if you two have time, would you like to have a drink with us? There are just two of us too." In response, I-san only let out a surprised ah, while Hyun-jo bluntly refused sorry. As soon as he said that, he turned away sharply and paid them no more attention. "We still have things to talk about." Seeing how firm he was, the blonde woman had no choice but to back off. "Ah, yes, I see. Sorry for bothering you." But inside, she was thinking he rejected us in literally 1 second. After they left, Hyun-jo finally set his phone down. Neither of them spoke for a moment. He suddenly realized he might have been a little rude, rejecting them on I-san's behalf too. Feeling uneasy, Hyun-jo asked, "Did you want to sit with them?" "I guess I was only thinking of myself." I-san shook his head. "No, you did the right thing." Then he explained softly, "I was going to refuse too. It's not been long since my breakup, so I'm still not comfortable with situations like that." Then he asked, "Are you dating anyone these days?" Hyun-jo stammered, "No, no one." "No, but..." After hesitating for a long while, he finally decided to tell I-san about it. Hyun-jo wavered for a bit, but in the end said that he too had gone through a breakup not long ago. Sometimes, confiding in people who don't really know you makes you feel more at ease. Hyun Joe and I-sun became so absorbed in talking that they almost forgot to drink their beer. They seemed to have a lot in common. The more they talked, the more they realized their common ground was that both had gone through a breakup. They recognized that they were on the same wavelength. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, their glasses were empty. The two of them poured more and drank it down. In this world, it's rare to meet people who click with you like that, so it wasn't surprising that they became close so quickly. Looking at the blurred lights of the bar, I-sun suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right. This is also a place my ex-girlfriend introduced me to, so I come here often." After talking for a while, the two of them decided to speak more casually with each other. Hearing that, Hyun Joe asked in surprise. Usually people wouldn't come back to a place like this because they're afraid of running into their ex. I-sun replied matter-of-factly, "If I ran into her, I'm sure I'd just feel happy and at ease." Resting his chin on his hand, Hyun Joe casually asked, "What if you saw your ex-girlfriend with someone else? Would you still feel that way?" It was a somewhat strange question, but I-sun still calmly took a sip of beer and said, "Yeah, I would." Hyun Joe stared in shock and awkwardly asked, "What? Have you actually experienced that? Even after seeing it, you could still feel happy and at ease?" I-sun lowered his head slightly and confessed in a quiet voice, "Maybe because it had been such a long time since I saw her. I just felt happy to see her." Then he asked Hyun Joe in return, "What about you? How would you feel?" This time, Hyun Joe didn't answer right away. He stayed silent for a long while his deeply buried memories came rushing back. On the night he found out about the cheating rumors involving So-young, he had sat there stunned, calling her again and again for a long time, but she never answered. Except for the very beginning of their relationship, Hyun Joe had always had to hide his own existence. He told himself it had been his own choice, and because it was to protect So-young, he never complained. Hyun Joe still couldn't forget the moment he stared at that photo of So-young and Song-chan smiling happily together. But the feeling he had when he saw her taking pictures with another man wasn't happiness or jealousy. It was emptiness. Hyun Joe thought it over, imagined the same situation again, and came to a conclusion. If I ran into her now, I think I'd still feel the same way. He answered honestly, "Well, I don't think I'd feel happy." Hearing that, I-sun didn't seem surprised. He simply smiled and said, "I see. Maybe I'm a strange one. But it sounds like there are still some good feelings left between you two. Have you thought about getting back together?" This time I-sun rested his hand against his face and fell into thought. He said, "If she wants to get back together, then I'm sure we'd get back together once more. If she doesn't, then I guess things will just stay as they are." I-sun's gaze drifted far away, as if remembering someone, and his voice turned gentle. "No matter which path she chooses, I just hope she can live the way she wants." Those words made Hyun Joe think of his old self, always enduring and going along with everything. Taking a sip of beer, he wondered, if you hand your ex-girlfriend the right to decide while you just accept it, then don't your own choices matter at all? He set down his glass and spoke from the bottom of his heart. "No matter what, I haven't completely given up on seeing her again. But whatever my own decision may be, hers matters more." Hearing that, I-sun smiled and replied, "She was the one who broke up with me first, so I don't know whether she'd even want to get back together." Hyun Joe looked briefly surprised. "She was the one who broke up with you first?" Remembering the long time he had spent with IU Min, I-sun felt regretful. Maybe being with me had become boring. We were together for a pretty long time, almost 6 years. Hyun Joe encouraged him. "If you were together that long, then she probably can't forget you that easily either. If you still remember each other, then why not try contacting her once? If she doesn't want to, she'll definitely refuse." I-sun answered softly, "You think so?" Hyun Joe let out a breath and thought to himself, "What am I even doing? I don't even have the right to be giving anyone advice. Meanwhile, I myself am tangled up in some strange plan with someone unrelated." Suddenly, he looked toward the bar counter. It was the spot where he had sat with IU Min before. Now there were only 2 empty chairs left, as if everyone avoided those seats. Thinking of her, Hyun Joe picked up his phone to check it and thought, come to think of it, why hasn't she replied to me yet? Without realizing it, he muttered aloud, "Is she working late?" Hearing that, I-sun asked in surprise, "Working late? Who?" Hyun Joe hesitated, then answered, the person I mentioned earlier about the adoption. She usually replies really quickly." I-sun suddenly guessed, "That person's a woman, isn't she?" Startled, Hyun Joe asked, "How did you know?" I-sun gave a slight, teasing smile. Because you look worried, so I guessed. Hyun-jo pretended to stay calm and denied it. That's not it at all. Why would I be worried just because I haven't gotten a text back? But the way his leg was bouncing gave him away. Hyun-jo crossed his arms and coldly added, "You saw wrong." I-sun didn't point out that unconscious habit, only smiling as he said, "Really?" Hyun-jo's flustered appearance amused him, so he pressed further. "Are you seeing someone these days?" Hyun-jo immediately made an excuse. "No, it's not like that. It's just that we have a short-term plan we need to work on together." I-sun deliberately dragged out his words, clearly teasing him. "Ah, so you're working together. Just the two of you?" Hyun-jo instantly rebutted, "It's something only the two of us can do, so we can't help but cooperate." Hyun-jo stopped bouncing his leg and answered calmly, "There is absolutely no chance of that person and me becoming a man and a woman. We both already have someone in our hearts." But I-sun didn't see it that way. He said, "That sounds even more dangerous, actually, because both of you understand each other very well." Hyun-jo sighed and replied gloomily, "Dangerous? What's dangerous about it? We could become friends, but nothing more." I-sun asked, "Why not?" Hyun-jo rubbed the edge of the plate in his hand and said thoughtfully, "Our first meeting didn't exactly go well." He recalled the moment he had first met Min when the two of their liquor bottles had rolled across the floor. Hearing that, I-sun comforted him. Getting drunk after drinking is normal. Hyun-jo then remembered the night she told him to come inside his uncle's place for a moment. Sighing, he said, "But she also gets unreasonably involved in other people's business, which can be exhausting." Thinking of Min sobbing over her ex-boyfriend, he unconsciously went on, "Oh, and I've seen her crying while complaining about something too. But she looks better when she smiles." In just a moment, Hyun-jo had listed all of her strengths and flaws, and even his tone carried a strange trace of emotion. If something upset her, she should probably yell, but she doesn't. It seems like she's usually a pretty gentle person. He looked away and said quietly, "I think she's much better than my first impression of her." He didn't know why he had brought all that up and thought to himself, saying this out loud sounds kind of strange, doesn't it? In the end, he clicked his tongue and said, "Anyway, that's why we can only be friends." After hearing that, I-sun didn't show much reaction and simply answered thoughtfully, "I see." In truth, I-sun found it entertaining to listen to someone else's romantic troubles, especially someone who is still completely unclear about his own feelings. Hasn't he even realized his emotions yet? What an interesting friend. He thought to himself, is this why other people's love lives are so interesting? Hyun-jo didn't notice what I-sun was thinking. He was sitting there with his arms crossed, sulking to himself, when the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The way he hurried to check it made I-sun laugh. "Oh, so you finally got a reply." But the person who had texted was not the one Hyun-jo had been hoping for. It was a message from So-young. She said, "I'm here hanging out with a friend, and the atmosphere is really nice. I want to come eat here with you too." Hyun-jo. From the photo attached to the message, he saw a red phone. It was Min's phone. In other words, the person So-young had gone out to eat with was her. Min packed up her things and hurried out, telling everyone, "I'm going out for a business appointment and then heading straight home, so you can all leave on your own later." Ji-hee immediately replied, "Got it. Thanks for your hard work." Another person also said, "Please be careful on your way, director." After leaving the company, she went to a meeting with a partner regarding their next upcoming product. After that, Min went to a store to inspect product quality. When she came back, she was carrying several large and small bags, so heavy that she groaned, "Oh gosh, this is so heavy." Running around all day had completely drained her strength. Min, out of breath, thought to herself, doing 3 jobs in one day is seriously exhausting. A meeting, then checking the factory, then stopping by the market. "I'll sit down and rest for a bit before calling it a day." Even though she was tired, her passionate heart was still burning and new ideas kept popping into her head. But if the tide is rising, you have to push the boat. Opportunities like this don't come often. Maybe I should start preparing clothes and shoes too. If things keep going this smoothly, maybe I should hire more employees and expand the company. Her phone screen suddenly lit up, and Min suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, I completely forgot about the fake dating thing. She picked up her phone to check the messages and wondered to herself, should I even keep doing this? It's already been weeks, and I still haven't seen any sign of Kim I-sun. Min raised her head, her face full of thought. In her imagination, She pictured appearing with Hugh and Joe somewhere near where I-sun lived. Actually, hanging around in front of Kim I-sun's house would make it more likely they'd run into him. But that would be way too obvious. If that really happened, she would awkwardly say, "Oh, hi. Long time no see. What are you doing here?" Then I-sun would smile and calmly answer, "This is in front of my house, Min." And she would reply in embarrassment, "Right? Of course. I forgot." At that point, she immediately dismissed the idea. I wanted to seem like a chance encounter. Min sighed in frustration. "I don't know. I guess I'll have to talk it over with Hugh and Joe later." Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Slightly surprised, she wondered who could be calling at this hour. The screen showed a call from So-rong. A little later, Min arrived at an incredibly luxurious bar. This was where So-rong had asked to meet her. As soon as she got there, she saw So-rong already waiting in the lobby. Today, the actress was dressed elegantly, looking more mature than she did on television. Seeing Min arrive, So-rong smiled and ran over to take her hand. Once they were seated at the table, Min finally spoke. "I was really surprised to get your call, So-rong. I didn't expect So-rong to invite me out for drinks instead of a meal. I heard you don't like alcohol." So-rong immediately replied, "Drinking is the fastest way to become close." She looked apologetic, her voice gentle but full of hidden intent. "After making plans with you, I realized today is Friday. I wasn't sure whether you might have plans with your boyfriend." Min, not knowing anything, still chatted warmly with her. I don't have a boyfriend. And even if I did, I'd probably still come see you, So-rong, not my boyfriend." Right then, So-rong casually took a picture, and whether by accident or on purpose, Min's red phone ended up in the frame. She answered absent-mindedly, "You don't have a boyfriend? I would have thought a lot of people liked you." Even as she said that, her hands were busy sending the photo to someone else. Min replied awkwardly, "I did have one, but we broke up at the end of last year. After that, I just focused on work." So-rong became interested. She set her phone down and quietly probed then, "Since the breakup, you haven't been seeing anyone else, right?" She lifted her wine glass and smiled slyly, speaking with arrogant confidence. "Should I introduce you to a few people? I'll find someone who matches your ideal type." The offer made Min feel uneasy. She politely refused. "No need, So-rong. Thank you for being concerned about me, but I'm fine." So-rong hesitated and replied, You don't like that?" Min grew even more flustered. "It's not that I don't like it, but thanks to you, the company is doing really well, so for the time being, I plan to focus only that on work." When she said that, So-rong didn't reply. She only toyed with the wine glass in her hand. Min was afraid she had upset her and worried to herself, "Did I hurt her feelings by refusing?" She seems embarrassed. To help So-rong feel more comfortable, she came up with an excuse. "More than anything, it's because I still haven't been able to forget my ex-boyfriend." So-rong said in surprise, "So that's how it is. I didn't know. I'm sorry, Yuni." Min quickly waved her hand. "Why would you need to apologize to me?" Lowering her eyes, So-rong replied sadly, "Actually, I'm in a situation similar to yours, so I understand how you feel." Min's eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked curiously, "You still can't forget your ex either, So-rong?" She secretly thought to herself, did she really date Song-chan? So-rong answered softly, "Yes." Noticing Min's intense stare, she said firmly, "To tell you the truth, it wasn't Song-chan. He was just an ordinary person." Embarrassed, Min scratched her cheek and replied awkwardly, Was my expression really that obvious?" Her face suddenly turned serious, and she asked worriedly, "But is it really okay for you to tell me that?" Inwardly thinking, "We've only met a few times." But So-rong smiled instead, as if she trusted Min very much. "You'll keep it a secret, right?" She shot Min a meaningful glance. "I trust you." After saying that, So-rong seemed much more at ease and calmly began telling her story. "I dated my ex before I debuted." She brought up memories from when she was with Hugh and Joe, gilding them in nostalgia. "His support helped me debut smoothly, and even after I debuted, he supported me so I could stay focused on acting." Min listened intently the whole time. From So-rong's story, that mysterious ex-boyfriend sounded sincere and deeply in love with her. "Even when I was always busy and couldn't contact him for hours or days, he always understood. Whatever I said, he always went along with it." Min set her glass down on the table, thinking she still has feelings for him. But then why did they break up? Just then, So-rong continued when I think back on it. The expression on her face changed, and her voice turned cold. Maybe devotion and obedience were just the way he loved me. So-rung's words startled Ayumin. Obedience? To ease the awkward atmosphere, she pretended to change the subject. Just hearing you talk about him, it sounds like he really loved you a lot, So-rung. And you felt the same. Suddenly, her phone rang. Flustered, Ayumin said, "Oh, I have a call. Sorry for interrupting you. I'll step away for a moment." So-rung immediately cut in. "Just answer it here." She had expected this and already knew who was calling. So So-rung leisurely sipped her wine and said calmly, "I'm fine." "Grateful," Ayumin replied. "Thank you." Then, she answered the call and greeted quietly, "Hyun-jo, what's wrong?" The moment she heard that name, So-rung's heart jumped, and she silently watched Ayumin. Hyun-jo had stepped out of the bar to make the call, and he asked anxiously, "What are you doing right now?" Though puzzled, Ayumin still answered, "I'm meeting a friend." "Why?" "I can't talk long because I'm drinking." Hearing that, he was briefly surprised. As expected, she still wanted to keep everything secret. A friend? She didn't mention at all that she was with Hong So-rung. Since Ayumin clearly didn't want to say more, he didn't press her and only asked with concern, "Nothing happened, right?" Confused by his concern, she replied suspiciously, "Yes, of course." Nothing happened. Finding him strange, Ayumin asked, "Did something happen on your end? Hyun-jo, why did you suddenly call like this?" He shook his head and lightly made up an excuse. "I texted you, but you didn't read it." Embarrassed, Ayumin replied, I got too caught up talking to my friend, so I didn't check. I'll read it and reply later." "Okay?" Hyun-jo nodded. "All right." Before hanging up, he added with concern, "Don't stay out with your friend too long." "Oh no, never mind. Be careful on your way home." Ayumin politely answered, "Okay, you should head home too." Sitting beside her, So-rung had heard the entire conversation, her head lowered. Ayumin let out a sigh of relief, but still felt uneasy inside. "That's strange. He's not the kind of person who'd call me over something so trivial." Seeing that So-rung had been silent for a while, she quickly smiled and spoke up. Thank you for waiting. Let's keep talking." Suddenly, So-rung said out of nowhere, "My ex-boyfriend was someone who used to tell me he loved me so much." Then she covered her face, her voice choked with emotion. "But it seems like he's seeing someone now. What should I do, Uni?" In a broken voice, she asked, "Does that mean he's already fallen out of love with me?" Ayumin scrambled to comfort her. "Don't cry. Oh dear. Well, he isn't dating anyone yet, right?" So-rung immediately replied, "Right." With her hand over her face, eyes shut, and brows relaxed, she didn't actually look sad at all. But Ayumin didn't notice and continued trying to comfort her carefully. "Then, you should find some way to win him back." As if she had been waiting for exactly those words, So-rung lowered her hand and said expressionlessly, "Maybe I should do something then, don't you think?" Ayumin's face filled with enthusiasm as she answered firmly, "Exactly. It's better to do something and regret it than do nothing and regret it anyway." Everything was going exactly according to plan. So-rung smiled to herself in satisfaction and replied brightly, "Thank you. If that's what you say, then I'll give it a try." After the meeting ended, So-rung returned to her apartment. The door opened as she stepped inside. A pair of men's shoes had already been left by the entrance. Without even looking, So-rung knew who had come. Seeing Hyun-jo sitting on the sofa, she pretended to speak casually. "Good thing I decided to keep using the old password." He glanced at her with a cold expression. "Today wasn't the first time you met, was it? You've met Choi Ayumin before, haven't you?" So-rung tossed her bag onto a chair and admitted it outright, without even making an excuse. "That's right. Uni Ayumin is very tight-lipped, isn't she? If she says she won't tell anyone, then she definitely won't." Annoyed, Hyun-jo stood up, his voice turning sharp. "This is a matter between the two of us." Frowning, he stepped towards So-rung and said through clenched teeth, "You don't need to go near her like that." Ignoring his anger, she said coolly, "Wasn't what you were showing on social media meant to get my attention?" Hyun-jo immediately replied, "That's because I never thought you'd react like this." So-rung smiled, still wearing that same arrogant smile as always, and asked calmly, "Then how exactly did you want me to react?" So-rung's tone gradually turned mocking. "Did you want me to beg you to come back?" Then she reached out, trying to take his hand. She pressed his hand to her cheek, pretending as if they were still passionately in love, and whined sweetly, "Hyun-jo." Then she said the words Hyun-jo had once wanted to hear, words she should have said long ago. "I love you. I was wrong." Hyun-jo. So-rung closed her eyes and continued whispering, I'll do anything you want. Come back to me, okay? She quickly clutched his hand. Then she placed Hyun-jo's hand against her cheek again and called softly, Hyun-jo. She continued, I love you. I was wrong. For a moment, surprise flickered in his eyes at those words. She made him an offer. I'll do anything you want. Just come back to me, okay? If Hyun-jo's love was sacrifice, then recalling how the two of them had loved each other back then, So-rung's love had been possession and control. The way she had always taken the lead in everything made him uneasy. For all those years, So-rung had used Hyun-jo's insecurity to confirm his love. Even after they broke up, she had only been shaken by how unexpected everything was, never once doubting his feelings for her. Hyun-jo hesitated slightly, his gaze darkening. His other hand slowly lifted. Without saying a word, Hyun-jo gently caressed her face with cautious care, as though he were trying to find something he had once loved. A trace of surprise crossed her face, and she called softly, Hyun-jo. His hand slowly fell away from her face, and he said firmly, Stop bothering Choi Ayumin. Then Hyun-jo turned and left, the door opening behind him. So-rung stood there sadly, unable to say anything more. Her hands clenched tightly, trembling. Back at her apartment, Ayumin lay on her bed, unable to stop thinking, what a shame. The evening ended earlier than I expected. I wonder if I'll ever get another chance to drink with So-rung like that again. Thinking back to earlier, So-rung had stood up and said, Uni, I'm sorry. I don't feel well, so I think I need to leave first. Seeing that, Ayumin had quickly stood up too and said softly, Oh, really? Then go home early and get some rest. So-rung added, I'll contact you again later. The moment So-rung left, Ayumin collapsed back in her chair and sighed. What a shame. I only got to have one cocktail. I should have at least asked to take a picture together. Lying on her stomach on the bed, Ayumin scrolled through her phone and said, Oh, right. I need to reply to Hyun-jo's message. Actually, texting is such a hassle. I'll just call him. Thinking it, she immediately called him, looking oddly expectant. Hyun-jo answered quickly. Hello. Hearing his voice through the phone, she guessed, Oh, you picked up? Were you sleeping? Kuinyo replied, No. What's up? She said, I saw your message. That kitten is really adorable. With some regret in her voice, she added, It's a shame I can't adopt it. You know how it is. I live alone and I work too. He quickly replied, I understand. I had more or less guessed that already. Swinging her legs, Ayumin kept chatting with him. By the way, is that a stray cat you've been taking care of? Hyun-jo explained slowly, It didn't seem healthy, so my neighbor and I rescued it. She smiled faintly and asked, Wow, that's really nice of you. What are you doing right now? As he walked, Hyun-jo answered, I'm just taking a walk in the park. She asked in surprise, a walk? This late at night? Lowering his voice, he admitted, Yeah, I couldn't sleep. Hearing that, Ayumin immediately sat up. You definitely have something going on, don't you? You called me so suddenly earlier too. You've been acting really strange today. His voice came back calmly from the other end. It's nothing. I'm hanging up now. Hearing that, she hurriedly said, Wait. Then she asked softly, Which park are you at? It was in a neighborhood near his home. Even though it was late at night, there were still lots of people outside walking and riding bikes. Dressed in sporty clothes, she looked around carefully and thought, This is the park I usually come to with Kim, my son. Hyun-jo, do you live near here too? The moment she spotted Hyun-jo standing nearby, she called out quickly, Hyun-jo, I'm here. Faster than you expected, right? He stared blankly for a moment, surprised by her sudden appearance, then said helplessly, So you really came after all. The two of them found a bench to sit on. Ayumin quickly sat down, but Hyun-jo remained standing and asked, Why did you come here exactly? She didn't answer right away, and instead circled around the question. Why? She said, My friend is upset. How can I not worry? A thought flashed through his mind. If we get closer, maybe I really could be friends with her. Holding a cup of coffee in her hand, she bombarded him with questions. What? You're not objecting? I thought you'd say something like, Are we even close enough for that? Hyun-jo immediately turned his face away and replied, If you want to hear it, I'll say it. Ayumin burst out laughing. No thanks. I'll pass. Looking at what he was wearing, she asked curiously, Do you usually dress like this when you go for walks? Without hiding anything, he said, I just finished work, so I haven't gone home yet. I just decided to walk a little while I was out. There was no way Ayumin could believe that so easily. She looked at him as if she already knew the truth and probed, It's obvious something's bothering you. isn't it? That's why you couldn't sleep and came out wandering around like this. Looking down at the coffee cup in her hand, Ayumin blurted out, whether intentionally or not, don't tell me you've run into your ex-girlfriend again. Hyun-jo immediately choked on his drink. She glanced sideways at him and asked softly, you did, didn't you? He gave a small cough, as if warning her. Ayumin thought to herself, he's really easy to read. After that, neither of them said another word, just lifting their eyes to the night sky. Then her gaze drifted to him. At that moment, Hyun-jo looked cold and strikingly attractive. A little hesitantly, she said, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you something for a while. Hearing that, Hyun-jo turned to look at her. She asked bluntly, have you ever thought about brushing your hair back or cutting it shorter? Embarrassed, Hyun-jo hurriedly covered his hair and said, I've never really thought about it. She said softly, you should try at least once. You have thick eyebrows and a high nose bridge. Showing your forehead would probably suit you really well. Hyun-jo glanced away and replied quietly, it's better if I keep my forehead covered. Lowering his head, he added in a small voice, my face looks too harsh. People don't like it when they see me. Hearing that, she immediately turned toward him and reassured him. What? Your eyes are sharp, sure, but it's not to the point of being scary. Quick on the uptake, Ayumin added, at work in the kitchen, you still tie a bandana and show your forehead, don't you? Hyun-jo replied helplessly, that's because of hygiene regulations. I have to. She went on, customers always say you look handsome with the bandana on. They even write it in the restaurant reviews. Haven't you seen them? He reflexively objected. They're probably just saying that because the food is good. You know, just being nice. Ayumin looked a little surprised and somewhat flustered. Maybe compliments can sometimes just be polite, but not in this case. Right? As soon as the thought ended, she told herself, he really is pretty modest. At this point, he should just admit he's handsome. In a sarcastic tone, he said, how can you believe every little thing people say? Ayumin, you really are too naive. She was immediately irritated by that, her voice dropping as she exclaimed, what? Hongyo. She raised her voice and scolded him. Being too humble isn't attractive either. Do you really want people to just say to your face that you're handsome? Startled, Hyun-jo shot back, handsome? What are you talking about? Ayumin instantly froze. Wait, is he pretending not to know he's good-looking? Or have I just been way too careless? Hyun-jo glanced at her expression and let out a soft sigh. He stood up and gently held out his hand as he said, if you're just trying to make me feel better, then it's fine. You don't have to. Raising her coffee cup, she answered quietly, what did I even say? I was just telling the truth. Hyun-jo smiled faintly and said, thanks to you, I do feel a little better. Then he walked off, leaving her staring after him in confusion. She guessed to herself, if he wasn't lying, then maybe he really isn't very good at seeing himself clearly. She watched his back as he threw their 2 cups into the trash. I heard he had a pretty rough relationship before. Is that why? No, I shouldn't jump to conclusions like that. That's probably not it. At the bus stop, he said softly, that's a relief. The buses haven't stopped yet, but it looks like we'll have to wait a while. Holding his phone in his hand, he asked, should I call you a taxi instead? Crossing her arms, she said, it's Friday night. You probably can't get a taxi anyway. I'll just take the bus. Looking at the apartment complex in front of her, she thought, it's been a long time since I came back here. I used to come often because Kim I-sun lived in that alley. Then she asked, your place is around here too, right, Hyun-jo? He glanced at her and answered softly, yeah. Suddenly, she paused. Your place is too. He said, I live in that alley. Ayumin looked stunned. That alley? Feeling a little tense, she went on, is that so? Uneasily, she thought, so he lives in the same alley as Kim I-sun? In a timid voice, she asked him, I kind of want to see where you live, Hyun-jo. Could you show me around? Slightly surprised, Hyun-jo said, why do you suddenly want to see it? The bus will be here soon. Awkwardly, she replied, I can catch the next one. Ayumin began babbling nonsense. I just kind of want to know what this neighborhood feels like. Oh, and I also want to see whether there are a lot of stray cats around here. That night, she followed behind him. Her eyes widened in surprise. With both hands clasped behind his back, Hyun-jo said lightly, we're here. This is the area where I live. Today, the place we've been waiting to visit is Chef Kim, Maya CEO's restaurant. I heard he has 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. Wow, that's even more subscribers than my channel has. I'm a subscriber too. He's seriously so handsome. I can't wait to see how good the food is. She stared intently at the TV screen, then looked outside through the window. Meanwhile, Hugh and Joe was busy preparing food. What happened yesterday? Last night, Ayumin had looked up at the building where he lived. You live here? Yeah, there are a lot of cats around here, but I don't see them tonight. Ayumin turned to Hugh and Joe and thanked him cheerfully. Thanks for showing me, but it's getting late, so I should head home now. Ah, okay. He took the initiative and offered to walk her back to the bus stop. Then let's head back to the bus stop now. She carefully refused. No need, Hugh and Joe. You should go inside and get some rest. My place is really close by anyway. The bus stop is nearby, so I'll go by myself. Make sure you rest well. See you later. With that, she turned and walked away. He kept watching her back. Returning to the present, Hugh and Joe cooked while thinking about Ayumin. Was she really just curious about where I live? Or was that just an excuse so she could walk me home? That's right. He confidently convinced himself that his assumption was correct. Come to think of it, Choi Ayumin was absolutely the kind of person who would do something like that. She had noticed he was in a bad mood and came all the way here to see him in the middle of the night. If she had said she wanted to take him home, he definitely would have refused, so that was why she used a trick like that. He smiled to himself, satisfied with his own thoughts. What pointless concern, really. Tae-dion excitedly picked up his phone and went over to where Hugh and Joe was working, calling out brightly, Hyung, Hyung. Hugh and Joe turned to look at him. What is it? Are you free tomorrow, on Sunday? I don't have plans, but I might get a call from Ayumin. Then let's go for a drive and spend a day out together. I just found this glamping place nearby. I can't promise in advance. Something else might come up. Disappointed, Tae-dion shook Hugh and Joe's arm and whined. But if you say something might come up, that means nothing's set yet. Come on, let's go, Hyung. I already told Ji Nuna and Ayumin Nuna, but if you really can't go then, before Tae-dion could finish, the moment he heard that Ayumin was going, Hugh and Joe agreed immediately without hesitation. All right, let's go. Tae-dion stared blankly at the sudden change in his attitude. On Sunday, let's go glamping. When they arrived, everyone got out of the car. This place is amazing, right? We totally made the right choice coming here. The weather's really nice, too. Let's unpack quickly and look around inside. Hugh and Joe noticed Ayumin carrying a box out of the trunk. Without saying anything, he walked over and automatically took the box from her hands. Ayumin looked flustered by what he did. I can carry it myself. Hugh and Joe, let's clean up together. Ayumin started talking to him first. She sat down beside him. It's been a while since you've had a proper break, right? A real day off? Yes. I'm sure you haven't been able to rest properly because of me. She felt a little sorry toward him. During all that time, he could have been having fun with someone else or resting by himself. Because you had to go around with me, you couldn't do any of that. I'm sorry. Hugh and Joe looked at her as she blamed herself. He spoke up first. You don't need to apologize. It's actually been kind of fun. Hearing that made her feel a little better. Really? That's a relief. But then she lowered her voice and spoke so quietly only she could hear herself. Still, you don't have to keep going to all these places anymore. Huh? What did you just say? I couldn't hear you very well. He turned and asked Ayumin again. Embarrassed, she said, what I meant was... Before she could finish, Ji-hee cut into their conversation. Ayumin, Hugh and Joe, if you're done tidying up, let's go outside and explore. Come on, both of you. Hearing them call, the two of them stood and left their spot. Let's head out first. Okay. She looked at him anxiously. I have something I want to say, so why can't I get the words out? All four of them started looking around. There's even a valley here. The water is so clear. If we came here in summer, it'd probably be even better. Let's take pictures together. Everyone, look over here. She turned to look at him. Smiling brightly, she tugged on Hugh and Joe's arm. Can we take just one picture together? Everyone started taking photos. Hugh and Joe glanced quietly at Ayumin, who was smiling. It was already getting close to evening. Everyone went back to the tent to rest. I'll call you once everything's ready, so just take it easy. Okay, if you need help with anything, let me know. Now only Ji-hee and Ayumin were left in the tent. Ji-hee relaxed and flopped onto the bed to rest. Sitting beside her, Ayumin asked, so in the end, are you and Tae-dion dating? He's pretty decent. You seem a little worried because he's younger, but I guess it worked out in the end. As long as you love each other, age doesn't matter. But what about marriage? He's only 24. Marriage is way too early. Oh dear, don't hurt the poor kid, okay? You'll regret it later. No, I won't. When I'm in love, I love with all my heart. After resting, the two of them went outside to get dinner ready. That night, they grilled meat at the campsite together. Sitting at the table, Ayumin turned and called to Hyun-jo, who was grilling nearby. Hyun-yo, there's still plenty of meat left, so stop grilling and come eat. He turned back to answer her. Okay. Taedyeon noticed the water boiling and spoke up. The ramen water's boiling. Hyun-jo stopped him. I'll do it. Just sit there. Ayumin hurried to stand. Oh, let me cook the ramen. Please sit down and eat. I already ate a little while I was grilling, so it's fine. You keep eating. But she looked over at the food beside him. While eating, Taedyeon said, Nuna, it's okay. He likes doing everything himself. But Ayumin, Nuna, can we all get together again sometime soon? What do you think? If you tell me in advance, I'll make time. The cherry blossoms will be in full bloom next week, so let's go see them together. It'd be great if all four of us could hang out like today. Hey, why are you two planning dates and dragging us into it? Ji, who had been silent until then, finally spoke up. I don't mind. The more the merrier, right? My brother probably hasn't gone to see cherry blossoms in years. We need to do something to bring back some of the romance he's lost. No way. He definitely went with his girlfriend before. More specifically, with his ex-girlfriend. Huh? What girlfriend? He had a girlfriend. I've never heard anything about him seeing a woman, let alone having a girlfriend. Ayumin looked a little surprised by what Taedyeon said. Huh? You've really never heard about it. Hyun-jo had a girlfriend. Before she could finish, Hyun-jo hurriedly cut into the conversation. Here's everyone's ramen. He set the bowls down rather forcefully. Ayumin stared at him in confusion, ignoring the other two. He looked at her with a trace of irritation. Later that night, everyone gathered in the tent to talk. Sorry, it's only us drinking. It's okay. Make yourselves comfortable. Only Ji-hee, Ayumin, and Taedyeon were drinking alcohol. Hyun-jo wasn't because he had to drive. Oh dear, I think I'm a little drunk. I'm going outside with Taedyeon to get some fresh air. Ji-hee staggered to her feet, and Taedyeon quickly ran over to support her. Nuna, if you're drunk, you shouldn't go outside. Quiet and come out already. Ji-hee hurriedly dragged Taedyeon outside, deliberately leaving Ayumin and Hyun-jo alone. Now the tent was empty, with only the two of them inside, though they could still faintly hear the other two since they hadn't gone very far. Nuna, do you want to be alone with me? Sure, let's say that's true. The air inside the tent felt a little stifling. Ayumin was the first to speak. Hyun-jo, what was that earlier? Why didn't Taedyeon know you used to date someone? She looked at him with a bit of anger, but he only answered indifferently. Because I never told him. For all 4 years. Yeah, you never told the people around you? Yeah, except for one person. I see. I know it's not really my business, but I honestly don't understand. Well, I guess maybe you had your own reasons. A first love full of anxiety, one he couldn't reveal to anyone. With his lack of confidence and the way he always seemed to shrink into a corner, Ayumin vaguely sensed it from Hyun-jo. Maybe those 4 years of dating had slowly worn Hyun-jo down. He glanced sideways at Ayumin as she sat there thinking. If my guess is right, then he really shouldn't see his ex again. But if Hyun-jo decides to stop now, then I'll have to give up my plan too. Nervously, Ayumin rubbed her fingers together. I know they live in the same building, so this can't really be stopped. Hyun-jo slowly got to his feet. At first, I was going to ask Hyun-jo for more help, but I don't want to bother him anymore. Hyun-jo came closer, knelt down on one knee near her, and asked with concern, What is it? Is something wrong? She answered, I need to adjust my plan myself. It's strange. I suddenly feel really tight in the chest. Are you choking? I'll look for some medicine. No, it's okay. It's probably not that bad. Then let me rub your back. Sitting beside her, he gently rubbed Ayumin's back. There was something complicated in his eyes now, as if there was something he wanted to say to her, but couldn't bring himself to say. Looking at Ayumin, he noticed the faint sadness on her face. She turned to look at Hyun-jo sitting beside her. Hyun-jo will understand. No matter what, ours is just a relationship where we're using each other. In the messages Ayumin had sent to Hyun-jo, I heard there are a lot of pretty cafes and restaurants around your neighborhood these days. My ex-boyfriend lives nearby too, so he'll probably come by those places at least once, right? So from now on, we'll probably keep running into each other around your area. The next day, the two of them met outside. Hello. Ayumin looked around cheerfully. There's so many pretty cafes here. He took pictures of her while she played happily with a group of cats. Do you all live in this neighborhood too? Another evening. He looked at her with mild annoyance. Why do you keep walking me home? Your place is right in front of us, Hugh and Joe. It's okay. I'll walk you home today. If you don't go in first, Hugh and Joe, then I won't leave either. After going back and forth for a while, he finally gave in and obediently went inside first. Get home safely. You should go inside. After he went in, she slowly lowered the hand she had been waving with. There was a trace of worry and regret on her face. That night, at Hugh and Joe's place, he sat on the sofa looking at his phone. Every single picture was of her. My neighborhood turned into a hot spot? Still, it doesn't actually seem like that many people come by. But why did I take so many pictures? I don't even post on social media anymore, so I didn't need to take them. This one's nice. She's got cream all over her face, and I have no idea what she was so happy about. He scrolled through the photos on his phone, and they were all pictures of her. If I send this to IU Min, she'll probably really like it. He smiled as he looked at her photo on his phone. Then he suddenly looked startled at his screen. It was IU Min calling him. Why is she calling at this hour? Today isn't one of the days we're supposed to meet. A little later, he met her in front of his building. I called because I wanted to give you this. She happily held up a bag of food she had bought for him. How did you come all the way here when you're this drunk? What is this? I took a taxi here. I've been waiting over there for a while. And this is dessert. She cheerfully handed him the bag. I bought it from my favorite shop, so trust me and try it. I really love desserts. You came all the way here late at night just to give me this. There are a lot of things I wanted to apologize and thank you for, Hugh and Joe. If you eat that and go to sleep, you'll sleep well. Then you won't need to go wandering around at night anymore. He looked at her in silence. Her face was flushed red from drinking, but she was still fussing over him. But since it's late, just eat one piece. If you eat too much and go to bed, you'll get acid reflux. Thank you. I'll enjoy it. She nodded, satisfied. Then I'm going home now, Hugh and Joe. She turned to leave, but he quickly stopped her. Wait. He caught the edge of IU Min's clothes. Come by my shop anytime you want. I'll make everything you like. Hugh and Joe looked at her gently. After that, she got into a taxi and left. He kept watching the taxi she was in. Someone called him from behind. Hugh and Joe, what are you doing here? He turned around. I met someone for a bit. Did you just get off work? After work? I had a few drinks with a friend. As he spoke, Ai-sun was supporting his friend over his shoulder. This is my friend. He just got back to Korea after being away for a long time, and I guess he got a little too happy and drank too much, so now he's like this. The drunk man lifted his face and looked at Hugh and Joe. Hugh and Joe offered to help first. Let me give you a hand. It's okay. I'm not that tired. The drunk friend brightened when he saw him. Who's this handsome guy? What's that in your hand? Want to have a drink with me? Hearing him mention the bag of food IU Min had just given him, Hugh and Joe quickly hugged the bag tightly to his chest, clearly unwilling to share. Beside him, Ai-sun apologized awkwardly. He's still not sober. By chance, Ai-sun's eyes fell on the food bag. The dessert shop IU Min liked. Seeing the familiar label on the packaging, he immediately realized who had bought it. Ai-sun used an excuse to leave first. Then I'll get going. I need to hurry and put him to bed. Son, let's have a drink together. All right, get inside. You're so mean. I wanted to introduce myself, too. Be quiet for a second. Hugh and Joe watched the two of them walk away. A few days later, welcome. Hearing the staff's greeting, Hugh and Joe quickly turned around. Then he lowered his head in disappointment and went back to what he was doing. So it's not her. It looked like he had been waiting for someone to come to his shop. Was he waiting for IU Min? How many in your party? 2. That evening at the restaurant. Thank you. Please come again. Hyung, the last customer has left. I'm going to close up now. He stayed silent. Slightly annoyed, Tae-dion asked again, Did you hear me? I'm closing the shop now. Why are you doing that? Aren't you going to close? Don't you want to go home? Hugh and Joe barely paid attention to Tae-dion, his face still sunk in thought. She's probably busy these days, so she might come late. Even if she hasn't contacted me, you never know. He turned and said to Tae-dion, I'll finish up and organize everything, so you can get off work. Hearing that, Tae-dion brightened immediately. Thanks, boss. Then I'll head out first. Meanwhile, IU Min was busy working at her company. Suddenly, the phone beside her rang, breaking the quiet. She glanced over. It was her mother. She answered cheerfully. Mom, why are you calling at this hour? Her mother shouted angrily through the phone. You little brat, why haven't you come home? You're about to forget what your own mother looks like, aren't you? Huh? Frowning slightly, she pulled the phone away from her ear. Business has been growing lately, so I've been really busy. Besides, I'm the CEO, so of course I've got a lot to deal with. You know that, Mom. You say that, but do you think I don't know you still go out meeting your friends? They live nearby, so I only saw them for a little while. If you're not coming home anyway, then find a new boyfriend, not your friends. And don't pick some guy like that Ai-sun again, got it? The moment her mother said that, her expression darkened. Even if we broke up, Ai-sun Appa isn't the kind of person you should talk about like that, Mom. Rubbing her forehead, she kept talking to her mother. You know he treated both you and me well, so why would you say that? I liked him too, but if he's not your boyfriend anymore, then what mother would be happy seeing her daughter end up in that situation? Ayumin recalled her past from 8 years ago. Mom, I'm going to visit teacher. Why are you always going to visit someone sick? And what's all this stuff? At this point, that's not visiting anymore. That's taking care of him. Her mother had shouted in anger. Before you were even dating, you were already acting like a member of his family. And in the end, you broke up anyway. With a headache, she rubbed her temples. Like you said, we already broke up, so please stop bringing it up. Anyway, if you don't come home, then I'm coming over there to see you myself. Do you hear me? Yes, Mom. Good night. After hanging up, she helplessly dropped her face onto the desk. That's exactly why I don't want to go home. This is so stressful. I want something sweet. Her phone rang again. It was Oh Hyun-jo calling, but because her face was still buried in the desk, she didn't notice and assumed it was her mother. Is Mom calling again? She lifted her head and looked at the phone, only then realizing it wasn't her mother. Oh, it's Hyun-jo. She answered at once. Yes, Hyun-jo. Is something the matter? Calling at this hour? Why haven't you come by the shop? I told you I'd make delicious food for you. I was actually planning to go today, but I have way too much work, so I didn't have time. Exhausted and lifeless, Ayumin sprawled across her desk and practically whimpered. I'm still working overtime right now. Then do you want me to bring you a late-night meal? She instantly woke up when she heard that. A little later, his car pulled up in front of the company where she worked. Hyun-jo knocked on the door of Ayumin's office. Ayumin, I'm here. Hearing his voice, she quickly got up from her seat. Just a second. She was delighted when she saw him. Oh my, such an honored guest has come to visit this shabby place of mine. He smiled at her. May I come in? She stared at him blankly. Yes. What is this? Why is he glowing like that? Didn't he just get off work? And she opened the food bag he had brought and stared at it in surprise. You didn't buy late-night food. You made this yourself? Good heavens. Hyun-jo answered modestly. I only made something simple with what I had at the restaurant, so it didn't take very long. She happily picked it up and started eating. Since she was talking with her mouth full, her words came out a little unclear. This is insane, it's so good. Seeing her eat so well made him happy too. You seem to be enjoying it. Since I was worried you might get acid reflux, I only brought a little. I probably should have brought more. No, this is enough. Slowly, Hyun-jo took out a bag from behind him. Actually, there's something I wanted to give you when you came by my shop. She happily accepted the gift he handed her. Thank you so much, but what is it? I heard you like desserts, so I made some. I made them this morning. Her face lit up the moment she heard was a dessert she liked. Dessert? Oh my god. She opened the gift box. What are these? I didn't know you could make something like this, Hyun-jo. I'm not looking down on you or anything. I'm asking because I really didn't know. I only learned how to make them a few days ago. Ayumin happily brought one to her mouth and tasted it. Last time you said that. You said you liked desserts. She stared at him blankly. Does that mean you learned to make these for me? Yes. Try it and tell me what you think. She covered her mouth shyly. Did he really learn to bake because of me? No way. But then again, he was a chef, so making something like this and sharing it wasn't that strange. If it had been anyone other than Hyun-jo, she definitely would have misunderstood. If he was already like this with a friend, then you must have treated your girlfriend really well, right? He leaned his head back against the chair and looked up as he thought. Let's see, whether I treated her well or not. If I were your girlfriend, Hyun-jo, I'd probably bother you every day asking for food, she said cheerfully and innocently. He answered calmly. That wouldn't be a bother at all. If she liked it, I could cook for her every day. Then what if she asked you to clean, do laundry, and everything else too? Wouldn't that be a bother? That? Of course not. She wouldn't even have to ask. I just do it myself. Ayumin looked at Hyun-jo in surprise. Of course. Why would you think that's only natural? When you like someone, doesn't everyone want to take care of and protect that person? You want them to live in a clean place, to give them good meals, to do all the hard work for them. Somehow, I want to protect their everyday life and just hope they'll love me without having to worry about anything. Is it strange to think that way? Ayumin was a little startled by the complicated mood Hyun-jo seemed to be in. While talking with Ayumin, Hyun-jo remembered himself at 16. His parents had just divorced back then, and they told him, even if we get divorced, our love for you won't change. In response, he said nothing, only bowed his head and listened in silence. They went on, "You're already in high school now, so you can live independently, right? We'll make sure to send you enough living expenses, and if you need more, just tell us." They left him with only those words, saying, "We'll contact you later," and then closed the door behind them as they left the room. They left him there all alone, without a single word asking how he felt. At the time, Hyun-jo was deeply hurt. If they loved him, why were they leaving him behind like this all by himself? Even now, whenever he remembered it, he still thought, somehow, I want to protect their everyday life and just hope they'll love me without having to worry about anything. Is it strange to think that way? By then, Ayumin was no longer as cheerful as before. She sat quietly and listened to him. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Hyun-jo, you really..." As if trying to pull him out of his sadness, she continued brightly, "You sound like a dad raising kids." Hearing that, he suddenly recalled the things he did and realized it really did seem that way. But then she added, "How could everyone love the same way?" As she fiddled with the box of sweets he had given her, she said, "That's just your way of loving someone, Hyun-jo. There's nothing strange about it." At that, he focused on her words. "It's just, I'm worried that once someone gets used to your kindness, they'll start taking it for granted. I wonder if living like that ever makes you tired, Hyun-jo." Hearing that, he was truly surprised. But in the end, all he could do was sigh and say, "You're really perceptive." Ayumin grew shy. "Really? It's just my opinion, so don't take it too seriously." He sank into thought again and said, "Lately, I've been having thoughts like that a lot." He remembered the couple at the restaurant. If I had loved her in a different way, would things have turned out differently? I keep wondering if our relationship ended up like that, because of me. When he recalled the image of So-rung sitting with her head down sadly over the table, he was reminded that when he first met her, she hadn't been like that. Had she changed that way because she dated him for 4 years? At that moment, Ayumin fell silent, as if lost in thought. Then she suddenly reached out and called to him, "Hyun-jo." Her face turned dark, her eyes blazed, and she grabbed him tightly by the shoulders. "You can't do that. Get a hold of yourself." Her sudden intensity frightened him. But she went on, "At times like this, don't blame yourself. Blame the other person, okay?" She frightened him so much that the grip of her hands made him think his shoulders might be crushed. Caught off guard, he could only ask, "Huh?" She shouted angrily, "Say it like this. Things ended up like this between us because of you. Repeat after me." He protested, "Why should I?" But before he could finish, she cut him off. "Hurry." Frightened, he repeated, "It's your fault." He was completely overwhelmed by her force. She continued, "I did my best, but because of you, our relationship fell apart." He looked helpless. That sounded a little forced. She brushed it aside and said firmly, "Hyun-jo, you just need to repeat after me." So he reluctantly echoed, "Because of you, everything fell apart." She nodded in satisfaction. "That's right." A little while later, after they finished what they had to do, the two of them talked as they walked to where he had parked his car. She was still upset, so she said, "So if you ever start thinking like that again, remember what we said just now." "Got it." As he unlocked the car, he replied helplessly, "I got it. Get in." Still full of energy, Ayumin added, "A relationship is between two people, so it's not right if you're the only one taking responsibility for the breakup." Hyun-jo, feeling a little regretful, he still asked for her home address. As he drove, he found what she had said earlier a bit contradictory. So he said, "But a moment ago, you said I should blame the other person." Looking out at the scenery passing by the window, she said, "That's because I thought you were blaming yourself too much, Hyun-jo. So I was just trying to help you balance things out." He kept his eyes on the road as he listened. You need to know how to balance blaming yourself and blaming the other person. Leaning too far to one side isn't good either. Hearing that, he turned to look at her in surprise. By then, the conversation had become almost a monologue from her. "Of course, even if I say that, I still want to blame your ex-girlfriend. What was that? So selfish. What's wrong with me being biased in your favor?" He asked, "Am I someone you're biased toward, Ayumin?" She looked confused. "Huh, of course." She looked down at the bag of pastries on her lap. "You think so too, right, Hyun-jo? That's why you made dessert for me." As if he understood, he confirmed it. That's right. In Hyun-jo's life, he had never had a close female friend before. When he was young, he had gone to an all-boys school, so he had felt comfortable roughhousing with friends of the same sex. As an adult, he had only met difficult senior colleagues in the culinary industry. After he started dating So-rong, Hyun-jo had become even less close with other women. Even when he overheard his female co-workers chatting, he never joined in, so he had never learned how to build those relationships naturally. Maybe because she was his first close female friend, he could also feel that he treated Ayumin differently from his previous friends. But it was worth it, wasn't it? For the first time, he had a close friend of the opposite sex who was in a similar situation and understood him well. He glanced over at her as she watched the passing scenery through the window. Then she suddenly said, "Oh, right. Tae-jun said the cherry blossoms should be blooming soon." He nodded. He asked if the four of us wanted to go see them together like last time. She thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "You two should go alone. You need to date." He looked at her in surprise, confused, but she quickly explained, "A fake date, I mean." As if to brush away the awkwardness, he nodded too. "Right, a fake date." Looking a little uncomfortable, she said, "The park near your place that we went to last time had a lot of cherry blossoms. Let's go see them there." Surprised, he asked, "Have you been there when the cherry blossoms were blooming?" She knew that every spring she used to go to that park with Ai-sun, but she couldn't tell him that. So she came up with an excuse. "I just figured there would be a lot of cherry blossoms there." Hearing that, he asked, "Do you really like cherry blossoms?" The mention of cherry blossoms reminded her of a night back when she was a student. She had been lying on a bench watching the blossoms when a young man approached and asked, "Are you okay?" It had been a beautiful and romantic scene. Remembering that moment, she answered, "I used to like them." The next morning, at the apartment building, one of Ai-sun's friends came out of the bedroom and asked him, "You're still not off to work?" Taking a sip of coffee, he replied, "I'm about to head out. If you're hungry, just help yourself." Then his friend suddenly noticed a framed photo on the bookshelf. "You've broken up, so why do you still keep that picture here?" Without much thought, he replied, "It's a family photo." His friend said, "But I'm really surprised by Ayumin. I thought even if you two broke up, she'd still keep in touch. I didn't expect her not to call you even once." Startled, he asked, "Why would you think that?" His friend's words made him think. "How would you know? There are people whose feelings you can clearly see changing even while they're dating. But Ayumin wasn't like that. She made it obvious that she liked you more." He wanted to argue, but in the end, he chose to stay silent. His friend continued, "That's exactly why it's strange that she dumped you." "Why did she dump you?" Staring at his phone, he took another sip of coffee and said, "Who knows? She must have had her reasons for breaking up with me. It's not like I can ask Ayumin about that. Still, I'm really curious." Then he set his coffee cup down on the table and said hesitantly, "I'm thinking of contacting Ayumin again." That took his friend by surprise. "What? You? I thought you didn't have any lingering feelings." Looking at his friend, he corrected him. "How could I not? To me, she's like family." But what he really wanted to say was that if they had gotten married, they would have become a real family. His friend kept trying to warn him. "Do you know that the person who was once blindly devoted is the one most likely to turn away completely? You need to be careful how you approach her." He sighed and replied, "Don't scare me." His friend said bluntly, "You bastard, be a little scared." Near noon, at a restaurant on a street in the neighborhood, the sound of clam pasta sizzling in a pan was suddenly interrupted by a call. Chef. Hyun-jo didn't turn around and kept working. The employee went on, "Do you know that big building across the street is under construction?" Only then did he pay attention. "So what about it?" The employee repeated what he'd heard customers saying. "I overheard the customers just now. They said a chef is opening a restaurant there. I think Chef Kim A-sung is opening a second branch there. In that building under construction on the road we came down." "Really? Then when it opens, let's go together," the employee said nervously. "It won't affect our restaurant, will it?" But Hyun-jo calmly replied, "We'll have to wait and see." Just then, a customer walked into the restaurant. "Welcome." The employee seemed genuinely startled. Even his voice sounded strange. "Please come in." That made Hyun-jo wonder what's with him. But when he saw who the customer was, he was just as surprised. Through the restaurant window, he saw So-rong. A few hours earlier, at an agency, Azon had just arrived and was greeting everyone. Hello, everyone." After leading her into a room, the manager excused herself. "I need to go check some documents, so please go in and wait." She answered politely, "Yes, of course." But the moment she opened the door and stepped inside, she froze in shock, because both the woman from the poster and the real person herself were sitting in the room. Azon greeted her warmly. hello, Sunbae. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Shin Azon. But So-rung didn't pay her much attention and only stared at her phone as she replied, hello. Trying to make conversation, Azon kept talking. I watched all your work, and it's all really good. I also follow Soda Pop every week. Even so, So-rung only replied coldly, thank you. Azon then added, and I also got a chance to greet you at an awards ceremony before. It's been a while, so you probably don't remember. So-rung ignored her and kept scrolling through Hyun-jo's SS. The room fell silent. Azon didn't know what else to say and could only stammer, while So-rung continued silently looking at her phone. At that point, Azon genuinely wanted to cry. She wanted to say something more, but the atmosphere was so awkward. Inwardly, she prayed, "Manager, please come back quickly. What do I do? I think I talked too much." And then her prayer was answered. Gai opened the door and came in. She immediately smiled and asked the two of them, "Oh my, So-rung and Azon, what are you two doing here?" Unlike her cold attitude from before, So-rung changed instantly, brushing past Azon and hurrying over brightly. "Senior Gai said cheerfully, "It's been so long, So-rung. I told you to just call me Uni. I heard you've been working really hard lately, right?" So-rung smiled happily and said, "Maybe later. It still feels more comfortable to call you Sunbae." Seeing the two of them looking so close, Azon grew shy. "Hello, Sunbae." Only then did Gai ask, "But what brings you two here?" "I came because I had something to discuss with the director, but the director isn't here," Gai said. Azon replied, "I just stopped by for a bit because my manager had something to handle." So-rung added, "Same as Azon." Then So-rung suddenly slung an arm around Azon as if they were close, wearing a friendly smile as she said, "I was so bored I could have died, so it's a good thing Azon came to keep me company." That action left Azon embarrassed and confused. But Gai, seeing the two younger actresses apparently getting along so well, looked pleased. "You two already got close that fast. So-rung, take good care of Azon, okay?" Bold-faced, So-rung said, "Of course. I should, just like how you used to take care of me, Sunbae." Then Gai suddenly said, "Since we're all here together, if neither of you has eaten yet, shall we go out and eat? Are you both free?" The two women readily agreed. "Yes, that sounds great. Let's go eat." Seizing the chance, So-rung quickly added, "Oh, in that case, there's a restaurant I've really wanted to go to. Let's go there." Back in the present, that was why she was at Hyun-jo's restaurant. Through the window connected to the kitchen, she smiled at him. As the three women entered, the customers eating in the restaurant began murmuring, "Hey, look over there. They're celebrities. I'm a fan of hers. That's Yoon Jae and Hong So-rung. Who's the other one? Can we take pictures?" Hyun-jo watched everything for a moment, then went back to his work. The employee excitedly hurried into the kitchen. "Did you see that? It's our first time having celebrities at our restaurant. I'm definitely getting an autograph later." But Hyun-jo calmly replied, "I saw. Go work in the kitchen. I'll handle that table." His words struck the employee like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen, unable to believe what he had just heard. Even when the employee whined in protest, "Why are you doing this to me, chef?" Hyun-jo acted as if he heard nothing and said, "I'm taking them water. Hurry up and prepare what they ordered." Calmly and slowly, he carried the water to their table. Ignoring So-rung's gaze, he quietly set the water bottle on the table. As the one who had invited the others, Gai asked, "What's good here?" "So-rung, can you recommend a few dishes?" But So-rung answered, "It's my first time here too." She shot him a meaningful glance and said, "Could the chef recommend some dishes for us?" He looked at her coldly and said nothing. That reminded him of an evening before they broke up. He had been sitting and working when she came home. "I'm home." He went to greet her happily. "You're home early. You worked hard." She quickly threw herself into his arms and said, "Isn't it great that Sori moved in next door? That means you get to see me sooner." He happily kissed the top of her head. "I'm glad I listened to you." Only then did she notice the computer and pile of notebooks on the table and ask, "What's that? What are you doing?" He answered, "I'm working on a menu. Want to take a look?" He really wanted to share it with her. "They're all dishes I've cooked for you before, so look them over and tell me what you think." But she only yawned widely and said indifferently, "Just do whatever. Everything you make tastes good anyway, so why worry?" Even so, before he could say anything else, she quickly went on, "Something funny happened on set today. While we were filming, the staff kept gossiping nonstop. She didn't even notice that he had stopped and wasn't following her anymore. She carelessly kept talking only about her own day. His expression turned sad, no longer as bright as it had been a moment ago. Remembering that memory, Hugh and Joe answered aloud, "Clam pasta, sirloin steak. We'll prepare 4 dishes for you in total." Not knowing anything, Gai said cheerfully, "Yes, thank you." While So-rung watched his figure retreat into the kitchen with a sorrowful look, Azon and Gai chatted with each other. "The food at the other tables looks good too. I looked this place up on the way here, and it seems like it's one of those hidden neighborhood gems." "Oh, a hidden local gem? Then how did So-rung know about this place?" "A friend told me about it." She lowered her head, and the mood around her darkened. "A friend told me about it a long time ago, but I'm only getting here now." At that moment, as soon as Hugh and Joe stepped into the kitchen, he saw the employee grumbling while preparing the food, and the whole atmosphere around him was full of complaints. "This is so unfair. Seriously, way too unfair. You're the only one who got to enjoy it." Feeling awkward, he asked, "You're still complaining?" The employee kept going, "This was the first time in my life I got to see a celebrity from that close up. How could you steal that chance from me?" "Hönyo beat nervosly. Soru. It's just, this is something I've wanted to do for a very long time." Even though he never expected he would end up doing it after a breakup, he let out a helpless sigh and said, "This is the first and last time. Next time, I won't steal your job again." Still whining, the employee said, "I'll let it slide because you're the one who pays me, boss." A little later, all 3 finished their meal and went to pay. Gai said, "We really enjoyed the food. Please charge this card." The employee warmly accepted the bank card. "Yes, I'll take care of it for you. Also, if it's not too much trouble, could I get your autograph?" "Of course. I'll sign it for you." At that moment, none of the 3 noticed that So-rung was still standing by the window, lingering and unable to leave. Looking through the window, she gently hesitated before saying, "The food was all really delicious." He turned around to face her then, one hand tightly clutching his hair as he listened, when she added, "I'll come back next time." But he still gave no reply. In the end, they left the restaurant to the employee's cheerful, "Please come again." At that moment, Hugh and Joe gripped the kitchen counter tightly and muttered, "Don't come back." His eyes were sorrowful, but full of resolve. From now on, he would stop waiting for her. A little later, in the company car, the manager asked So-rung, "Did you enjoy the meal?" She nodded and answered, then asked, "You and Hak-young finished eating too, right?" Hak-young replied, "Yes. The manager bought me something delicious." Then So-rung said, "I have something I want to ask. On social media, it looked like you bought one of IU Min's bags, right?" So-rung answered brightly, "That's right. It's a really nice bag. The one I'm carrying today is from IU Min too." Hak-young happily said, "Right? It's really nice, isn't it? She really worked so hard on it." So-rung agreed with a smile. The more I meet her, the more I feel like IU Min is a good person." Then So-rung said, "Actually, not long ago, I met with her privately." Startled, Hak-young cried out, "What? Really?" So-rung continued, "Once we started talking, I realized we have a lot in common, so I wanted to get closer to her." Hak-young said cheerfully, "That's great. I'm sure IU Min would love that. It sounds like you really like her too." Then So-rung said, "Next time, the 3 of us should meet together." That made Hak-young very happy. Would that really be okay? I'd love that. But when she remembered something, even though IU Min had once told her not to feel awkward, in the end she still refused. "Oh no, I'm fine. You 2 should just meet on your own." That surprised So-rung. "Why? Aren't you 2 very close?" Hesitantly, Hak-young explained, "We are close, but right now the relationship is a little hard to explain. Because IU Min is my older brother's ex-girlfriend." So-rung was stunned by that revelation. She remembered IU Min once saying, "It's mainly because I still haven't gotten over my ex." Growing quieter, So-rung said, "So that what it was. If it's all right, could you tell me more about it?" That afternoon, at IU Min's company, she had just returned after buying coffee for everyone. "I'm back. Everyone, come get the coffee you ordered." Her co-workers all thanked her. "Thanks so much. You worked hard." A kind co-worker reminded her, "Oh right, IU Min, you left your phone behind. It rang earlier, so you should check it." She nodded and thanked them. "Oh really? Was it a client calling?" As she sipped her coffee, she wondered if maybe Hugh and Joe had called. Humming happily, she checked her phone. But when she saw the caller's name, she was completely shocked. That evening, she sat waiting in a cafe, her hands trembling so badly she could barely hold the spoon to stir her drink. She set it down and tried to calm herself. "Don't be nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about." Maybe she was the only one who felt as tense, as if she were going to a job interview, just because she was meeting her ex again. Thinking back, she had always been the only one flustered and unsure what to do before they dated, and even after they became a couple. Just then, Ai-sun approached with a smile and lightly tapped the table. It's been a long time, Min. That was right. Just that one smile was enough to make her unable to think of anything else. 13 years earlier, at the high school gates, a warm father and son scene drew everyone's attention. At that moment, 17-year-old Min widened her eyes as she stared. 19-year-old Ai-sun was smiling brightly. 17-year-old Min was so stunned, she stood there with her mouth open, and the lollipop in her mouth dropped right out. Someone cried out, "What is this?" "Sir." A brown-haired man surrounded by female students laughed as they teased him. "Why didn't you tell us you had such a handsome son? Seriously, I'm so shocked. Can I call you Dad too?" "Dad, can your son come visit the school more often?" Kim Hyung-yu, Min's homeroom teacher and Ai-sun's father, felt proud seeing how much people liked his son and answered with a laugh, "Oh dear, calm down, all of you. If you have questions, ask them one at a time." The girls around him immediately started chattering. "Then what year is your son in? Is he also a first year like us?" Since she was shorter, Min couldn't see what was happening in front and fumbled anxiously. "I can't see the teacher." Hyung-yu answered, "He's your senior, 2 years above you. He's in his final year of high school this year." Min suddenly raised her hand and asked, "Then what's his name?" Startled by her sudden appearance, he said, "Min." Then he answered, "It's Ai-sun, Kim Ai-sun." Hearing that, she felt thrilled inside. Ai-sun, even his name sounds nice. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to late afternoon on a university campus. A drained-looking figure appeared, sighing in exhaustion. 22-year-old Min staggered along like a walking corpse. "I'm probably going to pass out before I make it home. I need to lie down and rest for a bit first." She sat on a bench in the campus courtyard, then collapsed onto it in exhaustion. "I've been pulling all-nighters for 3 straight days. I'm dying here. I never should have gone to art school." She looked up at the cherry blossoms overhead and thought to herself, cherry blossoms are falling at a time like this. They're beautiful, but the timing is all wrong. Then a voice called out, "Excuse me." Startled and confused, Ai-sun appeared before her amid the cherry blossom petals and asked, "Are you all right?" She stared at him blankly. Kim Ai-sun." She shot upright in shock, her thoughts in turmoil. Huh, this is the real person. Why is he here?" Then she panicked and blurted out, "I am sorry." He asked, "Are you lying here because something hurts?" "I was passing by, and it looked like you might need help, so I came over to check." She instantly stood up from the bench. "And no, not at all. I was just lying here because I felt a little tired." Embarrassed, she smoothed her hair and laughed awkwardly. "You don't have to worry, huh?" Hearing that, he said, "That's a relief." Then he lowered his head and looked at her curiously. "But how do you know my name?" After talking for a while, the two of them sat down together on the bench. He soon understood. So my father was your homeroom teacher when you were first year in high school." She replied, "Yes. He was so kind, so my friends and I were all very close to him." She smiled brightly. "One time he came to my school to run an errand. It was really chaotic that day. Mr. Hyung-yu got bombarded with questions by all the girls too, haha. Thanks to that day, I learned your name and what you looked like, Sunbae." She fell silent and glanced at him. "But I never expected we'd go to the same university. If only I'd known sooner." Unaware of her thoughts, he simply gazed into the distance and said, "I see. So you were both my father's student and my junior at the same university." Then he smiled gently and said, "That really is a precious connection." Seeing that expression on his face made her heart shake so hard she screamed inwardly, "Don't smile." I said don't smile. Smiling like that is a crime. He held out his hand and said, "Give me your phone. I'll say my number." Blushing, unable to look him in the eye, she handed him her phone. Here, he added, "For now on, feel free to contact me whenever you want. Whenever you need help, or if you want to eat something good, call me." She replied happily, "Yes, thank you." He asked, "Shall we go then? I'll walk you out to the main road." A chance reunion with her first love beneath drifting cherry blossoms. Everything about it felt like the kind of thing that made people expect something romantic. So it was inevitable that Min would fall for him. The scene shifted once more to a morning on the university campus. In one corner of the yard, 3 men stood together by a wall. Then a voice called out, making them turn. Ai-sun. Min appeared before them with a bright smile. As their relationship grew closer, Min's affection for Ai-sun deepened rapidly. When he saw her, I-sun asked, Min, what are you doing here? Did you come for general education class? Inside, she thought, thank goodness I got to see him today. Outwardly, she answered, no, I was just passing by and happened to see you. One of the friends who had been smoking asked, hey, I-sun, who's this? Looking at him, I-sun said, put out your cigarette first. The guy grumbled, I already did, you punk. The other friend looked at her as she politely bowed. Hello. Then he asked kindly, hi, you're not one of our department juniors, are you? What department are you in? I-sun answered right away, she was my dad's student. Then he told them he was leaving with her. I'm heading off first. See you later. Min, let's go. I'll buy you coffee. They instantly shouted, what? Hey, where are you going? Seeing that, she immediately felt awkward. What about your friends? He sighed and said, I see those guys every day on campus, so it's fine. Behind them, his friends could only look helplessly at him. What? It's not like we were going to eat her alive. Whatever. She was his dad's student anyway. Silently blushing, she glanced at him. My teacher's student. The difference that special connection created. The scene shifted to inside the library, where a few people passed by here and there. I-sun said, you look really tired. Is preparing for the exhibition exhausting? Min sighed and answered, I'm a little tired, and I'm not satisfied with it either. He said worriedly, still, you have to make sure you get enough sleep, and don't skip too many meals. She laughed teasingly. Yes, Dad, huh? Then she hesitated and said, if there's an assignment exhibition later, you don't have to come see it. He looked confused. Why? Are you not confident? Everything you've shown me before, your assignments and your work, has all been beautiful. She lowered her head, cheeks flushed. Really? He continued praising her. Of course. The most wonderful part is Min herself, the one who always worked so hard on those pieces. His words were simple, but gentle, warm, and tender. Standing in the summer sunlight, Min looked at the scene before her. I-sun was smiling as he said goodbye to two girls behind him. We'll talk about the rest later. One of the girls said excitedly, oh, make sure you keep your promise, okay? He quickly walked over to her and apologized. Sorry, did you wait long? My juniors kept asking me things. She only said, you really are popular. Inside, she added nervously, especially with women. Covering his mouth, he whispered, it's not always a good thing. Actually, sometimes it's kind of troublesome. This is a secret, though, so don't tell anyone. She looked shocked. Wow, feeling burdened because too many people like you? That's such a scam. A total scam. She turned her face away shyly. If that's the case, then if you started dating someone, wouldn't that make things less troublesome? Then she glanced at him and thought to herself, you could just date me. Hearing that, he said, maybe it would help, but you can't just date anyone for a reason like that. Then he smiled at her. If I did that, it would probably only get even more troublesome, wouldn't it? She laughed and teased. Do you want to give it a try? He only said, really? Min, you've changed a lot. Quiet, intimate, secret conversations passed between them. As these small moments of affection piled up, Min's love became firmer and firmer. Of course, it didn't take long for reality to set in once her one-sided love was laid bare. Min was not the only one among his father's students who was around I-sun, speaking gently and affectionately, sharing little secrets to grow closer. This was simply the way I-sun tried to be friendly with others. But in truth, though I-sun's gaze was sweet, it was also detached. He came close in order to be familiar with Min, but he never once tried to cross the line. It wasn't that Min was special to I-sun. It was that I-sun was special to Min, so everything around him felt meaningful and lovable to her. Walking along in pain, Min thought, I already vaguely knew that. Interpreting things how I wanted, accepting them how I wanted, that's what unrequited love is. Even so, I kept hoping for something. In the blink of an eye, winter had come to the university. As Min walked, she listened to the voice on the other end of the call say, that Sunbae clearly knows how you feel, but he's pretending not to. Not knowing what else to say, she only answered, I know. There are so many girls around him just like me. The person on the other end snapped irritably. I told you to just confess already, but you wouldn't listen. Whether you get rejected now or later, rejected is still rejected. Hearing those brutally honest words, tears streamed down Min's face. Song Die High. Is that really something you should say to your friend who's in unrequited love? I'm hanging up. Immediately, her friend stopped joking and begged for mercy. Saw thee. But are you going to school to see a teacher? Why are you going on the weekend? The college entrance exam is already over. Walking down the hallway, Min replied, I still have something I need to take care of. The voice on the other end said again, if you see him, apologize for me for not being able to come. She answered, oh, all right, I got it. I'm really hanging up now. Standing in front of the faculty office door, she gathered her courage and opened it. Ahem. She opened the door and said, Mr. Hyung-yu, I'm here. It's me, Min. But the moment she heard, come in, the man collapsed to the floor right in front of her. Min froze at the sight before her. It brought back a memory from her childhood, when she had once trembled in front of a similar scene. In the past, a man had also collapsed while someone desperately performed CPR on him. At that time, she had cried out in panic and anguish, Dad. And now, in the present, she similarly ran to him and shouted, Sir. The scene quickly shifted to the hospital. Min sat hunched over on a bench in the hospital. As she sobbed, someone suddenly called Min. Startled, she lifted her head. Then she leaned against Sun and broke down in tears, sobbing. She cried into him while he looked at her with a silent frown. Hak-young came running over. Hyung, Sun immediately asked, Hak-young, are you all right? A few days later, Min and Sun sat on an outdoor bench talking. She asked, how is your father? He comforted her. He still hasn't woken up yet, but fortunately his pupils are responsive and he's breathing on his own, so he'll definitely wake up soon. Try not to worry too much. Lowering her head, she said, that day before I went to the office, I was taking my time chatting on the phone with my friend. If I hadn't done that and had just gone straight there, if I'd found him even 1 minute earlier, seeing how badly she was trembling, he raised his hand as if to touch her. Then he pulled her tightly into his arms. You're the one who saved my father, so I hope you won't think like that. She stayed silent in his embrace, thinking, I'm really awful. Even in a situation like this, my heart is still fluttering. I am shameless. Fortunately, not long afterward, Sun's father woke up. Although the injury itself was minor, some brain damage had been unavoidable, so he still had to remain hospitalized for a while. Despite both the teachers' and Sun's objections, Min volunteered to help take care of him. Before entering her 4th year, Min decided to take a leave of absence, so saying she simply had free time was only an excuse. Her mother said she was being foolish, but in truth, only Min understood just how reasonable this decision felt to her. Taking this chance, I want to become tied to Sun no matter what. That was nothing more than a dark desire hidden beneath the excuse of wanting to help her teacher. At that time, Min realized that her love was full of calculation and nowhere near as pure as she had believed. Right before entering his 4th year, Sun had also taken a leave of absence to care for his father and shoulder the responsibilities of the family's pillar. When Sun was busy with part-time work and couldn't come, Min would take his place in caring for the teacher, while also helping Hak-young, who was in her final year of high school, prepare for the college entrance exam. At the time, Min watched Sun quietly from afar, never knowing what he was thinking. She was so afraid that even up until the day they broke up, she never dared ask. And just like that, a year passed. Min held out a bouquet to Sun's father, who had recovered. Sir, congratulations on being discharged. Hak-young clapped and laughed too. Congratulations, Dad. He accepted the flowers happily, though he pretended to scold them. You silly girl, why did you buy something like this? Then he added, thanks to Min, I recovered this quickly. Thank you so much. Hak-young suggested, wait, let's take a picture together before you leave the hospital. We need a commemorative photo on a day like this. She immediately held up her phone and said, sure, I'll take it. Everyone, stay still. Hak-young quickly said, what are you talking about, Nana? We can't leave you out. His father chimed in too. That's right, Min. You have to be in it too. How can we leave you out? Seeing the father and son's sparkling, pleading expressions, she thought to herself, they're way too adorable. Outwardly, though, she stammered awkwardly, me too? She was startled when her phone was suddenly taken from her. Sun had taken it and was saying to an older woman across from them, ma'am, sorry to bother you, but could you take a picture for us? The woman cheerfully replied, oh my, of course. I'll take it for you. Meanwhile, Min shyly glanced at his hand resting on her shoulder. The woman started helping them take some nice pictures. It was such a warm, lovely scene. You all look like a family. Look over here now, 1, 2. Click. In the photo, the 3 of them, his younger sibling, him, and Min, looked like a family. After returning to school, both Min and Sun became busy with their own schedules. Nothing changed except that graduation was approaching. For I-sun, everything stayed the same as before. They met occasionally, ate together, or drank coffee, exchanged a few words, and that was all. Red maple leaves appeared on the branches, announcing the arrival of autumn. Min sat on a bench on campus, frowning. After graduation, it'll probably be hard to see him at this bench anymore. Once we start working, maybe we won't have any chance to see each other at all. Looking miserable, she thought, this is so depressing. I want to graduate, but I don't want to. Then a voice suddenly spoke, startling her. Why you look so gloomy? She jumped in confusion. You scared me. When did you get here? I-sun smiled and handed her the coffee he was holding. I've been calling you for a while, but you didn't answer. Here's our hot coffee. She quickly took it from him. Sorry, I was thinking about something, so I didn't notice. He sat down beside her and asked, why so down? Is your graduation project not going well? Did the professor say the same thing as last time? She replied, no, it's not that. Thinking about what comes after graduation just has me a little confused. Dejected, she said, after graduation, it feels like endless gloomy things are waiting for me ahead. Hearing that, he fell silent. Then he said, originally, I was going to say this after graduation, once I had a job. But I guess I can say it now. Curious, she asked, what is it? As an autumn breeze passed by, he set down his coffee and turned to her. Min, do you want to be with me? She was so shocked she couldn't react. Then, trembling, she set down her coffee and asked again, W, what do you mean by that? Do you mean date? Calmly, he answered, yeah, let's date. She immediately lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Feeling his heartbeat, she realized it was steady. Clutching his shirt tightly, she thought, it's not because he likes me that he wants to date me. But that's okay. I just have to try harder. Min began that relationship fully aware that her feelings and I-sun's were not the same, and that became an inferiority complex she didn't even realize she had. Their relationship was always smooth and steady. I-sun's love was never passionate, but it was gentle, and that steadiness gave Min a sense of trust. Just as Min had always hoped, I-sun said he liked her. Later, he even said he loved her. Even though he never seemed as nervous or excited as she was, Min still believed in the power of words, because he was not the type to say empty things. In the middle of a cold winter, I-sun held his phone and said to the person on the other end, have I ever felt butterflies? I don't think so. He confirmed it once more. Yeah, not from the first time we met until now. Back in the present, Min looked down at the coffee cup in her hands and told herself, he's not the type to say empty things. So why would he want to meet his ex-girlfriend, someone he never felt anything for? What was he trying to talk about? Did he lose her and now regret it? But I heard he's seeing someone else. She looked calm on the outside, but inside she was burning with anger. Where is that person now, and why are you here instead? At the very least, say something. Sitting across from her, he spoke. How have you been lately? I bet you were surprised when I contacted you. She replied, huh? Oh, well, a little. Sometimes I hear news about you from Hakyung. He said your company is doing really well. Congratulations. He answered politely. Things have improved a little compared to before. Anyway, thank you. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Actually, after we broke up, I thought it would be best if we didn't contact each other anymore. Getting back in touch with the person who made the decision to break up could be seen as disrespecting their choice. Inwardly, she bristled. How considerate of you. Yeah, but he remained absorbed in his own story. That's what I thought, and I intended to live that way. But the last time I happened to run into you on the street, I was really happy to see you again. She was startled. What? You saw me? When? Where? He answered, not long ago. I happened to see you eating with someone outside a restaurant. Touching her chin, she thought it over. The place Song Dai Hai and I went to was a bar, so there weren't any windows. A restaurant? Then if it's someone I met and ate with. Hakyung? No. Then he couldn't have pretended not to know me. Then the only possibility is Hyun Jo. She felt flustered that the plan had succeeded so unexpectedly. Did he really see me with Hyun Jo? Did my plan actually work? That ridiculous plan? Amazing. If I tell Hyun Jo, he'll definitely be shocked. She imagined him saying, your ex-boyfriend really saw us together, and then he contacted you too? That plan actually worked? That's unbelievable. Pleased with herself, she thought, so all that time wasn't wasted after all. I-sun rubbed his thumbs together and spoke. So, if you're okay with it, I want us to be friends again, like before. A voice immediately screamed, friends? Stop saying ridiculous things. Seriously. A hand pointed at the man across from him and demanded, do you not know me at all? resting his chin on his hand. Hyun-jo listened as the other man declared, "You can't be just friends with that girl." On the busy street, lights glowed and people passed by. Hyun-jo sat in a drinking place in front of a spread of food, staring at his phone screen. Looking at the message, "Have you gotten off work yet, Ms. Ayumin? When should we go see the cherry blossoms?" He thought, she still hasn't replied. It's already past 10. Is she still working overtime? Working like that can't be good for her health. If I get the chance later, maybe I should bring lunch to her office. What kind of food would be healthy, light, and easy to eat? Just then, someone called out, "Oh, Hyun-jo." Seong-gu appeared and asked, "Didn't you see me?" Startled, Hyun-jo quickly hid his phone. "Oh, you're here?" Seong-gu said, "I've been calling you for a while. Didn't you hear me?" He sat down at the table, and Hyun-jo replied, "I didn't hear you. You're still the same as ever." Hearing that, Seong-gu said, "You look brighter than I expected." Right then, the server brought alcohol to their table, and Seong-gu thanked them. "Thanks." Hyun-jo then invited him. "Have a drink first, Hyung." Seong-gu held out his glass for Hyun-jo to pour. "Looking at how you're dressed, it doesn't look like you came to see me. It looks more like you're going on a date with your girlfriend. Don't tell me you already have a new girlfriend. Or are you meeting one later?" As he poured, Hyun-jo replied, "No, that's not it." Seong-gu went on, "I thought after the breakup you'd turn into a complete wreck." Hyun-jo only answered, "It's been a long time since we broke up." But Seong-gu's next words made him pause. "Don't tell me you're thinking of getting back together with Hong, with that woman?" He set down his glass and explained, "It's not that I'm getting back together with her, but I've run into her a few times lately. She came to my restaurant." Hearing that, Seong-gu immediately got angry. "What? Hey, you idiot. So you're planning to get back with her? Just stay broken up. What is so great about that awful girl that you go back to her?" After a moment of silence, Hyun-jo answered, "Yeah, what was so great about that awful girl that I dated her for years? Back then, I liked her because she looked innocent, but inside she was strong and fearless. I admired her because even though her circumstances weren't good, she still stubbornly chased her dream. Her way of showing it may have been a little different, but I could still feel that she liked me. But now I'm not sure anymore. Until recently, the feelings I had back then still seemed intact, but now..." As he ate, Seong-gu advised him, "You broke up, so that's normal. You don't need to force yourself to remember old memories or stir up feelings that have already passed." Then, sounding annoyed, he added, "Can I say this now? Even before she made her debut, when you brought her to meet me, I already didn't like her." Sweating awkwardly, Hyun-jo replied, "Well, I kind of guessed that." Seong-gu began indignantly speaking on his behalf. "No matter what, you helped her a lot, from housing to daily living expenses. If she had even a little conscience, then after debuting, she should have treated you well at least." Hyun-jo had no choice but to look away and explain, "She was good to me." Seong-keu scoffed. "Good? How was that good? Every time you went out together, you had to pretend to be your manager." Indeed, whenever So-rung went out with him, she always reminded him, "If anyone asks, say you're my manager." He could only answer, "Okay." But even now, Hyun-jo still defended her. "That's just because of her line of work. You can't really blame her for that." Seong-gu kept trying to talk sense into him. "I'm saying this because she acted like that from the moment she debuted, back when nobody even knew who she was. And since dating her, did you ever once go on a trip together? You don't even have a single photo of the two of you, right?" As he put a piece of meat onto Hyun-jo's plate, he kept grumbling. "How am I supposed to stand by and watch my precious little brother get treated like that? Eat more meat." Helplessly, Hyun-jo replied, "I'm the one involved, and I was fine with it. So why are you the one getting so angry?" Then, after hearing someone behind him call out, "Owner, one more bottle of soju," something suddenly occurred to him. He remembered the sight of So-rung getting angry at him, and how he had to restrain himself, along with the image of her back then, exhausted and falling apart. Looking down at his own hand, Hyun-jo murmured, as if to himself, "Yeah, being beside someone like that really is suffocating." Seeing that look on his face, Seong-gu asked, "What? You finally started reflecting on yourself?" Touching the back of his neck, Hyun-jo replied, "No. Actually, I have a friend who's in a similar situation." Curious, Seong-gu asked, "Who?" "Taeyeon. Didn't he just get a girlfriend?" He explained, "It's not Taejeon. I made a new friend not that long ago." Taking a sip, Seong-gu asked, "Really? What's this? A man or a woman?" Hyun-jo said, "Why does gender matter?" Seong-gu was so surprised he nearly choked on his drink. "If you're dodging like that, then it's definitely a woman." "Oh, Hyun-jo has a female friend?" Flushing red with embarrassment, Hyun-jo turned his face away. "Stop teasing me. Can't I be friends with women?" Seong-gu teased. "It's because this is the first time you've mentioned any woman other than your ex-girlfriend." He kept teasing him. "Is she pretty?" How old is she? What does she do? Helplessly, Hugh and Joe replied, I'm not answering any of that, so stop asking. She's just a friend. Why are you so curious? Sang-gu said, I'm just curious. All right. Then tell me what kind of person she is. At that, Hugh and Joe gently recalled the woman. She's hardworking, easy to get along with, and she's someone who's always honest about her feelings. The moment Seung-gu saw that expression on his face, he inwardly scoffed. Look at this kid. And he shouted, friends? Stop saying ridiculous things. Seriously. Pointing straight at him, he said, do you think I don't know you? You're not the type to smile shyly when talking about just a friend. You can't be friends with that girl. Hugh and Joe protested, stop talking nonsense. If I said we're friends, then we're friends. And stop pointing. Seung-gu added, this time, please don't go pouring your whole heart out to someone again, got it? Annoyed that Seung-gu wasn't listening to him, Hugh and Joe snapped, are you even hearing what I'm saying? Then he fell quiet and lowered his head slightly. After that, he said, you're only saying that because you don't know her. She's even more hung up on her ex than I am. There's no room for me in her eyes. The scene shifted to Hugh and Joe's apartment. He reached out and picked up his phone from the table. Looking at the lit-up screen, he thought, I got a message while I was showering. On the screen, beneath his own text, have you gotten off work yet, Ms. Ayumin? Or should we go see the cherry blossoms? The reply read, I just got home, so I only saw your message now. How about tomorrow night? Come to that park near your house, where we went before. We can look at the cherry blossoms, ride bikes, and talk. He leaned back on his bed. Talk about what? And ride bikes? Then he texted back, yes, tomorrow works for me too, but I don't know how to ride a bike. She immediately replied, haha, then I'll teach you tomorrow. I'll hold the bike so you don't fall. Then see you tomorrow. At that moment, he didn't realize how happy his face looked. She's smaller than me, so how is she supposed to hold me up? He remembered what Seung-gu had said earlier. You're not the type to smile shyly when talking about just a friend. You can't be friends with that girl. He pondered for a moment, then looked up at the ceiling and thought, we're getting along just fine as friends. Why wouldn't we be able to? The next evening, the park was crowded with people. All around her were happy couples clinging to each other affectionately. Standing in the middle of that sugary atmosphere, Ayumin thought, right? Cherry blossoms at night, blooming like this. It's been a while since I've seen this kind of mood. Do people really like spring that much? They should all just break up. As she was envying everyone around her, a voice suddenly called out, Ms. Ayumin. Hugh and Joe appeared with a smile as cherry blossom petals swirled in the wind. You made it? She asked while thinking he smiles a lot these days. Was he always like this? The two of them walked side by side, chatting as they went. He said, even though it's a weekday, there are so many people here. She replied, yeah, let's ride bikes a little later. Let's walk and talk first. He said, that works too. Walking beside him, she tried to gather her courage. Then she spoke. Actually, my ex-boyfriend contacted me again yesterday. That one sentence made him freeze instantly. Hugh and Joe stopped walking the moment she said it, but Ayumin didn't notice and continued. But what was even more surprising is that I think he saw me with you, Mr. Hugh and Joe. Of course, he didn't contact me out of jealousy or anything, but isn't this kind of amazing? It's exactly like our plan. Your ex-girlfriend contacted you too, after all. I was going to tell you yesterday, but I thought it'd be better to say in person. Only then did he ask, so are you going to get back together with your ex-boyfriend? She raised a hand and pretended to cough. About that. No, he wants us to go back to being friends like before. Ahem. But I think he probably still has some lingering feelings, which is why he wants to be friends. Repeating her words, he made her turn to him in confusion. Friends? Then he quickly walked over to her and said, we're not the kind of people who can be friends with our exes. With an irritated expression, he pressed, so you've decided to be friends with him? The night before, Ai-sun had proposed, I want us to be friends again, like we used to be. Bewildered, she had echoed, friends? Not getting back together, but going back to being friends? Ai-sun's words had been completely outside Ayumin's expectations. The Kim Ai-sun she knew was both warm and decisive. He was the kind of person who would never contact an ex after breaking up. That was exactly what was making Ayumin so confused now. As she drank her coffee, buying herself a little more time to think, she wondered, being friends with an ex? Did he contact me again because he wanted a kind of vague relationship? I thought I understood him so well, but maybe I didn't. But strangely enough, I don't feel that bad. Even though it wasn't what I wanted, I don't feel sad or angry at all? Is it because I suddenly heard something I never expected? And if I think about it, becoming friends might not be such a bad option. I heard he's seeing someone now, so maybe staying close and watching would be good. The more I think about it, the stranger this is. There's no way he would come to me and ask to be friends if he were dating someone, right? Ai-sun, who had been quiet until then, finally spoke. My father misses you a lot too, Ayumin. If I tell him we've become friends again, he'll be really happy, and you'll be able to visit him comfortably too. Hearing that, she thought to herself, all right, so it's because of my teacher. No, don't be disappointed. Whatever the reason is, I'll turn it into an opportunity. After that, she agreed and said, all right, let's go back to being friends. Just like that, Ayumin found herself flustered once again, just like yesterday, because Hyun-jo's reaction today was not what she had expected at all. Faced with his reaction, she thought to herself, what is this? Outwardly, though, she broke into a sweat and answered, yes, we decided to be friends. He said, but you said you still had feelings for your ex-boyfriend. How can you be friends with someone you're still attached to? If that's the case, then right now you're basically in unrequited love with your friend. The moment he said that, he fell silent. Then he covered his mouth in panic and thought, am I crazy? Why did I say that just now? What's wrong with me all of a sudden? Why did I get so upset? Ayumin was only telling me what happened yesterday. First of all, don't just stand there. I need to apologize right away. He immediately bowed and apologized to her. I'm truly sorry for how rude I was just now. I spoke out of line. Gripping her hands tightly, she challenged him. Did you say that because you were jealous? Things didn't work out when you got back in touch with your ex-girlfriend. So when you saw me with my ex-boyfriend, you got jealous, didn't you? Hearing that, he broke into a sweat and thought, is that it? Was I jealous because of that? Because he couldn't figure out the reason himself, Hyun-jo thought what Ayumin said might actually be the answer. If it wasn't that, he had no way to explain the frustration weighing on his heart. He immediately admitted it. Maybe that's it. I am sorry. I won't do that again. So please lift your head. She fell silent and thought, I forgot. This man is really talented at irritating people with his words. Back then, because we weren't close, I let it slide. But now, he called out, Ms. Ayumin. He knelt down, grabbed her sleeve, and sincerely begged for forgiveness. I was wrong. Startled by his sudden action, she froze. Looking pitiful, he asked, can you forgive me this once? Blushing and flustered, she said, all right, I get it. So please stand up. Aren't you embarrassed? People are staring. The passersby around them started glancing over and whispering. Looks like that couple is fighting. Isn't that man begging her? Hearing that, he said, I don't mind, but I'm sure Ms. Ayumin would feel uncomfortable, so I'll get up. She turned away and walked off quickly, as if fleeing. And why are you begging like that? Do you think I'd forgive you easily just because you did that? Just follow along on your own. He hurried after her, explaining, come on, let's walk together, Ayumin. I'm not good with words, so the best thing I can do is just say the truth outright. Then he started coaxing her. To apologize, I'll make something nourishing and bring it to your company, okay? I can make whatever dish Ms. Ayumin wants and deliver it at whatever time you ask. She deliberately made things difficult. You think I'll be won over by food? Then, losing her composure, she added, what if it's something that isn't on your restaurant's menu? He replied, that's fine, but I need to prepare fresh ingredients in advance, so please let me know beforehand. Crossing her arms, she answered, fine, but you offered first, remember that. Looking at her, he repeated his apology from before. Thank you for accepting my apology. She pretended to threaten him. Don't relax yet. When I teach you how to ride a bike, I'm going to take all my frustration out on you. He answered, as much as you want. Whatever Ms. Ayumin wants. She said, just you wait. I'm not going easy on you. Looking at the bicycle in front of them, she explained gently, you just sit on the seat, lightly hold the handlebars and pedal. That's it. See? Easy, right? He went blank. That's your whole lesson? She put her hands on her hips and looked at him. The theory is simple. Of course it is. After an explanation like that, even a 5-year-old could ride. He objected. Bikes kids ride have training wheels. She pulled out her phone and started directing him. All right, enough talking. Get on the bike. Since this is your first practice session, Hyun-jo, I'm going to make a special video of it. He got on the bicycle and looked at the girl pointing her phone at him, then said with forced enthusiasm, all right, let's go. Looking ahead, he thought, the way I can't ride is definitely going to look ridiculous. I really shouldn't have asked her to teach me. As he rode, she kept mocking him from behind. Oh wow, why do you keep stopping like such a coward? Are you trying to show off your long legs? Don't jerk the handlebars around like that. How can someone who drives a car so well be this bad? Why do you keep going straight? Are you planning to ride straight forever? You need to know how to turn left and right too. Watching him tremble as he tried so hard to practice, she thought to herself, he's taking this more seriously than I expected. Just because I was a little annoyed, I haven't actually taught him anything. Now I should go over there and teach him properly, step by step. Huh? What's that? On her phone screen, she suddenly saw a dog charging toward his bike, throwing him off balance, and she shouted, "No, puppy!" Startled, she watched the accident unfold right in front of her. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, she ran over anxiously. "Honyo, are you okay?" The dog's owner came rushing over as well. "Oh dear," he began apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. Are you badly hurt?" Full of worry, she said, "Why aren't you getting up?" But he remained face down on the ground and said gloomily, "I'm not hurt, so please just go." The man looked flustered. "No, if you're hurt anywhere, I'll pay for your treatment." He replied, "I'm really fine." The man still looked troubled. "No, but even so," she guessed the truth exactly. Could it be that he's too embarrassed to get up? Then she spoke up to help him out. "Well, he said he's fine, so please go ahead." The dog's owner kept apologizing. "Yes, I'm truly sorry. I'll be more careful next time. I'll hold the leash tightly." The man's dog only barked once, as if it had no idea what kind of trouble it had caused. She said, "He's gone now, so get up." Covering his face with his hand, he said, "Ms. Iu Min, you should go too." Alarmed by what he was doing, she said hurriedly, "Don't cover your face like that. Where exactly am I supposed to go?" Then she got angry and pulled his hand away. "You really never listen. Move your hand and let me see." When she saw blood on his chin, she snapped, "Your chin is hurt. How can you say you're fine?" He answered, "It doesn't hurt much. It's just a small scrape." Leaning in close, she lifted his chin to inspect it. "What do you mean, small? You're bleeding like this." Seeing Ayumin worry over him, Hyun-jo fell silent in embarrassment. Ayumin quickly looked around to see if there was a pharmacy nearby. "What should I do now? The pharmacies are probably closed by now. Maybe I should check the convenience store to see if they have bandages and ointment." Watching her worry so much about him, he reached out and took her hand. Ayumin immediately stopped and looked up at him, and their eyes met. She instantly blushed, shyly pulled her hand away, and said, "I'm sorry." Then she hurriedly added, "You must have been startled when I suddenly grabbed your hand. I panicked when I saw the wound, so I did it without thinking." Hyun-jo looked down at his now empty hand, feeling a strange sense of loss after she pulled away. He stood up and said, "I think that's enough bicycle practice for today. Let's just go home now." Ayumin rose as well and said, "All right, it's gotten pretty late anyway." After that, the two of them headed home together. He walked ahead, pushing the bike, while she followed behind, shyly staring at his back. The next day, at Ayumin's company, everyone was discussing what to eat for lunch. "What should we have today?" Stretching, the brown-haired coworker said, "The weather's so nice. Shouldn't we go eat somewhere outside?" The woman in purple said, "All right then, ladies, what do you want?" Resting her chin on her hand as she looked at her computer, Ayumin said, "How about going to the restaurant Taejon works at? The food there's good." Hearing that, her co-workers readily agreed. "Oh, the place we went to last time, right? It really was good. I'm fine with it, but it's a little far. If we go there, lunch break might be over by the time we get back. If distance doesn't matter, then I don't care how long it takes." Ayumin hurriedly waved her hands and shook her head. "Of course, it's not that I really want to go there or anything. We can go somewhere else too, really." The brown-haired coworker looked at her and thought, the stronger the denial, the more it sounds like an indirect yes. Ignoring Ayumin's words, everyone got up at once and agreed to go to the restaurant she had mentioned. "If distance doesn't matter, then I'm in. We're in too. Then let's just go there." She could only stay silent. A little later, when they arrived at the restaurant, the owner came out to greet them warmly. The brown-haired coworker shook his hand and said with a smile, "Hello, we're back again." The owner smiled and shook her hand back. "Welcome, you've come again." As everyone headed to their seats, someone said, "How have you all been? I've been waiting to see when you'd come again." One of the co-workers replied, "You weren't waiting for us, were you? You were waiting for your Nuna Daihai, right?" The young server laughed awkwardly and said, "Ah, I've been found out." Meanwhile, Ayumin caught sight of Hyun-jo. Pointing to her own chin, she smiled and asked, "Did you take care of the wound?" Hyun-jo nodded back at her. "Yes, I did." Looking at him, Ayumin asked, "You didn't get hurt anywhere else, did you?" Before she could finish, she heard her co-worker calling her. "Ayumin, hurry up." She turned and replied, Yeah, I'm coming." Then she looked back at him again. Even as she walked toward her coworkers, she kept glancing over her shoulder at him, wondering what he was doing. A few days later, after taking a shower, Min sat scrolling through social media with one hand holding the towel wrapped around her head. Oh, a newly opened place? It looks pretty nice. I think it's near Hugh and Joe's neighborhood. Seeing it, she sent him the photo and texted, "If you have time tomorrow, should we go check it out?" Hugh and Joe turned her down. "Tomorrow won't work." She asked again, "Then what about this Sunday?" He answered, "I already have plans that day." Still unwilling to give up, Min asked, "Then when are you free?" He replied, "I'll check my schedule and let you know." Seeing that, she fell silent and thought. A few days later, she went to a barbecue restaurant with Dai, but all she focused on was her phone. She texted Hugh and Joe, "I'm sending you this. Remember the video I took of you practicing how to ride a bike?" When he didn't reply, she thought to herself, he's seen it, but it doesn't seem like he cares much. Min texted him again, "When can we finally meet? You still don't know?" He answered yes. "I'm sorry." After that, there were no more messages. Min stared at her phone in gloom and thought, is he trying to avoid me? Or am I misunderstanding? She thought back to when she had seen Hugh and Joe at the restaurant. The last time I went there, I also felt like he was avoiding my eyes. Did I do something to upset him or make him uncomfortable? Or has work at the restaurant just been too busy? As she was lost in thought, a voice called out and made her jump. Min, weren't you listening?" She replied, "Huh? What did you say?" Looking at the menu, Dai asked, "What do you want to drink?" "Want to have some alcohol?" Min answered, "I'm not feeling that well, so I don't want to drink. Let's just eat dinner here, then go to a cafe and talk." When Dai heard that she wasn't feeling well, she immediately asked with concern, "You're not feeling well? What's wrong? Lately I've noticed you keep staring at your phone a lot. Does that have anything to do with it?" Min smiled and replied, "It's just the change of seasons. I'm a little run down." But inwardly she thought, have I really been looking at my phone so much that even Dai noticed? Dai piled food onto a plate and handed it to her. "You need to eat a lot if you want to get better, so eat up." At the sight of the heaping plate, Min turned pale in fear. "If I eat like this, I think I'll just feel sicker." After eating, the two of them went to a cafe. As they walked, they chatted cheerfully. "They say the coffee here is really good." "Then let's go in here." The two of them went inside, and while they were sitting there drinking coffee, they heard someone call out, "Nunes." The person who came over was Taejon. Smiling at Dai, he said, "You're already here? You didn't have to wait long, did you?" "Hello, Ms. Min." Dai smiled back. "Oh, you're here already? That was quick." Taejon answered, "Yes. I told him I was coming to meet you, so I got off work early." But Min asked worriedly, "Still, the restaurant must be busy. Is it really okay for you to leave that early?" Touching the brim of his cap, Taejon replied, "Our restaurant hasn't been busy at all lately." He rubbed the back of his head and added, "A new restaurant opened recently, so we've had fewer customers." Hearing that, Min said, "Oh, isn't that serious?" Dai chimed in too. "Exactly." But Taejon stayed calm and replied, "He's still just taking a wait-and-see approach. He says time will tell." Hearing that, Min fell into thought. Then was it because work at the restaurant had been busy that he hadn't been in touch with me much? No, that didn't seem right either. After they parted, the two women headed home, and on the way back, she called Hugh and Joe. A little later, he answered, "Hello." Min said, "It's me, Min. Is this a good time to talk?" He replied, "What's wrong?" She asked after him, "How's your chin? Is it better now?" He answered politely, "Yes, thanks to you. It's much better." At his place, he had just stepped out of the shower. There were still soap bubbles on him, so she must have called while he was bathing. "But weren't you just with Taejon and your friend?" She answered, "Those two went off to have drinks, but I'm not feeling very well, so I'm on my way home." When Hugh and Joe heard that she wasn't feeling well, he immediately grew tense and worried. "You're not feeling well? Does something hurt? Is it bad?" Scratching the back of her neck awkwardly, Min answered, "I'm just a little tired. If I get some sleep, I'll feel fine again." Hugh and Joe urged her to take medicine. Still, it'd probably be better to take something. "I'm just too lazy to take medicine. Honestly, it's not serious enough to need it." Then she asked him, "Hugh and Joe, there's something else I want to ask. Have I ever unintentionally said or done something that upset you or made you uncomfortable?" Hearing that, he asked blankly, "What?" Min smiled. "I don't know why, but I get the feeling that you've been avoiding me." Rubbing his face tiredly, Hugh and Joe said, "I haven't been sleeping well these past few days, so I've been a little worn out. I've had a lot on my mind." Hearing that, Min understood. I see. So that's what it is. All right then, when you're feeling better, let's meet. He fell silent at her words. Hyun-jo asked her, once you get home, are you going straight to bed? As she walked, she answered, no, I'll finish a little work first, then I'll sleep. I see. Then get home safely. Okay, sleep well. After the call ended, she thought, he said he wasn't avoiding me on purpose, so I should trust him. At home, after changing into something comfortable and finishing her work, she sighed, my body feels so sore. I should go to bed. Just then, her phone lit up. Min looked at her phone in curiosity, wondering who could be texting her at this hour. It turned out to be a message from Hyun-jo. Ms. Min. Min's eyes widened in surprise that he had texted her first. Hyun-jo's message said, Ms. Min, just in case you didn't know, I left some medicine and ginger syrup in front of your door. The ginger syrup has lemon and honey in it, so it's not bad if you drink it like tea. I hope you'll take them and get plenty of rest. I'm sorry for coming without your permission. When Min opened the door, she saw a bag of medicine hanging there. She looked around, wondering where he was. After hanging the medicine bag on her door, Hyun-jo had already started to leave. As he walked away, he heard someone call out, Hyun-jo. When he turned around, he saw Min standing there, clutching the medicine bag and breathing hard. Min said, you came all the way here, and then you were just going to sneak away after leaving this? Seeing her, he asked in surprise, Ms. Min, you're sick, so why did you come out here? Still clutching the bag he had left her, Min answered matter-of-factly, how could I not come out after receiving this? Besides, at this hour, where did you even find ginger syrup? Hyun-jo replied, I made some of it myself, so I brought it to you. Feeling as if he had inconvenienced her, he said apologetically, I'm sorry for coming here so late without asking. You must have been startled. Min immediately shook her head and answered brightly, that's okay. I'm not bothered by it at all. Thinking of the things he had brought, she lowered her head shyly, wanting to keep him there a little longer. Besides, now that you've brought me all this, if I just let you go, I'd feel even more sorry. Well, she took a deep breath and asked seriously, would you like to come up and sit for a little while before you go? Hearing that, Hyun-jo froze and fell silent for a moment. Looking at her, his gaze softened, and he asked quietly, at this hour, Min suddenly became flustered. Shaking her head frantically, she stammered, all right, it's really late. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything else by it. I was so flustered that it completely slipped my mind. The sight of her made him laugh. The corner of Hyun-jo's mouth curved up, and he said gently, all right, I understand, so hurry inside. I'll wait until I see you go up, and then I'll leave. Once the embarrassment faded, Min finally regained her composure and answered happily, okay, thank you for bringing this for me. I'll make good use of it. Then she waved goodbye to him, her voice full of cheer. I'll definitely repay this kindness. Get home safely. Hyun-jo nodded to show he understood. Min dashed back inside, her heart pounding like a drum. She had never hurried home like this before. She almost wished she had wings so she could get there even faster. As soon as she got inside, she slammed the door shut. Min slowly slid down against it, breathing hard, her face flushed red as if her embarrassment had returned all over again. It felt like her physical condition had gotten even worse. Why did she feel so hot? In the nearby parking lot, Hyun-jo was sitting in the driver's seat. Suddenly, the car shook violently. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, silently replaying what had just happened. Then he closed his eyes, lowered his head onto the wheel, and cursed under his breath. This is insane. Why did I come at a time like this? Hyun-jo frowned and wondered if things had come to this, then why had I avoided it in the first place? A few days earlier, after the bicycle lesson, Min had taken him all the way home, and he had politely said, thank you for bringing me back. Please get home safely. She smiled and replied, okay, sleep well. After that, he showered as usual, and when he was done, he put a bandage over the wound on his chin. At the usual time, he got into bed and tried to sleep like always. But he couldn't drift off at all. His head was filled with pointless thoughts. Being friends with an ex-boyfriend. If the two of them became friends, it would be different from what he had with Sadong. Unlike him, Min and Isun seemed to have a much gentler relationship. He couldn't help thinking, they're much more likely to get back together. It's not like us. She'll probably make time to see him the same way she sees me. The thought of her smiling beside another man suddenly made something uncomfortable rise in his chest. Since she still seemed attached to that old friend, maybe she only wanted to spend time with him after all. At that thought, Hyun-jo's eyes flew open. Staring at the ceiling, his thoughts drifted farther away. Then what happens to me now? Anyway, he already contacted her, so the plan is over now, right? Then there's no longer any reason for me to meet Miss Ayumin. He lightly touched the bandage on his chin and comforted himself. No, she said we could be friends, so we could still meet, right? If that's possible, that would be nice. Then the image of the lesson suddenly came back to him. The bicycle sprawled on the ground. When she reached out to touch his wound, he had unconsciously grabbed her hand. Hyun-jo still vividly remembered the startled expression on her face. He sighed and turned over, trying to fall asleep. But he couldn't even close his eyes properly. He just kept tossing and turning, until at last he muttered, "I can't sleep." Inwardly, he thought, the insomnia I'd forgotten about for so long has suddenly come back. That entire night, Hyun-jo's mind kept replaying countless moments of him and her meeting. For example, that morning at his restaurant. He had been in the kitchen when he heard a familiar voice say, "Hello, we came here again." Taejeon warmly greeted them. "Please come in. Hurry, Nuna, come this way." He turned his head to look at her, and Ayumin asked with concern, "Did you take care of your wound?" He quickly looked away, awkwardly lifting his arm a little as he answered, "Yes, I did." Ayumin said a few more things, but Hyun-jo couldn't focus on them because his body had started acting strangely. His face grew hot, his heart began racing, and he put a hand over his chest, feeling the pounding heartbeat with a startled expression. On another day, he was feeding a stray cat on a street corner when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Ayumin with a photo attached. "A new place opened in your neighborhood, Hyun-jo, and it looks pretty popular. If you have time tomorrow, should we go check it out?" Seeing her message, he let out a sigh of relief and thought, "It looks like she still needs me. That means our plan isn't over yet, right?" While typing his reply, Hyun-jo blurted out, "Thank goodness." The moment that thought crossed his mind, he froze. Hyun-jo stared at the message he had written for a long time and wondered, "Thank goodness? Why do I feel relieved?" A few days later, Ayumin sent him many messages asking him to hang out with her, but he always made excuses and turned her down. Because he couldn't answer that question, Hyun-jo grew confused. From then on, I began to hesitate about meeting Ayumin. Then a few days later, she sent him the video from the bicycle lesson. Every message of hers had exclamation marks attached, as if Ayumin were in a very cheerful mood. "Hyun-jo, I'm sending this for you to watch. It's the video I took while you were learning to ride the bike. Honestly, for your first time, you did really well." Even though Hyun-jo had been avoiding her, Ayumin kept messaging him as if nothing were wrong. "When can we meet? You still don't know?" Hyun-jo replied, "Yes, I'm sorry." That night, even though it was time to close the shop, he remained behind. Hyun-jo poured himself a drink and sat there in silence, staring at her messages. He thought to himself, maybe it's because I have no pride. He took a sip and continued the thought, or maybe whether I reply or not, she doesn't even care. Hyun-jo set down the glass and picked up his phone, going back through their old messages. For now, let's just leave things like this. We can talk about meeting later. I should at least tell her to delete the bicycle practice video. It's not like she'd upload something like that anyway. Then suddenly, Hyun-jo thought it would be a shame to delete it, so he decided to play the video instead. Well, she did film it for me, after all. I'll just watch it for a moment. Ayumin's voice softly echoed from the recording, and he listened with a small smile. How can someone who drives so well be like this? Why do you keep going straight ahead? Are you planning to go straight forever? You have to know how to turn left and right too. No, not now. Right now, you don't need to change direction. Her voice continued. At first, you shouldn't try to turn back. The important thing is just to keep going straight. At that, his expression shifted with faint surprise. In the video, he was clumsily struggling to control the bicycle, while beside him, Ayumin encouraged him. For now, just keep your feet moving. Don't think about anything. Then you'll naturally learn how to change direction. When she saw that he was getting used to controlling the bike, she called out loudly in praise, "You're doing really well now." In that moment, Hyun-jo was smiling brightly, the most sincere and radiant smile he had ever shown. Even long after the video had ended, he stayed sitting there in thought. Hyun-jo's finger lightly tapped the phone screen. He kept that position unconsciously, no longer paying attention to anything around him. And now, back in the present, Hyun-jo was waiting at a red light. His fingers rubbed against the steering wheel as he thought to himself, "Isn't she way too careless around me? She has no guard up at all, and she still came after me like that? His gaze remained fixed ahead, but the rhythmic tapping of his fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. Hyun-jo admitted to himself that he had really wanted to accept Min's invitation. He imagined that if he had agreed, the two of them would have gone upstairs together and had warm tea. He thought he would have gently poured water for her and given her medicine. Or even, if things got worse, he would have stayed by her side and cooled down her face, flushed hot with fever. That thought kept circling in his mind, making it impossible for Hyun-jo to focus. He remembered something he had once said before. How can you be friends with someone who would make your heart race just by being with them? The traffic light turned green, and he sped off, grinding out, "Damn it, I'm such an idiot." At a filming set meanwhile, the camera was pointed at So-young. The young man standing beside her, apparently the MC, asked, "Miss So-young, you spent the whole day with us today. How did it feel?" So-young clasped her hands together and answered with a bright smile, "I'm not very good at cooking, so I was worried I'd just be a burden to everyone. But thanks to how kindly everyone guided me, I was luckily able to contribute a little too." The MC beside her continued, "By the way, So-young and Chef Ma Seong worked together so well, didn't they? Ah, look at that. Chef Ma Seong seems really regretful, haha." At that moment, the man named Ma Seong joined in and asked, "Am I the only one who feels regretful?" The MC burst out laughing and replied, "Haha, we feel regretful too." Rubbing his chin, Ma Seong leaned forward slightly and asked, "Miss Seong, didn't you fall for me a little today too?" The set instantly filled with laughter. The MC quickly added, "Ah, there it is, the irresistible charm of Chef Ma Seong. Don't tease our innocent So-young like that, huh?" So-young had been covering her mouth and laughing the whole time, reminding herself, "Control your expression, control your expression." Then she said, "The chef worked very hard teaching me. Just as the rumors said, both his talent and his personality are wonderful, so I hope I'll get to work with him again next time." Scene change. Flush. The sound of a toilet echoed. It seems So-young had just thrown up everything she had eaten. She raised a hand to wipe her mouth. Her manager came in from outside and asked with concern, "Are you feeling better?" So-young turned and replied, "Yes. I ate something bad yesterday, so my stomach still feels upset." Then So-young walked out into the living room and lay down on the sofa. Her manager followed close behind and asked curiously, "Ah, yesterday was when you filmed that cooking program, right? Was that chef's food not good? I heard his restaurant is really famous." So-young immediately replied, "It's all style and no substance. Total empty can makes the loudest noise type." With a sigh, she added, "Hyun-jo's food is way better. Hyun-jo is more handsome too, and his personality is better as well. Seriously, why is someone like that even famous?" Her manager said helplessly, "You really don't seem very satisfied." Lying on the sofa and scrolling through her phone, So-young suddenly noticed something. She spoke up, "Uni, I don't have any schedule today, right?" Her manager hummed an acknowledgement and asked, "Are you going somewhere?" So-young answered, "Hyun-jo contacted me and wants to meet tonight." A message from Hyun-jo was displayed on her phone. "Let's meet and talk today. Come after the shop closes." Her manager smiled and cautioned. After no contact for so long, he suddenly does this? It doesn't feel right at all. It probably won't be good news. Based on my data, I'm sure of it. So-young abruptly sat up. Hyun-jo may have wavered. Her manager looked puzzled. So-young continued, "No matter what, he's absolutely not the type to change. I was so busy lately that I neglected Hyun-jo, but for now on I have to change." Her manager remained silent, the corners of her mouth curving upward. She thought to herself, what could be more foolish than attaching the word absolute to a person? Whenever it comes to Hyun-jo, she says naive things that sound nothing like So-young at all. Who is the one to be admired here? She trusts no one, yet blindly places all her faith in one person. All the manager could do was look helplessly at So-young, whose face was full of delight as she smiled at her phone. Or else, was that man himself the reason she had developed that faith? At the company, a voice rang out. "So, according to the director, for now on we want to try making clothes and shoes too." With one hand adjusting her glasses and the other gesturing toward the board, Min replied, "That's right. It's not like I want to officially expand the product line right away. For now, I just want to try making a few pieces and see what the response is." Sitting in her chair, Daihai folded her arms and asked, "But isn't it still too early? Our brand isn't really stable yet. If we had new products now, things could get even more complicated." Another person spoke up. I agree with Ayumin's opinion too. Director. In reality, accessories like keychains and card wallets have been selling really well. Could it be because those products are affordably priced? I think Daihai's opinion makes more sense, but overall this item doesn't look bad either. Ayumin looked at Daihai with expectant eyes. Daihai sighed and said, fine, if the director wants to do it this badly, how can I stop her? At times like this, we should push forward. Let's try it. I'll help too. The person from before smiled and said, great. Once we've decided specifically on the items, we'll discuss it again. For now, the meeting is over. Good work, everyone. The others echoed, good work, everyone. The meeting ended, and everyone returned to their seats. Looking at her phone, Daihai called out, everyone for lunch today. T-Zone will be delivering galbatang to us. What do you think? Ayumin had just been about to take a drink, but she froze at those words. Turning in confusion, she asked, huh? Doesn't that place not do delivery? Daihai answered, yeah, that's right. But he suddenly asked if we wanted galbatang, then said he'd send it over and that we wouldn't need to pay. The people in the office started chattering excitedly. Isn't that restaurant supposed to only sell Western food? They do Korean food too. I just suddenly got a text like that too, so I'm not really sure. Maybe Mr. T-Zone is trying to win your favor, huh? By then, Ayumin's face had turned slightly red, and she stayed silent. Daihai turned to her and asked, Ayumin, you're okay with that too, right? Flustered, Ayumin replied, of course I like it. Of course, he really is a nice person. Before she could finish, Daihai looked puzzled and asked, huh? What are you talking about? Don't you like galbatang? Ayumin, now red all over, said, galbatang. Galbatang, of course I like it, ha. Daihai noticed Ayumin's bottle and asked, but what's that? Coffee? You've been drinking it nonstop. Hearing that, Ayumin handed her bottle to Daihai and said, it's ginger tea. Daihai remarked, oh, you're drinking a lot of it. Then she asked curiously, yesterday you said you weren't feeling well, so you bought ginger tea, right? How does it taste? Is it spicy? Ayumin lowered her head. No, it's very sweet. Ayumin texted Hyun Jo, to be honest, it's even tastier than what my mom makes for me, lol. I really enjoyed it. She even attached a picture of the meal, completely finished. Hyun Jo took off his cap and looked at the phone, a smile flickering in his eyes. It was currently break time, so he went outside and said to Taejeon, I'm going out for a bit to get some air. Taejeon immediately replied, okay, go ahead. Watching Hyun Jo talking on the phone outside, Taejeon quietly chuckled. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen him go outside to take a phone call. He really does have someone now. Outside, Hyun Jo was calling Ayumin. I'm glad you enjoyed it. How are you feeling now? On the other end, Ayumin replied, I took medicine yesterday, drank ginger tea, and then went to sleep. Now I feel completely fine. Ayumin said cheerfully, I even brought ginger tea to work today in a thermos. Hearing that, Hyun Jo replied, if you run out, just tell me. I can make more citron marmalade or strawberry jam. Ayumin sounded a little shy. If you ever need a handbag, let me know, Hyun Jo, even if it's technically for women. Honyo it. All right, if I need anything, I'll let you know. From the other end, she continued, anyway, today is the first and last time you're delivering something like this, okay? If I keep accepting more from you, Hyun Jo, I'll feel too guilty, so no. Just then, two girls passing nearby whispered to each other, hey, look to the left. I see it, I see it. Hyun Jo said, I picked the menu myself today, so let's call an exception. I'll stop after delivering something Miss Ayumin likes. Ayumin sounded helpless. You're really stubborn. I only said that because I was worried you'd trouble yourself. The two girls kept whispering among themselves. He looks like an employee from that restaurant. Wait, let me look it up. Calmly, Hyun Jo said, to me, it's no trouble at all. On her side, Ayumin sat silently in her chair without saying anything. A little embarrassed, she put a hand to her head and asked, did you add anything else to the ginger preserve by any chance? Hyun Jo replied, no, I didn't put in anything besides the necessary ingredients. Does it taste strange? At that, Ayumin's face and ears flushed faintly pink. No, I was just asking. A while later, when the call ended, Hyun Jo came back in through the door, looking pleased. Holding his phone, Taejeon said when he saw him, Hyung, Daihai said everyone really enjoyed the food. She just called. Hyun Jo replied, all right. Taejeon turned to him and asked curiously, but why did you deliver to that company? And a dish we don't even sell, on top of that. The question made Hyun Jo feel a little guilty. They're acquaintances. They've come by the restaurant a few times. Taejeon, full of question marks, said, But they're not close to you, are they? Flustered, Hyun-jo turned away and rubbed the back of his neck, avoiding Taejeon's eyes. They're close with you. Hearing that, Taejeon's eyes lit up a little. Wow, so you did it because you were thinking of me? You love me that much? Under pressure, Hyun-jo thought to himself, just keep thinking that way. Taejeon hurried over to Hyun-jo's side. By the way, Hyung, your beloved little brother has a request. Could you please post a picture of yourself on the restaurant's social media? Please. Hyun-jo raised a brow. I only agreed to make an account on the condition that my face wouldn't be posted. Taejeon quickly protested. That was then. This is now. Our reservation rate has dropped ever since a new restaurant opened nearby. Hyun-jo replied calmly. If you post my picture, it'll probably drop even more. Taejeon kept pleading. How would you know if you don't even try? It's your restaurant, so why aren't you more proactive about promoting it? Hyun-jo, not particularly interested, turned and walked away. But his expression darkened slightly. At Hyun-jo's house, So-young was hugging him from behind. She looked a little tired, resting her head against his back as she said, the shop is about to open. Phew, that's a good thing for you, but I'm a little worried. Hyun-jo, washing dishes, asked why. So-young answered with a troubled look, if customers take pictures of you and post them online, or if you appear on television, then it'll become harder for us to go around together. As Hyun-jo took off his gloves, he said that no one would take pictures of him, and even if he got invited to appear on television, he would refuse. So-young replied, I know. Hyun-jo turned around and cupped So-young's face. Whenever you have time, come eat at my restaurant once in a while. I'll pretend I don't know you, so don't worry. If not, you can come after closing time. If I draw the curtains, no one outside will be able to see you. Hearing that, So-young fell silent. Sadly, she held his hand. Maybe later. I'll come another time. The flashback ended, and Hyun-jo sat there in silence, thinking. Then he gave in. All right, let's do as you said. He found himself a little ridiculous. What am I even doing now? Behind him, Taejeon cheerfully put a hand on his shoulder. Really? Really, Hyung? That's the right decision. You've been looking so much brighter these days. I'm sure the response will be good. From inside the restaurant came the sound of the two of them talking. What nonsense are you saying? If we try it, and it doesn't work, we stop immediately, okay? You're the one who'll regret not doing this sooner. So-young had sent Hyun-jo a map link in a message. He stared at his phone screen and thought, his face completely expressionless. Scene change. Hyun-jo arrived at the place So-young had sent in the map for. He slowly climbed the stairs. The people in the cafe couldn't help being surprised when they saw Hyun-jo. They said, there really are a lot of celebrities who come here, huh? I even saw someone earlier who looked exactly like So-young. The other person replied, there you go lying again. When he opened the door and stepped inside, he saw So-young, who had clearly been waiting for him for a long time. So-young smiled faintly and said, Hyun-jo, you came. Instead of sitting next to her, Hyun-jo took a different seat. Turning his head away, he said coldly, is it really okay for us to meet here? She gazed at him lovingly and answered softly, sometimes places like this make me feel more comfortable than home. So-young slowly said, Hyun-jo, first, there's something I need to tell you. At that, he turned to look at her. Memories of that day flashed back as So-young confessed. When you came to my house last time, I shouldn't have said those things. Her voice dropped as she quietly said, I'm sorry. Clutching her skirt tightly, So-young went on. And when I came here, I regretted it even more. In a place like this, we could have gone on dates comfortably without having to worry about anything. Resting one arm on the back of the chair, Hyun-jo lowered his head in thought. Images of food flashed through his mind again. So-young, a little tense as she brought up the past, said, Hyun-jo, I think I'll come by your restaurant more often. What you made this time was even better than what you used to cook for me before. Then she said firmly, can we keep meeting outside like this? Hyun-jo took a deep breath and answered softly, I'll be honest. She asked, what is it? Once again, memories of the two of them came rushing back. Hyun-jo confessed, back then, I said cruel things to you in that alley, and I created an SNS account and posted pictures because I knew you'd be watching it. He bluntly admitted, I wanted to see you regret it and cling to me like this. So-young's eyes welled up slightly at his words. Her gaze sank as she said softly, I knew that too. I knew you were only doing that because you were hurt. Hearing that, Hyun-jo revealed more. At the time, I really wanted to hear those words, and now I've finally heard them. His sharp gaze fixed on So-young as he emphasized every word. But now that I've heard them, I don't feel anything at all. To the point that I'm wondering whether that was ever really what I wanted. For a moment, So-young was startled by what he said. What? Without answering her question, he stood up and said decisively, I asked to meet you so I could end things clearly. Just keep living and working hard the way you always have. So-young immediately rose after him. Wait. Grabbing his arm, she asked loudly, Is this because of IU Min? At that, he said bluntly, That's none of your business. And don't contact her anymore either. You approached her because of me. So-young's eyes widened in shock. She raised her voice. Then she revealed her ex-boyfriend was her first love. Hearing those words come from So-young, his pupils suddenly contracted. She continued, Actually, my stylist is the younger sister of IU Min's ex-boyfriend. So-young added, I heard he has a stable job, and his family seems very happy. She went on, his younger sister has a bright, cheerful personality, so I'm sure he's the same. Then So-young delivered the final, cutting blow. Those are exactly the things we want but can't have. So-young said all that to make Hyun-jo realize something, but instead he answered calmly, What exactly are you trying to say? His response left her too stunned to speak. In a firm voice, she said, She may date you, but in the end she'll go back to that ex-boyfriend. Then she bared her thoughts. People who live peaceful lives stay with people like them. People like us, who carry our own lacks inside us, are drawn to others in the same situation. Her hand was still gripping his arm. Hyun-jo quickly brushed So-young's hand off him. If you said everything you wanted to say, I'm leaving. He turned to go, but not before glancing back at her, his voice low in warning. Don't ever think about harming her or her company. Her voice turned small as she said, I don't want to go that far. Lowering her head, So-young confessed, I'll wait until you come back. Even if you don't like it, all of this happened because of me, so I have to hold on to it. Hyun-jo put his hand on the doorknob and said flatly, Whether you wait or cling, the result will be the same. Her hand trembled as she clutched the hem of her dress. Then she called after him, Don't tell IU Min that you and I used to date, okay? She continued, I'm a public figure. You understand that, don't you? Standing by the door, he let out a quiet sigh. Then he left the private room in the cafe. Later that night, on a familiar street, Hyun-yo valked slowly. He replayed what So-young had said a moment earlier. Her ex-boyfriend was her first love. He tried to calm himself. It was only a first love. Recalling her face, Hyun-jo thought to himself, Do you know that your first love was me? Even so, I have no intention of telling you now. Then So-young's words echoed in his head again. Those are exactly the things we want but can't have. He lifted his foot, then stamped it hard against the pavement. He stood there in the middle of the busy street while people passed around him, lost in thought over So-young's words. She may date you, but in the end she'll go back to that ex-boyfriend. Late in the afternoon, on the way back, IU Min asked softly, Should we go eat dinner at Siesta today? She continued, I want to order the galbatang and try it, and thank him properly too. Her friend beside her kept staring at her phone, but still replied, Sure, if we have time, let's go somewhere for a second round too. It's been so long since the four of us had drinks on our own. IU Min picked up her phone, and her eyes widened slightly. Oh, on SNS. What she saw was a photo of Hyun-jo. She wondered, when did Hyun-jo upload a picture? It wasn't on a personal account, but on the restaurant's account. IU Min smiled faintly and thought, So he's finally accepted reality? When I see him, I should tease him a little in secret. The woman next to her nudged her shoulder. Hey, IU Min up ahead. She looked up blankly. Huh? What about up ahead? IU Min froze at the sight before her. As they passed by, her friend looked into the restaurant from outside and kept commenting, Wow, there's so many people. Taejon, neatly dressed, stepped out with a bright smile. Welcome in. Oh, it's you, Nuna. She was surprised too and replied, Yeah, I'm here. Is the place already packed today? He answered quickly, Your table's already reserved, so you can just sit down. But where's IU Min, Nuna? In a lower voice, she explained, Someone unexpectedly came looking for IU Min, so she can't make it. He asked in surprise, Really? Then tell her to bring that person along too. As soon as he said it, she hesitated. Oh well. Then she revealed the person who came to see her was her ex-boyfriend. The moment those words ended, the knife sliced across his index finger. Hyun-jo frowned slightly, discomfort written all over his face. That afternoon at a cafe, IU Min and Izong were sitting together. Holding the signed paper he had given her, she asked, puzzled, You came here just to give me this? Whose autograph is it? He replied gently, It's that actress you like, IU Min. She looked surprised as he continued, The short-haired actress. It's her autograph. She thought for a moment. If it's the short-haired actress I like, then she said in shock, "Don't tell me it's Hong So-young? How do you have Hong So-young's autograph?" she asked excitedly. Holding his drink, he smiled. The previous night, he had gone drinking with some friends when suddenly his eyes lit up. Hugh and Joe had passed by, making him start slightly in surprise. Oh, Hugh and Joe. Beside him, his friends were already chattering noisily. There really are a lot of celebrities who come here. Huh? I even saw someone earlier who looked exactly like Hong So-young. There you go, lying again. Ignoring them, he stared at Hugh and Joe and thought, I heard the upstairs is all private rooms. Taking a sip of water, he muttered to himself, the world really is small. I can't believe I ran into him here. If we ever meet again, I should mention that I saw him here. One of his friends suddenly asked, Hey, Kim Izong, you and IU Min are getting married soon, right? The friend went on casually, the moment you said she was your dad's student, I knew it would turn out like this. The guy with glasses frowned and nodded. If you need anything as a wedding gift, just say so. But don't pick anything too expensive. Hearing that, Izong smiled and shook his head. We broke up 4 months ago. So no, there's no need for a wedding gift. His friends were shocked and immediately erupted. What the hell? Why are you only telling us now? Did you cheat? Or did you get into gambling or something? Oh my god. So you two really broke up in the end? Life really is unpredictable. Izong shrugged. That's what happened. I don't really want to talk about it any more than that. The guy with glasses tried to comfort him. All right. If you've broken up, talking more about it won't change anything. But another friend still couldn't accept it and protested. No, but I'm still curious. You two always seem to be dating so peacefully. The guy glared at him and scolded, Shut up and just drink. The friend obediently closed his mouth and said, Got it. As for Izong, he only took another sip of alcohol and said nothing. The glasses filled, then emptied again. Getting ready to leave, Izong said to the guy with glasses, I'm heading out first. You two keep drinking. He nodded. All right, go ahead. The brown-haired friend, grieving on his behalf, cried out dramatically, Stay strong. Forget your ex-girlfriend and start a new life, just like me. What is this coming out of my eyes? Seeing that, the guy with glasses said helplessly, You idiot, you look even more miserable than he does. Izong stared blankly for a moment, then said indifferently, I have no intention of forgetting her. The brown-haired friend, full of question marks, said, Huh? What did you say? He gave a perfunctory smile and replied, See you later. I'm going. The guy with glasses looked at him and nodded. Yeah, go on. He was about to leave the bar when a woman suddenly slammed into him, startling him. Worried, he said, I'm sorry. Are you okay? He glanced at the bag in her hand, then thought, that's a bag made by IU Min. That woman was none other than So-young. Dead drunk and barely conscious, she mumbled under her breath, No, how could you do this to me? Izong looked her over and thought, on top of that, she's the celebrity IU Min likes, but I can't remember her name. Tears suddenly began streaming down her face. Why is she here alone like this? He wondered, then reached out to steady her. Worried, he said, Please wait a moment. I'll call an employee over. But So-young kept shaking her head. No, you can't. Other people mustn't see me. No. Then she suddenly lowered her head as if she was about to vomit. The manager who had come with her hurried over and shouted, No, don't throw up on someone else. But the moment she said it, So-young vomited all over him. Recalling that scene from the previous night, Izong told IU Min, I only got her autograph because I happened to run into her yesterday. Hearing that, she could only laugh and say, So you asked for the autograph yourself? I thought you got it through Ha Ki-young. He frowned. Ha Ki-young. She nodded. Yeah, Ha Ki-young ishong esuyung geshtenidist. Don't tell me you didn't know. She looked at his blank expression, and after hesitating a moment, he said, Come to think of it, I think I did hear Ha Ki-young mention that name once. She forced a smile and couldn't help sinking into thought. He's unexpectedly clumsy. He doesn't care about celebrities, yet he still managed to get her autograph. She lightly rubbed the corner of the paper. I could easily get something like this from So-young myself, but he doesn't know that. Sneaking a glance at him, she thought, whether we were dating or just friends, he's always been like this. Someone gentle and steadfast, to the point I can never quite understand him. Thinking that, she studied his soft face. Meanwhile, oblivious, he smiled casually and said, If you have time, shall we have dinner together? She froze and stammered, Aye. Then she quickly lowered her head. Looking at the paper on the table, IU Min told herself, I've already accepted this, so I can't pretend I don't know now. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. Okay, let's do that. But I'm paying for the meal. When he heard her agree, he smiled brightly. That evening at the restaurant, Ayumin appeared, beaming. I'm here. Sorry I'm late. Seeing her, Taejon called out excitedly. Nuna, come in, hurry. Sit down. Daihai pulled out the chair next to her and said, You came at just the right time. We only just got here too. Taejon cut in with a grin. We already ordered drinks. She laughed. Really? That's great then. She sat down and immediately turned to look at him. Hello, Hunya. He nodded. Daihai suddenly asked curiously, Ayumin, did your talk with him go okay? Taejon eagerly jumped in too. I'm so curious. What did you two talk about? Everyone's been waiting for you to come, so we could hear the story. She frowned. What do you mean everyone was waiting? It's just you two who are curious. You're exaggerating. Suddenly, Hyun-jo's voice cut in. It really is everyone. Startled by him, she looked up blankly. What? He smiled, though there was a slight chill in his voice. I was waiting too, because I was curious about that. About you, Ayumin, meeting your ex-boyfriend. After downing half a glass of beer, she set it down firmly on the table and said, That's what happened. Smiling and shaking her head, she added, I felt a little bad letting him leave just like that, so we had dinner together. Really, it was nothing, right? Sorry for making everyone curious. Resting his chin on his hand, Taejon looked at her and said as if he understood it all, Nuna, anyone would see this as a sign of getting back together. Who waits on the street outside someone's work just to hand over an autograph from an actress their ex likes? Daihai quietly corrected him. Taejon, that's only because you don't really know her ex-boyfriend. He was just being polite. He didn't mean anything by it. Still unwilling to admit he was wrong, he argued, No, that's not it. From a man's perspective, she sighed and cut in, I've known her ex-boyfriend for years. While the two of them kept going, Ayumin was staring intently at Hyun-jo. Seeing him sitting there indifferently with his chin propped up, she thought to herself, he said he was curious, but he doesn't actually seem that bothered. He's not reacting at all. Ayumin kept looking at him for a long moment. Then, under the table, she boldly reached out with her foot and nudged his. The action startled him, and he looked at her with wide, confused eyes. Covering her mouth, she whispered softly, What's wrong with you? You don't seem to be in a very good mood. Hyun-jo looked surprised by her question. Then, for some reason, he flushed red and quickly turned his head away. Seeing herself ignored, she immediately rubbed her toes against his leg again and again, thinking sulkily, What is this? Why are you ignoring me? What's your problem? Then he left her gaping in shock. He instantly trapped her legs stiffly between both of his. She immediately tried to pull away, but no matter what she did, she couldn't escape, so she pleaded under her breath. What is this? I was only joking. Why are you holding my leg? In a cruel whisper, he said, Who told you to touch me? From the other side, Taejon suddenly called out, Hyung. Both of them were startled and turned their heads at once. Completely oblivious, he smiled casually and said, What do you think? What do you think Ayumin Nuna's ex-boyfriend is thinking? Caught off guard, Hyun-jo stammered a little as he answered, Let's see. His voice, still bland yet tinged with a little charm, rang out. Compared to that, isn't what you think more important, Ayumin? After speaking, he glanced at her. He tightened his leg around hers under the table and asked softly, Do you want to get back together with your ex-boyfriend? As he spoke, he looked at her face, flushed red with embarrassment. At the bustling filming set, with people constantly passing by, Ha Kyum walked by carrying clothes and happened to overhear some people gossiping. Hong So-young doesn't look very good on camera today, does she? Her complexion seems off. Where is she now? Someone asked. Another person replied, She's probably waiting in the van. As evening fell, inside the actor's van, So-young, looking exhausted, rubbed her throbbing head and said to her manager, Can you believe it? Yesterday, that person wouldn't even take the laundry money and only asked for my autograph. Her manager nodded and said, He must be your fan. I sent the autograph by express delivery this afternoon, so that settles it. So-young frowned slightly. Do you really believe that? Later on, that person's definitely going to ask for money, you'll see. Hearing that, the manager got angry and scolded her. And you can't even handle alcohol, but you still drank and ended up vomiting like that. If I hadn't gotten there in time, who knows what could have happened? As she spoke, she vividly recalled the scene from late that night, when So-young, drunk, had said over the phone, Uni, hick, I feel so sick. Startled, the manager had shouted back, What? Why are you calling me to tell me that? Where are you right now? Hurry up and tell me. After sitting in thought for a while, So-young leaned back and let out a long sigh. It's heartbreaking. Hyun-jo said he was going to completely give me up, At once, the manager turned around, handed her a business card, and said firmly, "Anyway, don't worry about that person anymore. I got his business card, so he probably won't try anything strange. Look." She glanced over the information on the card and thought, it's a decent company. Could it really be a fake card? Suddenly, someone called in from outside the van, "Sorry to bother you," making her whip her head around in surprise. So-young opened the van door and smiled. "Oh, it's Ha-Kyum. You startled me." Ha-Kyum immediately apologized awkwardly. "Oh, I'm sorry, Uni. I just brought you some energy recovery medicine." Then she spotted a paper on the floor and said curiously, "Huh? I think something fell. I'll pick it up for you." So-young replied softly, "Ah, I just dropped that. Thank you. I'll take the medicine now." Standing beside her, Ha-Kyum stared at the business card and quietly called out to her, "Uni." So-young looked up slightly. "What is it? How do you have my brother's business card?" Hearing that, So-young's eyes widened in surprise. "Your brother?" Hyun-jo narrowed his eyes slightly. He trapped her leg again and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to get back together with your ex-boyfriend?" Then he watched her slightly flushed face. After a while, Ayumin hesitated and said, "I." Suddenly, Daihai smacked her hard on the shoulder and said irritably, "Get back together? I object. A first love that lasted 6 whole years is already long enough. There's no need to start over." She spoke with certainty. "If you're going to meet someone, it should be someone new, right?" Then she turned to him and asked, "Isn't that right, Hyun-jo?" Without looking at her, Hyun-jo smiled faintly at Ayumin and said, "That's right." Then he quietly released her leg. Daihai puffed out her cheeks and thought, it's the first time I've ever seen him smile. As for Ayumin, she let out a shy sigh of relief. Taejeon observed the situation for a moment, then cut in with a grin. "Looks like our Daihai Nuna got worked up over this because she cares about her friend." Then he said to her, "How about stepping outside for a smoke and coming back?" Ayumin nodded in agreement and told her, "All right, Daihai, go out for a bit and come back." Daihai gave a small snort and replied, "Got it. I'll go and come right back." Ayumin glanced lightly at the two of them as they left. Taejeon immediately went outside to keep an eye on Daihai. Inside, Hyun-jo suddenly heard Ayumin ask him, "What was that just now?" She slammed her hand on the table and said angrily, "You suddenly pinned my leg and scare me to death." "What if those two had seen?" Tilting his head, he replied calmly, "We could just say we were playing around. Besides, it's true anyway." Hearing that, she stammered a little. "That's true, but still." Then she thought, "Why do I feel like I'm doing something wrong and am afraid of getting caught?" Suddenly, she noticed his finger and asked worriedly, "Why is your index finger hurt?" He looked down at his finger. "Ah, this," Hyun-jo said as if it were no big deal. "I just cut my finger earlier. I already put a bandage on it, but it must have fallen off while I was changing. It's nothing serious." She shook her head with a smile, took out her handbag, and teased him, "A chef making a mistake like that?" He shot her a look, silently grumbling. "Whose fault do you think that is?" Oblivious, she casually continued, "Good thing I happened to bring bandages today. What a coincidence." "Then give me one," he said lightly as a joke, but then froze at her caring reply. "Give me your hand. This bandage is a little small, so I don't know if it'll fit." He immediately held out his hand toward her. One look at the wound and she exclaimed, "Ah, that must have hurt." As she put the bandage on for him, she said softly and gently, "It's the same as when you rode the bike. You keep getting hurt." "Oh good, it fits perfectly. Maybe you're clumsier than I am." Hyun-jo blushed as he stared at his own finger for a while, before finally murmuring, "I'm not usually like this." He suddenly asked, "So what was your answer earlier?" She looked surprised. "Huh? What answer?" Patiently, he repeated, "Would you get back together with your ex-boyfriend?" Ayumin pressed her lips together, lowered her head tiredly, and after hesitating for a while, replied, "It feels a little ridiculous to say this now, but honestly, I don't know either." Remembering the meal she'd had with Aizong earlier, she continued, "Sometimes I think the kind of friendship we have now is fine too." She fell silent for a moment, then said sadly, "But I'm worried that if it keeps going like this, one day I'll end up being the only one feeling anxious again, just like before." Covering her face helplessly, she pressed her lips together and said, "The initial motivation has faded a little." He nodded as he looked at her. "It's probably because back then we were both swept up in our emotions." Then, drawing out his words, Hyun-jo deliberately fixed her with a steady stare and said seriously, "As for me, I've already settled my own situation." Her eyes widened in surprise. "So, you've completely ended things with your ex-girlfriend?" He nodded firmly. "Yeah, I met her and made things clear." Stunned, she said, "I'm surprised. It was a little sudden." Then she thought, I must have sensed this would happen, which is why I never dared ask all this time. In the end, she clinked her beer glass against his and said comfortingly, "That must have been a difficult decision. You've been through a lot." Then, while drinking her beer, she glanced at him and thought, even if he says that, he must have struggled with it a lot, right? Hugh and Joe suddenly heard her say, but, lowering her voice, Ayu Min continued, "I was worried that the photo you posted on social media might have negatively affected the relationship between you two. It feels like all this trouble started because of our plan." He answered firmly, "That's not it." His voice was full of resolve as he said, "I made that decision because I acknowledged that those feelings had already passed. So, Ayu Min, you don't need to feel guilty." She lowered her gaze and sighed. "I see." And she told herself, feelings that have already passed. Suddenly curious, she asked him, "Then Hugh and Joe, you don't have to keep posting photos on social media now, right? Since there's no longer any reason to continue with the plan." Startled, he objected, "No, let's keep carrying out the plan." Embarrassed, he scratched his head and stammered, It hasn't even been 2 months yet, like we agreed. And you still haven't given me a clear answer." Then he suggested, "Take your time and think about what you want to do regarding your ex-boyfriend." He thought, so that she can come to a decision, just like I did. Then suddenly, he curved his lips into a smile and looked at her warmly. "I'll stay by your side and help you," Ayu Min said casually. "Then you're the only one who has to work hard and lose out, Hugh and Joe." He explained, "To me, it's just helping out a friend. Don't think too much about it. If you feel bad, then just help me promote the restaurant to the people around you as compensation." After he said that, he turned and heard her laugh. "I'm already doing that." "Oh, speaking of the restaurant, something just came to mind." Outside, Taejeon and Daihai looked in through the window. Standing outside the glass door, Daihai suddenly said, "Taejeon, let's talk a little more before we go back in." He quickly nodded. "Sure, I'm fine with that, no. Inside, Ayu Min held up her phone to show him and said cheerfully, "I saw your photo on the restaurant's social media account. Taejeon probably told you to post it, right?" He nodded. "Yeah, so you saw it." She laughed out loud and asked, "Well, have customer numbers gone up? Are more people coming?" Suddenly, he remembered all the girls who had come to the restaurant, making him so stiff he'd spoken like a robot at the time. "Welcome. Hello, customer. Thank you." Helplessly, he answered her, "My patience and my regret have increased a lot." She giggled. "We'll have to wait and see." Beaming brightly at him, she said excitedly, "Who knows? Maybe later you'll get famous and end up on one of those local famous restaurant shows." Then she joked, "Even if you get famous, don't forget me." He immediately replied seriously, "That won't happen. Never." Sounding almost alarmed, he said, "If that worries you, then even if I get invited onto a program, I won't do it. I'll turn them all down." She waved her hands at once. No, that's not what I meant." She explained honestly, "What I meant was, if you become famous, don't forget to take me along too. That's what good friends do, right, Hugh and Joe?" Hearing that, he let out a relieved breath. "Oh, so that's what you meant." Worried he still might not feel reassured, she raised her voice and added, "Of course I'm joking. And what are you saying? If you get an opportunity, you should take it. Why would you turn it down? People like us who run our own businesses need publicity." He swallowed dryly as he stared at her and thought, is she really okay with this? It seems like she's not sensitive to those things at all. She continued rambling. "Of course, everyone has their own way of running a business. What I'm saying is just advice, so don't take it too seriously." Then, pressing her lips together, she wondered, why is he staring at me like that? Did I say something weird? After a while, the gathering was winding down and everyone was getting ready to leave. Ayu Min and Taejeon let out a long and then he said, "Today was so much fun. Let's get together again before we all get busy." She answered enthusiastically, agreed. Daihai said goodbye to both her and him. "See you next time." Then Taejeon draped an arm around her and headed off. Ayu Min replied, "Get home safe. Bye-bye." Hugh and Joe, in high spirits, deliberately teased her. Taking the paper with her autograph on it, he said, "Careful, you might drop your autograph. Give it here, I'll hold on to it." She cried out to stop him. "Are you trying to steal it?" He laughed quietly. "Should I? Maybe I should steal it and sell it." Daihai, who had not yet gone far, turned around to look at the two of them. At the same time, Ayu Min shouted angrily at him, "No, you can't. Give it back." Hugh and Joe held the paper up high and kept joking. It's right here, so why can't you get it? Annoyed, she snapped, you're so childish. Are you in elementary school? Daihai stared at the two of them in shock, her mouth falling open as she thought, what is this? Since when has he been looking at IU Min like that? Soyoung gently set her teacup down on the table. Alone, she sat in deep thought in a quiet tea room. A sound made her lift her eyes. Aizong walked in, and she immediately said politely, hello, you're Kim Aizong, right? Smiling, he nodded. Yes, hello. She recalled a few days earlier at the filming set when her manager had been talking on the phone. Inside the van, Soyoung was holding the business card and smiling brightly as she said, thanks to help from Ha Ki-um's older brother yesterday, you were able to get his business card. What a miraculous coincidence, right? Though she said that aloud, inwardly she thought, a damned coincidence. Thankfully, he kept his word. As she was thinking that, Ha Ki-um, beside her, let out an ah and scratch her head. Really? But why didn't he tell me? He even called me today. Smiling awkwardly, Soyoung explained, actually, something a little embarrassing happened, so I asked him not to mention it to anyone. Understanding at once, Ha Ki-um laughed and said, I see. Then you don't need to worry. My brother is very good at keeping promises. She went on, and on praising her brother. He isn't interested in celebrities, so he definitely wouldn't tell anyone about this. Meanwhile, Soyoung wasn't listening much and instead thought, wait, so that person is Cho Ayumin's ex-boyfriend? She looked at Ha Ki-um, who was saying, because Ayumin Uni is my brother's ex-girlfriend, and thought, I thought this coincidence was just bad luck, but maybe it isn't. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Ha Ki-um, there's something I want to ask of you. Lowering her voice, she added, I have something I want to say to your brother. Do you think you could help me? Back in the present, she and Aizong sat facing each other. In a soft voice, she said, thank you for coming. Covering her mouth slightly, she smiled at him. I wanted to meet you in person to apologize for what happened that day. He replied politely, I already received an apology and compensation from your manager, so I'm not dwelling on it anymore. Cheerfully, she continued, I heard you only accepted an autograph in return, but it doesn't seem like you're really much of a fan of mine. You didn't even react when you saw me. Hearing that, he explained honestly, because my friend is your fan. She looked surprised. Oh my, so that's it. Soyoung deliberately probed. That friend wouldn't happen to be IU Min, would it? He held his teacup in his hand. He suddenly paused and looked up at her. How do you know IU Min? She answered openly. I became close to her through Ha Ki-um. We've met up privately and hung out together. She probably wouldn't mention that she knows me, though. Smiling at him, she added, and I also know that Kim Aizong used to date her. He frowned as he watched her rummage through her handbag. She said softly, if I had known sooner that you two had this kind of close connection, I wouldn't have sent the autograph so carelessly. That was my oversight. She pushed an envelope toward him and said, this is the dry cleaning fee, along with a VIP musical ticket. It's just a small gesture of sincerity. Please don't feel burdened and accept it. Once again, I'm very sorry for my rudeness that day. Aizong looked at her for a moment, then refused frankly. I already received compensation, so I won't take this as well. She pleaded, then at least please take the musical ticket. You should think of IU Min too. After saying that, she watched him fall silent in thought. She continued to persuade him. If she gets to go watch it with you, Kim Aizong, she'll probably really like it. I can't explain the details, but you can trust me on that. He was silent for a while before saying, I really don't understand. He lifted his face, his voice a little cold as he asked, even if you're close to IU Min, what reason do you have for calling me here? She lowered her head and smiled. Even though you've broken up, you still care about her enough to ask for an autograph from an actress she likes. Her fingers lightly traced the rim of her teacup as she spoke gently. And I also hope that you and IU Min get back together. I just want to help, because the two of you reuniting would be good for all of us. Then she fell into thought again. Of course, it probably wouldn't be good for Hugh and Joe. After thinking for a while, he decided to take the envelope and said, then I'll just accept the thought behind it. But don't concern yourself with the relationship between me and IU Min anymore. Ignoring that, she continued, IU Min. Thinking of her, she said to him, she's someone full of positive energy and optimism. She's not the type to hide her feelings, so she treats people with real sincerity. Deliberately speaking for his benefit, she added, even I find her very charming as a woman, so men must feel it even more, right? Aizong did not answer, so she continued softly, I'm worried that if you stay too relaxed, you'll end up regretting it, so I just wanted to remind you. He said coldly, I already told you. As he stood up, he said to her, "I'll keep that in mind. I'll be going now." Holding the red envelope in her hand, she continued, "Since you won't take it, I'll pass this on to IU Min. If she contacts you, then pretend you know nothing about what happened today and spend a nice time with her. Okay?" she said, ignoring the cold look in his eyes. Morning in the busy city. Documents lay spread across the desk. IU Min worked diligently with a client while holding the papers, then drove back to the office. Patting her shoulder, she said tiredly, "I'm back. I'm exhausted." As soon as the staff saw her, they cried out, "The director is back." A female co-worker laughed and said, "Come eat some cake. This one's really good." Daihai also said to her, "I saved some for you on the desk." Surprised and pleased, IU Min said, "Huh? Cake? Did you all order it? I was just running out of energy, so this is perfect." An assortment of dessert cakes came into view. The female co-worker excitedly said to her, "They were sent over from where Daihai's boyfriend works." Everyone got one box each. She praised him. "Your boyfriend is amazing. Last time it was braised short rib soup, and now he's making dessert too." IU Min looked at the cakes and froze for a few seconds. "This is what Hugh and Joe brought me for a late-night snack last time." Then she pretended not to know and said with a smile, "What is this? It looks better than I expected." Beside her, Daihai ate her cake while quietly studying her expression. There's definitely something going on. For sure. This dessert has some private meaning that only the two of them know. Smiling happily, IU Min quickly took out her phone and started snapping photo after photo of the cakes. Seeing her smile with her eyes narrowed, she couldn't help but grow curious. She really was sly. This one had it started. Even Taejeon seemed to know nothing about it. Unable to hold back any longer, she suddenly asked, "IU Min, you have to come to siesta with me tonight, okay? You couldn't make it last time, so I had to go alone." Thinking she wanted to sound the two of them out, IU Min nodded and replied, Sure. Should we do that?" Just then, her phone rang, and she said with a smile, "I'll wait. I got a call." She answered, Yeah. "Ha Kyum, is something up? You near the company?" On the other end, Ha Kyum said, "So Young said that if I saw you, I should give you something. I happen to be nearby, so I thought I'd just bring it over." She nodded. "Ah, really?" Then she wondered to herself, "Sun didn't say anything to me, though." Then she smiled and said, "I don't know what it is, but now I'm curious." "Okay, got it. I'll come down right now." Daihai looked surprised as IU Min hurriedly said, "I'm stepping out for a second." Daihai frowned slightly and worried to herself, "What is this? If it's Ha Kyum, isn't that Kim, Izong's younger sister? Is she still in contact with them? I thought once they broke up, she'd cut ties with that family too." Outside the company, IU Min stared blankly at the ticket in her hand and said, "A musical ticket? Why are you giving me this?" Ha Kyum smiled and explained. She said it's a gift. There's a card inside too. She told me you should look at it alone that night at the bakery. Taejeon sighed in disappointment and said to Hugh and Joe, "Why are we getting fewer customers again? We had a full house last week after the photos went up." Hugh and Joe answered coolly, "If customers kept increasing just because of a chef who stays shut in the kitchen all day, that would be the strange part." Hearing that, Taejeon thought in frustration, "As expected, we really see things differently. So do you really think the best way is to appear on a live broadcast? But would he even go on one? He struggles enough just posting pictures." Hugh and Joe looked at him blankly and asked, "What's with you?" Just then, customers came in. It was Izong and his friend. Taejeon quickly brightened and greeted them. "Welcome in." Izong smiled at Hugh and Joe and said, "Huizo, I came to eat with a friend." "That's okay, right?" Hugh and Joe adjusted his hat and answered politely, "So you came. I didn't think you actually would. You could have at least contacted me first." Izong laughed lightly and explained, "I got off work early, so I had time to spare. I just changed clothes and came right over." The young man with the tied-up hair stepped forward, shook hands with Hugh and Joe, and laughed loudly. "Hello, we've met before, right?" He introduced himself. "I'm Choi Young-woo, Izong's friend. Seeing you again, you're really tall and handsome." Hugh and Joe nodded politely in return. "Hello, Em Oha Hizo." From the side, Taejeon cut in with a grin. "So you're his friend? Nice to meet you all. I'm his employee." Izong and his friend nodded at him, and Taejeon looked at them and thought, "This is my first time meeting him. I wonder when they got close." In a low voice, Taejon quietly said to Hugh and Joe, I'll handle the kitchen, so you can talk with your friend. Hugh and Joe replied, all right, thanks. Aizong nudged Hugh and Joe's shoulder familiarly and said, we live in the same building, but it's still hard to run into each other, huh? Have you been well? Hugh and Joe answered, I've been the same. Please take this table. Taejon glanced at the two of them. The dishes were cleared from the table in no time. The young man with the tied-up hair said, it was so good I cleaned everything off my plate. Seriously, this is unbelievable. Is this heaven or something? As Hugh and Joe set another dish down, he smiled and said, thank you. This is dessert. Please give it a try. The man took one look at the dessert and immediately shouted, wait, I don't remember seeing this on the menu earlier. Hugh and Joe explained quietly, I made it separately myself. I happened to bring some today. The man lit up. This is amazing. Your food is incredible, and your desserts are just as good. Hugh and Joe didn't pay much attention to him, and instead asked with a slight frown, please eat a lot. But where did Aizong go? The man answered honestly. He stepped out to take a phone call. Oh, there he is. He's back. Smiling, Aizong walked over and asked his friend, what are you eating? I thought you already finished. His friend beamed and replied, the chef brought out a dessert he made himself. Hurry and try it. Aizong took a bite and let out a surprised sound. Wow, this is good. You could totally sell this. Hung yo nodded. Seems like it suits your taste. That's a relief. Tilting his head, Aizong asked curiously, the last time I saw you, I thought you must really like desserts, right? Hugh and Joe asked back, the last time we met? Aizong answered, yeah. That day, I was helping my drunk friend home and ran into you right outside the building. He went on, I remember you were holding a bag of desserts then, so that's why I thought that. Hugh and Joe shifted his gaze and curled his lips slightly. That's right. I've liked desserts since then. Aizong mused, if IU Min could try this, she'd probably like it too. Hugh and Joe said, I'll head back into the kitchen. Once you're done eating, sit and talk. Aizong nodded with a smile. Okay, got it. As soon as Hugh and Joe left, the young man with the tied-up hair spoke up and asked Aizong, hey, whose call was so important that you had to go outside to take it? Was it work or something? That's terrible manners. Aizong shook his head. No, it wasn't. It was IU Min. The moment he said her name, Hugh and Joe, who had been ruffling his hair, suddenly froze. Without meaning to, he glanced over the two of them. The friend looked smugly at Aizong and said, see, I knew it. You finally got in touch with her, didn't you? Aizong frowned slightly and answered, it's not like that. If anything, I was the one who contacted her first. Before Aizong could finish, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. In a cold voice, Hugh and Joe said, sorry for interrupting. His face had gone expressionless as he asked in a low, husky voice, who did you just mention? That evening, at IU Min's place. At the front door sat the pair of boots she had just taken off after coming home from work. At the dining table, IU Min stared intently at the note that had been sent to her. It was accompanied by 2 movie tickets and a message from Soyoung. After reading the note, her expression darkened even more. Did I really act like some fool who still couldn't forget her ex? I appreciate that she seems to be trying to help me, but honestly, this feels so burdensome. Even the date of the musical is this weekend. I don't know whether she deliberately gave me the tickets so close to the date or if it's just a coincidence. At the very least, she should have contacted me today, so I'd have time to prepare. IU Min let out a tired sigh and set the 2 tickets down on the table. That's why I didn't stop by Hugh and Joe's restaurant and just came straight home. If he had plans, I thought maybe I'd ask Hugh and Joe to go with me. But Hugh and Joe works on Saturdays. IU Min picked up her phone and called Aizong. After a few rings, Aizong finally answered. Aizong. Flustered, she stood up. It's me. Can you talk right now? Of course. Is something wrong? There's no problem, right? IU Min paced around in confusion, unsure how to say it naturally. Today, I ran into Ha Kyum for a bit. I was wondering, would it be okay if the 3 of us had a meal together sometime? I can't say it. I really can't. Sure. Then how about this Saturday? She stopped walking. This Saturday? This Saturday would be a little difficult. I have to go see a musical that day. Aizong looked slightly surprised when he heard the word musical. Aizong remembered his conversation with Soyoung. Since you won't tell her yourself, I'll give this ticket to IU Min. Who are you going with? Aizong asked her softly. I haven't decided yet. Why is it so hard to say? If you have time, why don't you go with me? Wearily, she sat down her chair. That makes sense, though. I'm not even sure whether there's someone by his side already. Then let's go together. What should I do? There are only 2 tickets, so the 3 of us can't go together. Actually, the tickets were a gift, so it wouldn't matter if I didn't go. all three of us can just have a meal that day. Before she could finish, Aizong cut her off. I said the two of us should go together. She stared at her phone in surprise. Would it really be okay? What about your girlfriend? Min, if I had a girlfriend, I wouldn't be doing this with you. I'm not seeing anyone. His words made Min remember overhearing him talking to a woman before. Manager, do you have a girlfriend? A girlfriend? Yeah, Ida. Then what had that meant back then? Was he lying when he said he had a girlfriend? Or had he met someone and then broken up soon after? Okay then, I'll text you the place and time. All right, get some rest, Min. After hanging up, she leaned her head tiredly against the wall. Well, if there really isn't anyone right now, maybe that's fortunate. From the beginning, I never expected Kim Aizong to cling to me as desperately as this. On the contrary, the fact that he's showing this much lingering attachment toward me should probably be called an unexpected gain. It's a situation I ought to be satisfied with. So why do I feel this uneasy, this vague? If Hyun-jo got back together with his ex-girlfriend, would I still feel like this? But he was the one who spoke so decisively and looked relieved. So what could I even do? She flopped down onto the couch and let her body go slack. I don't know. I was already exhausted from working all day. I don't want to keep wasting my emotions after coming home. Back on Aizong's side, he was talking to his friend. See? I knew it. You finally got in touch with her. It's not like that. If anything, I was the one who contacted her first. Suddenly, a hand came down onto the back of the chair, cutting into their conversation. Sorry for interrupting. Who did you just mention? Hyun-jo leaned his fierce-looking face in close to Aizong. That person's name is Min, someone I used to date. Why? Aizong answered calmly. Could there really be someone by that name among the people I know, too? Hyun-jo frowned slightly at Aizong. The friend sitting across from them jumped in between them, startled, and both men turned to look at him. You asked with such a serious face that it surprised me, too. Looking around me, I know at least 3 people named Min, Chef, my cousin, a school friend, and a friend from outside school. Only then did Hyun-jo calm down a little. Is that so? I've been rude. I suddenly feel a little embarrassed. It's fine. You can ask. His face darkened slightly, as if he were thinking hard about something. He recalled what Min had once said while describing her ex-boyfriend, then looked back at Aizong. About my height, or maybe a bit shorter. Usually dressed neatly and cleanly. A faint smile on his face. Smart, kind, and handsome. Then what kind of work does your ex-girlfriend do? Hyun-jo asked Aizong in a low voice again, as if trying to confirm whether his guess was right. Suddenly Taejon's voice cut in. Hongyo, customers are here. Hurry and come over. Hyun-jo turned to look toward the entrance. Aizong reminded him. Looks urgent. Go on, Hyun-jo. All right, please keep eating, both of you. Hyun-jo put his hat back on, but not before throwing another glance at Aizong. Then he went back to work. Saturday arrived under a clear blue sky, the streets crowded with people. As soon as Min saw Aizong, she called out to him, Aizong. He smiled when he saw her. Min, you're here? Hi, how have you been lately? Pretty well. Let's walk and talk for a bit. Okay, there's still some time before the musical starts, so let's look around first. Being alone with Aizong after their breakup felt a little unfamiliar to Min. Could this process of testing the waters for getting back together be called a date? The two of them started spending time together, going into stores to browse, walking side by side, talking and laughing. After some time passed, the musical began. Is it always this awkward and strange when people meet again after breaking up? She stole a glance at him. Spending time with her ex after the breakup wasn't as comfortable as Min had expected. Kim Aizong seemed exactly the same as before. Maybe she was the only one who felt awkward. Hopefully the way I'm acting today doesn't make me seem too hurt or too eager, right? Just stay calm, like it would be fine if we met and fine if we didn't. In front of Aizong, she couldn't stop weighing everything and hesitating. The sound of running water from the sink filled the restroom. As she washed her hands, she thought, this is strange. I feel especially tired today. It must be because I'm overthinking. What was I thinking when I used to see him back then? Iumin bandut. All she felt was that, beside Aizong, she seemed unfamiliar to herself, like someone hollowed out. After the musical, the two of them went to a restaurant. Iumin barely focused on eating, absorbed instead in thoughts about Aizong and whether the relationship between them could continue. Do I really want to get back together with this person? Or do I just want to see him try to hold on to me? Min looked up at Aizong, who was focused on his food. Have I ever really felt my heart race for him? It doesn't seem like I ever have. She wondered whether she had ever truly been moved by him, either before or now. From the moment we first met until now. Whether we get back together or not. I still want to ask why he said that back then. But even if I ask, what would it change? The fact that he said it can't be changed anyway. She ground the food on her plate with her fork. Ayumin. Aizong suddenly called her name, jolting her out of her tangled thoughts. Startled, she looked up at him. Aizong leaned closer and touched her face as he asked, "Are you okay? You don't look so well. Is your stomach upset? Should I get you some medicine?" Ayumin stared, slightly stunned by the sudden gesture. The situation made her tense. "No, it's not that my stomach hurts." Aizong put his hand on her forehead again. "Then do you have a fever?" Ayumin's face turned even paler. She firmly pushed his hand away from her face. "I'm Yufine. I'm not sick." She turned her face away, hiding the fear welling up inside her. "I'm just zoning out because I've been exhausted lately. You don't need to worry." "Ah, I see. Sorry." Ayumin quickly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. "What were we talking about again?" "I was asking, if you're okay with it, would you come meet my father with me sometime? But I realize that probably puts pressure on you too, so just forget what I said. If you ever want to meet him later, then we can go then." Thinking about it, it had been quite a long time since she'd seen his father. "Okay, I'll do that. Let's go home now. I'll take you back." "Okay, thank you. The parking lot is over there, right?" Ayumin quickly walked ahead, while Aizong stared blankly down at the hand she had just pushed away. As he looked at Ayumin, his mind filled with thoughts. The way she was acting toward him now felt as if there were a barrier standing between them. He remembered the way Ayumin used to be around him before. He still couldn't forget that smile on her face. He clenched his hand, feeling a bit upset. After she got home, Ayumin lay sprawled on her bed in exhaustion. "I was really mentally exhausted today. Is it going to keep feeling like this from now on, too?" Ayumin looked at her phone. Hyun-jo sent me a message. I forgot to tell him I was meeting my ex today. In the message Hyun-jo had sent to Ayumin, it read, "What are you doing? I've been out all day, so I only just saw your message. Actually, I met my ex today." Ayumin stared at the phone, waiting for him to reply, but no response came no matter how long she waited. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, she checked her phone to see whether Hyun-jo had replied. He read it, so why hasn't he answered? Is it because it was too late, so he deliberately didn't reply? Maybe he was going to text me after he woke up? Even while eating breakfast, Ayumin kept checking her phone. A little later, after getting out of the shower, Ayumin looked at her phone again. But if that were the case, he's had more than enough time to text by now, since he usually wakes up early. A little later still, as she got ready to leave for work, she thought, maybe he's texting now. She looked at her vibrating phone. There it is. I knew it. Ah, it wasn't a message from Hyun-jo, but from her mother instead. "My leg is hurt. Come to the ER at University Hospital 20. Text me when you get here." She panicked when she saw the message saying her mother was in the hospital. The ER? Ayumin hurriedly changed clothes while calling her mother, but her mother didn't answer. "The number you have dialed cannot be reached at this time. You drop a bomb on me like this, and now you're not even answering your phone? My car keys, where are my car keys?" Ayumin frantically searched for them, then remembered she'd lent the car to Daihai. "I lent it to Daihai because she said she needed it. Why'd it have to be right now? Lend me your car this weekend so I can drive somewhere." "A date? Fine, take it." Her phone started vibrating again. Someone was calling. She answered at once and ran outside as she spoke. "Mom, why are you only answering now? Why didn't you pick up? Are you okay? Is it serious? How did you get hurt?" A voice came from the other end. "Ayumin, it's me, Hyun-jo. What's going on?" Hearing his voice, she looked at the phone again and realized she'd misread it. "Hyun-yo, saw the..." "My mother texted me saying she's in the ER, so my mind's a mess right now." "The ER?" "Yes. Hyun-jo, I need to catch a taxi right now. I'll call you later." Hyun-jo hurriedly stopped her. "Don't take a taxi. Take my car." Ayumin was startled to hear that. "What? I'll come to your place right now." A little later, Hyun-jo drove up in front of Ayumin. He opened the car door and called to her, "Ayumin, get in." "You're here already?" She quickly got into the car. "You got here so fast. Thank you for coming." "It's nothing. Let's go." And Hyun-jo sped off toward the hospital. As he drove, he asked about the situation. "How's your mother?" "She only texted that she hurt her leg, but when I called, she didn't answer, so I'm not really sure how bad it is." "If your mother is still able to text, then it probably isn't too serious. Don't worry too much." Hyun-jo tried to comfort Ayumin and ease her anxiety. "Yes, I think so too. I'm sure my mom is okay. Maybe she just thought it was a bother, so she didn't pick up." "But why did you call me earlier?" Ayumin asked quietly, her face dimming. "Because I hadn't replied to your message yesterday, and since the restaurant is closed today, I was going to ask if you wanted to meet." She froze at his unconvincing answer. Hadn't replied? It was more like he had deliberately chosen not to reply. It wasn't that he couldn't answer. He had read her message and still said nothing back, hadn't he? Well, that's true. It's not like every message always needs a reply. Anyway, I wasn't expecting you to answer. Hyun-jo stole a glance at IU Min to gauge her reaction. Then he asked about her date with eyes on. Did you have a good time meeting your ex-boyfriend? IU Min answered flatly, without thinking. Yes, we just watched a musical and had dinner, that's all. He wasn't very pleased with her answer, and his hand tightened around the steering wheel. How did it feel? Did old feelings come back? Not exactly old feelings, but compared to before, I think more now, so it was a little exhausting. Thoughts I'd never had before kept popping into my head. What kind of thoughts? IU Min grew embarrassed and found it hard to say. Just some silly thoughts. It's too embarrassing to say out loud. Hyun-jo calmly watched her reaction. A little while later, they arrived at the hospital. IU Min hurried over to where her mother was sitting nearby with her leg bandaged. Mom, her mother turned at the sound of her daughter calling. Goodness, you only show your face once I end up in the emergency room. IU Min anxiously asked after her. How did this happen? Why didn't you answer your phone? I didn't answer because I knew you'd panic like this. Hyun-jo simply stood behind them silently, watching the mother and daughter talk. Is your leg badly hurt? How did you get injured? It's just a sprained ankle. Luckily, nothing's broken. I twisted it on the subway station stairs while bringing food to you. This is what happened because of you. Her mother spoke with a trace of irritation, and IU Min was startled by the reason. What? That was dangerous. Thank goodness it's nothing serious. If there was this much stuff, you should have told me to come get it. Didn't you say you were busy? And would you even have come? Anyway, hurry and take these. The food spilled, so we'll have to throw it all out when we get home. Once we pack everything up, we can leave right away. But am I the only one who can see the person standing behind you? Or am I so tired I'm seeing a ghost? She turned and looked at Hyun-jo. His face was a little tense. Since the moment they arrived, the two had been busy asking after each other, so he hadn't had a chance to introduce himself. Only now did they finally notice his presence. Hearing her mother say that, IU Min hurriedly looked back. I forgot to introduce him. He's not a ghost. He's a real person. She quickly helped her mother stand and introduced him. He's my friend, Hyun-jo. When he heard what happened to me, he gave me a ride here and said he'd take us home afterward too. Oh my, so you are real? I am sorry. Hyun-jo politely bowed to her mother. Hello, Mom. This is our first meeting. I'm Oh Hyun-yu. A friend? It's very nice to meet you. She greeted him warmly and happily. I never knew IU Min had such a wonderful friend. We only got close recently. Mom, let's go home now. IU Min awkwardly cut her mother off, afraid she might say something too much to him. Hyun-jo took the initiative and helped carry her things. I'll carry that for you. It's okay, but thank you. Is it heavy? Not really. Her mother turned and stared at the way the two of them were acting. A little while later, all three of them arrived home. Only after getting back did they finally feel relieved. We just need to throw away the spilled food. Leave the containers in the fridge. There's also some food I prepared earlier. Take some home with you. Her father sat down in a chair to rest and reminded her. Okay, while I'm at it, I'll wash the containers too. IU Min turned and spoke softly to him. Hyun-jo, thank you so much for today. You can go home now. I'll clean this up. I've already come all the way here, so let me help clean up too. It won't take long. I'm very good in the kitchen. Hyun-jo smiled to her confidently. As if I don't know that. I just told you to go rest because I didn't want you to trouble yourself. IU Min looked at him worriedly. He worked a lot and didn't get much rest, and since today was his day off, making him help her like this made her feel even guiltier. Her mother, who was sitting nearby, spoke up. By the way, if you're so good in the kitchen, are you a chef? He answered confidently, yes. I also have a small restaurant of my own. Hearing her mother sound as if she were probing him, IU Min looked at her in alarm. Oh, you own a restaurant? Her eyes lit up. Sensing danger, IU Min hurried over to stop her. No. Mom, I'll take care of things here. So please go rest in your room, okay? She had only just managed to stop her mother earlier in the car, and now she wanted to investigate more? A few minutes earlier, on the way home, her mother had warmly asked him, "You're tall, aren't you? How tall are you?" The last time I measured, I was 188 centimeters. What about your age? Are you older than IU Min? Hyun-jo was slightly tense, but he still answered her questions. I'm 1 year older than IU Min. Seeing this was going badly, IU Min stopped her mother. Mom, he's driving. Don't ask so many questions. Back in the present, her mother paid little attention to her daughter and pushed her aside without hesitation. Move. I'm talking right now. Thrown off balance, IU Min stumbled to one side. Where do you live? Do you live alone? Yes, I live alone near O Station. Are you seeing anyone right now? No. Hearing his firm answer, she became even more delighted. Then what do you think about our Ayu Min? Before she could finish, Ayu Min flushed red and hurriedly stopped her mother. Mom, please. Asking all this over and over is rude. All right, I'll stop. Why are you reacting so strongly? At last, her mother stopped, sparing her some embarrassment. If you're uncomfortable, I apologize. I was just curious, so I asked random things. Hugh and Joe still answered cheerfully, without the slightest sign of discomfort. No, it's okay. What is this? This is so embarrassing I could die. Luckily, Hugh and Joe handled everything tactfully. Ayu Min turned her face away awkwardly. Ayu Min, I'll stay quiet now, so hurry and help. Okay. After they finished cleaning up, he got ready to leave, carrying a bag of food her mother had given him. You really don't have to look after me like this, ma'am. Thank you for the food. Her mother, leaning on crutches, walked him to the door. After all the help you gave us today, I really should give you something better. If you want more to eat, just let me know. And next time, come by my hair salon. I'll cut your hair for free, so you absolutely have to come. She warmly invited him to her salon. Yes, thank you, ma'am. The two of them kept talking without even noticing Ayu Min standing beside them. Please come by my restaurant sometime, too. I'll treat you to a meal. She stood there like she was invisible, watching them chat happily. There's still a person standing here, you know? Her mother happily accepted his invitation. Once my leg is fully healed, I'll come. Before you go, could you tell me where your restaurant is? Yes, just a moment. Ayu Min looked helplessly at her mother, who was chatting so cheerfully with Hugh and Joe. Mom is way too excited. I know exactly what she's thinking, and that's what makes this so awkward. Even though her mother had said so much, Hugh and Joe stayed calm and never looked flustered. Ayu Min found herself a little pleased as she looked at him. He gave her mother the address of his restaurant. This is my place. Oh, it's here? That's not far at all. He really can stay so natural. After saying goodbye, the two of them went down to the parking area. Let me carry it all the way to your door. It's a little heavy. No, it's okay, but thank you. The two of them walked to her front door. Ayu Min turned and thanked him. Thank you again for today. I feel bad for troubling you like this on your day off. I volunteered. I'm happy I could help. Besides, I even got food out of it. Then go inside, Ayu Min. He handed her the bag. You haven't had any rest these past few days, so you must be tired. She didn't know what to say and could only force a smile. That's right. I should go inside. Why is it that I don't feel very tired today? Her hand trembled slightly as she reached for the bag. She wanted to take it back from him, but she couldn't because Hugh and Joe was holding onto it too tightly. He was telling her to go inside, but he still wouldn't let go. The two of them kept holding the same bag, neither willing to release it, perhaps because he didn't want to say goodbye to her so soon, because he wanted to create a little more time alone together. Honyo, she spoke first. Would you like to have a cup of coffee before you go? He smiled faintly, clearly pleased by her invitation, as if he had been waiting for it. Then the two of them went inside together. She carefully made coffee for him. They sat and drank, but she still clutched her cup tightly in both hands, perhaps because she felt shy. Is it usually this awkward between us? He didn't seem to mind and simply focused on drinking his coffee. This isn't even the first time we've sat facing each other. So why is it like this? Is it because this is my house? Or because it's so quiet? Ayu Min looked at him tensely. Why did I suddenly tell him to stay for coffee before leaving? I should have invited him somewhere nicer another time. Ayu Min began regretting her impulsive decision. He took the initiative and spoke first. The coffee is good. Oh yes, I'll get you some more. She stood up to refill his cup. You've already finished it? Can I take a look around the living room? I didn't really get to look carefully last time. Sure. Please let there not be trash lying around anywhere. She prayed nervously. The house is clean today. She answered stiffly. It's always like this. Last time I was just a little messy. That's all. Right. As if that would work on him. Do you usually clean when you get home from work? I usually tidy up a bit before going to work and again after I get home. Oh, come on. You're saying that because I can't verify it, aren't you? Hugh and Joe walked closer to her, and she was a little startled by the move. He braced one hand on the shelf and leaned in close to her. Then come to my place next time. Your place? Ayu Min's thoughts turned tense. You've taken me all the way home many times, but I've never invited you in once. Ayu Min kept washing the cups as she listened to him speak. Hugh and Joe noticed that her sleeves had gotten wet. So he reached out and rolled them up for her. I live in Unit 502. If you ever come by, just go up to the 5th floor. Don't get it wrong. Ayu Min blinked and looked up at him blankly. Elsewhere, at the filming set cut, everyone worked hard, so take a short break. So-young was sitting alone in a chair, staring intently at her phone. Her face carried an indescribable sadness. There's no message at all, so I guess the musical went well. That ex-boyfriend still seems to have lingering feelings, so why don't the two of them just get back together? If they're going to reconcile, then hurry up and do it. Don't let Hugh and Joe hold on to false hope. So-young scrolled through Hugh and Joe's Instagram posts, lost in thought. Hey, things are in chaos right now because of Chef Kim Ma-sung. So-young's manager hurried over to deliver the news. What? What happened? I just spoke to Azon's manager. Do you remember that reality show, Help from the Chef, that you appeared on before? This time Azon is going to be on it, but Chef Kim Ma-sung has to go abroad on a business trip, so he can't film. So-young indifferently checked her schedule while speaking with her manager. Amazing. Celebrities aren't even allowed to cancel like that. But the poor production team must be in a panic right now, trying to find a replacement. A replacement. Suddenly, she immediately thought of Hugh and Joe, the man who had stayed on her mind the whole time. Could I recommend someone? While he was working, someone came and handed Taejon a piece of paper, saying a few words to him. Taejon looked at the paper and nearly jumped in shock. Taejon called out in alarm, "Hyung, no, boss. Come here and look at this." Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Hugh and Joe turned to him with a puzzled expression. Still wearing a head covering, he asked slowly, "What is it? Did something happen?" Taejon blurted out in surprise. Someone from the TV station came to invite you to be on a show. After that, the two of them sat down and talked. Hugh and Joe wondered, how did they even find me? A formal invitation from the broadcasting station lay on the table. Taejon answered, probably through social media. Or maybe because Chef Ma Seong appears on TV a lot. They could have asked him and gotten your name that way. Then he brightened up and said eagerly, "Anyway, does that part even matter now? The important thing is that you got invited. Boss, this isn't something you should hesitate over." Hugh and Joe looked thoughtful, and Taejon added, "Chef List is the hottest cooking show out there right now." Hugh and Joe said nothing and only sank deeper into thought. He suddenly remembered something IU Min had said before. "What are you saying? If you get an opportunity, you should take it. Why would you refuse? People like us who run our own businesses need publicity." At that, Hugh and Joe wavered a little. Seeing him sit there like a statue, Taejon's eyes filled with tears as he begged desperately, "Boss, I still need to save up for my wedding. Just this once. Just close your eyes and go for it, please." Hugh and Joe had already made up his mind. Then he nodded. "That's enough. You don't have to beg like that. I'll do it." Hearing that, Taejon excitedly threw his arms around him and flattered him shamelessly. "Oh, boss, that's the right decision. I can't believe someone who used to make such a fuss over posting even one photo has changed this much. I'm seriously touched." With Taejon clinging tightly to him, Hugh and Joe looked uncomfortable and reminded him, "Let go." The next morning, the day of filming, Hugh and Joe arrived at the station early and sat in the waiting room. At that moment, IU Min sent him a message. "Are you there yet?" Hugh and Joe replied, "I am. I got here early, finished makeup, and now I'm waiting." Seeing that, she asked curiously, "That fast? Aren't you nervous?" Hugh and Joe answered honestly, "Of course I'm nervous. Keep talking to me until I calm down." IU Min laughed softly and sent another message. "Don't pretend. I know perfectly well you're not nervous at all." Smiling as he typed, Hugh and Joe replied, "I'm serious." After exchanging a few more messages, IU Min told him, "I want to keep texting too, but I'm actually in a work meeting right now. But I do have good news. I'll tell you when we meet later. Good luck with filming." Hugh and Joe replied cheerfully, "All right, have a good meeting." A little while later, someone came in from outside. The moment they saw Hugh and Joe, someone said, "Oh, is he the new staff member? I've never seen him before." A young man beside the team leader turned and whispered in his ear, "No, that guy over there is Kim Ma-sung's replacement. He's a local." Hearing that, the team leader nodded and replied, "Ah, so he's just a substitute." When he noticed him arrive, Hugh and Joe stood up and walked over, which made them recoil a little. Standing in front of everyone, he introduced himself politely. "Hello, everyone. I'm Oh Hyun-yu." Faced with his large build, the team leader looked a little suffocated and stammered, Yes. "Hello." The young man next to him also spoke up. "You know about us already, right? We're not the type to be prejudiced against newcomers here, so just relax." Hearing that, Hugh and Joe cheerfully replied, "Yes. I hope to work well with all of you." Off to the side, two female staff members looked at him, and one commented they were overwhelmed by his presence right away, and they're still trying to act cool. In the dressing room, the team leader turned to the young man and said, "They probably didn't even look at skill. They just picked someone based on looks." The young man agreed. "That's exactly how the TV station people are." The team leader looked at Hugh and Joe with a dismissive, appraising gaze. "Can anyone become a chef these days?" The staff member beside him said, "Just put up with him until Kim Ma-sung comes back. They probably don't plan to keep this guy long anyway." Hearing them speak badly about Hugh and Joe, one of the female employees felt a little irritated and thought, "They're all adults, so why are they acting like this?" Just then, a woman handed him a shirt and said, "You can change into this now. You're wearing an undershirt underneath, right?" Hugh and Joe accepted it and thanked her. "Yes, thank you." After finishing her task, she left, but her eyes still turned back toward Hugh and Joe, and she thought to herself, he didn't even do anything wrong. He's only here temporarily, and they're talking about him like he's trash. Forget it. Why am I getting involved in other people's business? Seeing how calm and unconcerned he seemed, she thought again, well, he doesn't look affected by it at all anyway. As Hugh and Joe changed clothes, he thought to himself, I probably won't be able to see IU Min after filming today. When should I ask her out? Truly, this young man's heart was entirely occupied by thoughts of a woman, and the gossip around him didn't affect him in the slightest. At that moment, filming began. Someone said, "All right, everyone. Due to unavoidable circumstances, Chef Kim Ma-sung can't join today's recording, so we have a new face with us." The MC clapped and introduced him. A passionate breath of fresh air. "Please welcome Chef Oh Hugh and Joe. We ask for your support." Then the MC looked off stage and continued. "And today we also have our most impressive lineup of guests yet. Please welcome our special guest to the stage." Suddenly, Hugh and Joe's expression changed and his eyes widened. So Young and several others were slowly walking onto the set. The MC enthusiastically announced, "The rising star, beautiful rookie actress Adan. And just as promised, one of the hottest actresses around right now, Hong So-young, is joining us once again. Welcome." So-young stepped forward and smiled at Hugh and Joe. He felt awkward and thought, there's no way this is a coincidence. She definitely had a motive when she invited me here. As he looked at her, he thought to himself, I can't believe she actually arranged things so we'd appear on the same program. Has she changed her mind? Hugh and Joe felt a little suspicious. She used to be afraid people would see us together. Not wanting it to affect his mood, he quickly brushed those fleeting thoughts aside. Forget it. It's a public place anyway. She can't do anything here. The camera pointed straight at the stage. The MC spoke up. "Now, our two guests will each choose a chef partner to assist them in the cooking match. So-young, please choose a chef first." So-young walked over to the four chefs standing before her and hesitated for a moment. She headed straight for Hugh and Joe, then said, "I want to work with Chef Oh Hugh and Joe." Smiling brightly at him, she added, "I hope you'll help me today, Chef." The scene shifted elsewhere. At the company, a smiling young woman said to IU Min, "Thank you for coming. We'll do our best to help the MIOP brand." Hearing that, IU Min smiled and replied, "No, we're the ones who should be thanking you for the invitation. We'll look forward to working with you." A little later, the woman saw them out and said, "Please get home safely." Both IU Min and Daihai answered, "Ha, yes. See you." Even after the woman had already left, the two of them remained standing there in a daze. Unable to believe it, IU Min said happily, "See, it wasn't a scam. They really did send us an offer. This isn't a dream, right?" Still half doubtful and pessimistic, Daihai said, "I don't know. My head's such a mess right now. I'm still not even sure signing the contract is the right decision." Even so, she couldn't help exclaiming in admiration, "But wow, it really is a big company. The scale is completely different. I can't believe they're even sending staff to support us." IU Min went on, "Exactly. I'd only heard they had an incubator program, but I never imagined they'd approach us first." Once outside, she said excitedly, "I can't believe the day came when we'd get support from a major company." In a buoyant mood, IU Min walked along saying, "This feels amazing. Everything's finally starting to fall into place." Daihai laughed. "Of course." Then she brought up another subject. "And on top of that, your love life is going smoothly too." Hearing that, IU Min looked flustered. "Wait, what does my love life have to do with this?" "That's a completely unrelated topic." Daihai teased her. "Everyone can see you're close with Oh Hugh and Joe now. The way you look at him is totally different. Back then, when I told you to get to know Hugh and Joe, you brushed it off. And now look at you." At that, IU Min looked a little evasive and denied it. "We're just friends. She explained to Daihai that they had just happened to become closer, but making it public didn't feel right timing-wise. Daihai immediately objected. If you're just friends, then hiding it makes even less sense. Why would something like that need to be secret? Then she changed the subject. Oh, right. Hugh and Joe's filming a variety show today. Iwoo-min nodded. Yeah, that's right. I was pretty surprised when I first heard about it too. Daihai continued. Taejeon texted me earlier. One of today's guests is Hong So-young. Didn't Hugh and Joe text you before filming too? That startled her a little. Oh, really? Then she wondered to herself, that's strange. So-young was only on that show not long ago. Iwoo-min grew suspicious inside. Why is she appearing again? Daihai and Iwoo-min kept walking together down the street. Suddenly, Daihai spoke up. Come to think of it, didn't Hong So-young come to Siesta before with some other actors? Iwoo-min nodded right away. Oh, right, I think so. Remembering, she added excitedly. The last time we all got together, Taejeon bragged so much about it. I was really jealous. That day at the gathering, Taejeon had boasted eagerly. Humph. I even got Hong So-young's autograph. She came to the restaurant the other day. Everyone had chatted back and forth, and someone added, and she even posted on social media, praising the bag our side made. Honestly, so childish. Daihai laughed. I just thought of something really funny. Curious, Iwoo-min asked. Huh? What is it? Daihai grinned mischievously. What if the person who got Hugh and Joe onto that variety show was Hong So-young? Maybe when she came to the restaurant last time, she fell for him at first sight. Suddenly, Iwoo-min said sharply, Daihai, even as a joke, don't joke like that. Daihai's eyes widened in surprise. Iwoo-min lowered her head, unconsciously blaming herself. What's wrong with me? She muttered, anyway, saying that it's kind of rude to both of them. They probably just happened to run into each other because of work. Iwoo-min's mood sank. It had only been a joking exchange between two friends, but in truth it reflected an uneasiness that even Iwoo-min herself hadn't recognized. Daihai scratched her head awkwardly. Yeah, sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Embarrassed, Iwoo-min added, it's okay. I was being a little oversensitive too. Sorry. Then, glancing at a poster on the wall, she hesitantly asked, then what about being secret friends with someone of the same sex? Daihai looked at her, a little surprised. Is that strange too? Iwoo-min recalled their earlier conversation. Please keep it a secret that I met Iwoo-min. There are some weirdly jealous people about these things. Daihai burst out laughing. Unless the other person is some spy or secret agent, why would you need to keep it secret? Iwoo-min stayed silent for a moment, thinking to herself, So-young probably just wanted to be careful because she's a public figure. I'm not a celebrity, just an ordinary person, so it's hard for me to relate. Daihai turned and teased her. You've got a lot of secret friends these days that I don't know about, huh? Iwoo-min immediately blushed and answered awkwardly. Hey, I was just asking. Daihai smiled faintly, her eyes full of meaning. Is that really true? Flustered, Iwoo-min replied it is. Meanwhile, the cooking competition was still in full swing. Hugh and Joe and So-young were pouring all their concentration into the challenge. Now that both teams have started cooking, which team will win round one? As he cooked, Hugh and Joe instructed So-young. So-young, once you're done cutting that, add a little water to the pot. She answered enthusiastically, okay. But in her haste, she accidentally dropped a potato on the floor. Oh no, this. She bent down to pick it up, hurriedly saying, wait a second. I'll pick this up and keep going right away. Suddenly, the cutting board and knife on the table wobbled, about to fall. The sharp knife came plunging down straight towards So-young. In that dangerous instant, Hugh and Joe reacted with lightning speed. He immediately ducked down and threw out his arm to shield her. So-young froze in shock, her heart pounding. Holvungyo. From behind them, a worried voice cried out, So-young, chef. Everyone around them immediately ran over. Are you two okay? Let's stop filming for a moment. Adan, stop cooking too. Stand up slowly. So-young, are you hurt anywhere? A knife just fell too. The director anxiously asked, Chef, are you alright too? Is So-young okay? Uinjo replied coolly, I'm fine. So-young lowered her head and said quietly, embarrassed, yes, I'm not hurt either. I'm sorry for causing everyone trouble. The director let out a sigh of relief. Oh man, no. The most important thing is that no one got hurt. Then he curiously looked at Hugh and Joe and asked with a laugh, by the way, is it because you're young that your reflexes are so fast? In the blink of an eye, you were already shielding her. Hugh and Joe answered vaguely, I was standing close by, so I got there in time, that's all. Not just that, your physique is great too. You must work out regularly, right? Hugh and Joe didn't answer, only turned silently and went back to the kitchen. So-young remained standing there, quietly watching him with a thoughtful gaze. The director called everyone back to work. Since no one's hurt, let's continue filming. Everyone, back to your places. The shoot gradually came to an end, and the director cheerfully announced, "Good work today, everyone. Thank you all." As Hugh and Joe was gathering up the props to return them to the filming crew, a hesitant voice suddenly came from behind him. "Honyo." Then, after a brief pause, Chef So-young stepped closer and bowed her head slightly, speaking sincerely. "I didn't properly thank you earlier. Thank you so much, truly." Hugh and Joe merely glanced at her and replied evenly, "It's nothing. Just try not to be so careless in the kitchen from now on." "Okay." So-young looked flustered, her voice awkward. "I didn't do it on purpose." Her speech became tangled. "Please believe." "No, please believe me." Hugh and Joe kept his cool expression and nodded. "All right, I'll believe you. But there's something else I want to make clear." He paused for a moment, then said firmly, "No matter who it was in front of me, I would have acted the same way." So-young gave an embarrassed smile. "I know, I'm not a child. I understand that." But inside, a strange feeling rose in her. It's good that you're that kind of person, but moments like this still sting a little. Behind them, a group of chefs had their eyes fixed on the pair. One of them sneered quietly. "Hong So-young is seriously ridiculous. She's never like that normally, but in front of that guy, she's wagging her tail." The person beside him chimed in, "Exactly. What's so great about a guy who looks like some thug?" They continued gossiping. Wasn't there also a dating rumor with Song Chan? TSK, and didn't people say she had a sponsor when she debuted too? They're just rumors, so who knows? Still, where there's smoke, there's fire. Elsewhere, the director was negotiating with So-young's manager. The manager frowned slightly. "Director, please cut all of that from earlier." The director laughed and nodded confidently. "Of course. So-young has come on the show twice already. Whatever she wants, I'll agree to it. Don't worry, manager." Saying that, the director chuckled softly. But even though some of it was cut, the footage of Hugh and Joe catching So-young quickly spread everywhere. On social media, everyone was buzzing. Was that scripted? What kind of cooking show in this world has a script that good? This is on YouTube, trending now. What's this? Is that Hong So-young? Seriously, this clip looks exactly like a movie scene. Hugh and Joe's follower count skyrocketed. Elsewhere, IU Min stared at her phone screen, her eyes full of surprise. He really got famous in the blink of an eye. She stood alone by the riverside, a soft breeze blowing past, her gaze distant. This feels so strange. When I first met him, he didn't even like having his picture taken. Since when did he change like this? Maybe because we've been seeing each other so often, I can't even clearly remember Hugh and Joe's first impression anymore. Then suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. "Hey." IU Min turned around and saw an unfamiliar young man walking toward her. He looked shy, but still boldly asked, "Do you have a boyfriend? I've been watching for a while, and you've just been standing here alone." IU Min frowned slightly. A thought flashed through her mind. Alcohol. Without hesitating, she answered firmly, "I don't have a boyfriend, but I do have a husband. He's on his way here now." The young man immediately looked flustered. "Ah, yes, sorry." Then he hurried back toward the friends standing nearby. Laughter broke out. "You got rejected?" She said she has a husband. "You actually believe that?" She just lied because she wasn't interested in you. The group of young men kept chattering. "Let's wait and see if her husband really comes. I bet 501 he doesn't." Hearing that, IU Min simply sighed to herself. "I'd better leave." Then a warm, low voice sounded right behind her. "So all three of us are meeting today? Me, you, and your husband? I don't like that." Startled, IU Min spun around. You scared me." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she quickly asked, "When did you get here? Did you hear all of that?" "Yo nodded calmly. I heard it from a distance. I just got here. I came straight over after closing the shop. Thanks for waiting." He leaned a little closer, his low voice carrying a touch of concern. "Are you cold? You should have waited inside a cafe." As he spoke, he glanced toward the group of young men from earlier, a faint chill passing through his eyes. "It's dangerous at night, too." IU Min grew a little embarrassed and gave a small laugh. "It wasn't that dangerous. You saw it yourself. I'm kind of famous too, you know." But of course, not enough to compare to you, Hugh and Joe." Hearing that, Hugh and Joe faltered for a moment. That." Over there, the group of young men had still been watching to see what would happen. But the moment they saw Hugh and Joe appear, they immediately started murmuring and quickly dispersed. "Her husband really came. Let's go, let's go." "She seriously has a husband?" Ayu Min turned to look at Hyun Jo and asked gently, Hyun Jo, are you okay? Does it feel burdensome at all? He was silent for a moment, then quietly replied, there's only one thing I was thinking. He looked at her deeply, as though his eyes were trying to read straight through her mind. What would Ayu Min think when she saw that? I wanted to meet you in person and hear your answer. Ayu Min grew flustered without meaning to, her cheeks flushing pink. She hurried a few steps ahead, as if trying to avoid that gaze. Her voice came out awkwardly. W, what do you mean? What would I think? I just thought it was amazing. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do something like that. Hyun Jo slowly followed after her, his voice calm but certain. You can't know that for sure. Instinctive reactions are something anyone can experience. If you were in that kind of situation, Ayu Min, you might have acted just like I did. Suddenly, Ayu Min stopped walking. Hyun Jo looked slightly surprised. Ayu Min. She turned around to face him. In a moment, even she herself couldn't explain, Ayu Min rose on her toes and gently pressed a kiss to his lips.